Hello, Jessica V. Hello, Jessica V. What's going on? Just V, girl. No, Jessica. Oh shit! Wait a minute. Well, you got. Hey, damn. You got greeted 2 times, girl. I know. I mean, are you in hiding, honey? Like, listen. You know what? I think that they not going door to door no more. I haven't seen no more people, whatever. So I think you fine. I think it's okay. Hey, just me. I think you'll be fine, honey. You don't have to worry about carrying a few different identifications and knowing your social security number by heart and shit like that. I think that part is over. They own the other shit now. They own the tan up, the economy. So I think you're in disguise. Yeah, I think you good, girl. I think you good. I think you good, girl. I gotta tell y'all what the hell is going on. Y'all see that line, honey? You being act like, okay, I know that's right, girl. They got bigger fish to fry, honey. Well, let me tell y'all about this damn Wendy Williams situation. Yeah, and I named it. What the F are you talking about, Walker? I'm gonna tell you. Just give me a minute to get it up. Where is Wendy? Okay. What up, Karen Johnson? Just don't come in with that. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, just don't come in with that. Did you hear what the legal guardian sent out to the Negro media about what Wendy is saying? Girl, whatever, girl. I'm telling you. How you know that Mo is agreeing with me? We about 85% in agreement. She seemed to think that, I mean, she don't understand why Wendy can't have the water she wants and all that extra shit or whatever. And I told her that it could be due to what her restrictions are and her requirements are and things of that nature. You dealt with that type of stuff, they give you, sometimes you get people that have strict requirements. They can't have this, they can't have that, they can't have whatever, because these people, by the time you, okay, so I don't tell my business, but it's that because ain't none of y'all motherfucking business. But check this out, right? You have a lot of people who are in situations like Wendy, right? But the difference is the income. Wendy has the income to be in facilities like that, and so on and so forth, whatever, right? And even at that, some of it sometimes they can um, qualify for some type of subsidy or what have you, because those facilities they benefit for by having people like Wendy stay there. Like when you see all those people go to the Betty Boy Clinic and whatever, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes there are benefits and subsidies and also a marketing value that a person of that caliber, you know, um, receives, right? The bit that the company receives. Oh, here come trouble. Yes,
Hello.
ma'am. Hello, hello, honey. You ain't scared?
I told you I'm Anne Frank. They come here looking for Hispanics and Mexicans. I don't know none. I don't know none.
If you say it like that, they're gonna know that you're one. You're gonna say,
Well, I would be Asian, but I don't think they'll believe that.
"Yeah, go with the Asian. Go with the Asian
I don't
voice."
even know how to
Maybe.
do Asian accents.
Well,
But
just
fuck it, I'm
shrimp
gonna pretend to be
fry
British. I'm
rye.
gonna pretend to be British.
Oh, shrimp fry rye. You can't do Asian. Asian,
No.
Japanese, Korean. It's the same thing. Shrimp fry rye. No, no,
See, that's
no.
racist. That's racist.
Oh, yeah, I'm unprofessional as hell. And
Now,
shit, what
see,
the fuck?
I wish Levi was in here because that's a little college graduation V. Because some people always got to try to prove their intellect, and other people's are like, eh, eh. I kind of already took all my tests, sir. Eh. I'm just saying. I'm
Hey,
just saying.
hey, one more for the graduates over here.
One time for the one time for the people without
For the
something to prove.
graduates. Bitch, here you go. Bam, here you go. What them transcripts look like?
Just okay.
Here you
So
go. Bam. What?
but no,
That's funny.
so about Wendy, I know how Mo feels because when I think when she first did the very first Breakfast Club interview, she was on here and we were talking about it, but I think I fell asleep early. But I just simply don't agree with y'all. Like I
Oh no.
understand. I understand. I saw the documentary. Let me tell you, I felt terrible as a human being for even knowing these things about that woman. I felt so bad for watching it. Like I was like, I should not be
Which
watching this.
one? Which one?
The
The
Where Was
one where
Wendy?
she was. Oh, okay. So you haven't seen the subsequent documentaries that have come out since then, honey.
No, but I've seen. I mean, I guess I just kind of pieced together the story from everything that gets released, so I didn't feel like I needed to see more. But
Uh,
I know that Wendy sounds better, and I understand that a lot of that may be because she's sober and she's in this facility. However, if it's about the money and people taking advantage of her money, then let it be about the money, and there are other ways that the money can be monitored. My issue is that y'all are saying she is only better because she's in this facility. Okay, so she's only better because she's in this facility, right? She's had treatment and it's working, right? But the whole idea of anybody getting treated is for them to get better. If it's because you think she's an alcoholic or whatever, okay, fine, granted. But there's lots of alcoholics and drug addicts running all over the world, okay? And what is Wendy's quality of life? Like we have to really put it in perspective because Wendy's a human being. She's not just something that they just threw in there. She's a person. She has feelings. So now that she's sober, right? She's
mhm.
aware of how she's living. Now, in that first documentary, she might not have known what the hell was happening, but she sounds now like she at least knows what's going on and how she feels as a person. And I am just against her being sober so she can be aware of how she's forced to live and not having any say so in it. Like what kind of quality of life is that for any human being? My
Okay.
daddy was an alcoholic, and he caught COVID, and he never recovered because he took horrible care of himself. But nobody didn't go and lock my daddy away. Nobody cared to lock my daddy away. He was just an alcoholic, but he died happy, and he died. Well, he died at the hospital, but he died living in his house. Like he died living his life. And I'm not supporting people drinking themselves to death, but I'm strongly against people being sober only so they can realize how miserable they are. I don't feel like your money should be used to keep you miserable and unhappy and you don't have no say so in how you live. Like what's the point of that? That
Oh my, one of those. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. You are one
so
of those, honey.
I am one of
One of
those.
those. You are one of those.
I
Okay.
am.
And here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. And I have to, and I'm not wishy washy, whatever, because I'm gonna stand on what I said. I understand that train of thought, the one of those train of thought, right? I get that. Okay, because if you can't do what you want to do, whatever, you ain't ready, all that free spirit ass shit. Okay, all that hippie ass traveling around the country not washing your ass until you pull over and the lakes
No,
and shit and you
I didn't say I believe in none of that kind of. I didn't say I believe in
and you
none of that.
refuse and you get be high all day, you take mushrooms
I
and
never
you refuse.
said I've never even tried a
Now
mushroom.
okay,
Matter of
well,
fact, the day I was
apparently,
supposed to try them, the girl didn't have none, and I was so excited because I had to put my foot in my mouth because I was like, yeah, I'm gonna try some, and then when reality set in, I was like, oh shit, they looking at me waiting for me to try some, but the girl didn't have none, and that was just fine with me.
I'm just trying to figure out why, how the hell are they so easily accessible? I'm like, what the fuck? This is people all on, you know, them little shows I be watching where they pull off wigs. And people just have mushrooms in the Ziploc. I'm like, where you getting these mushrooms from?
From people
And
who
and,
apparently
and
know how to find mushrooms. I don't even know what kind of mushrooms they are. I don't listen.
they got
Mm.
something on them. It's called percivalum, persavalum. No, that
I thought
persavalum,
they
that
grow like
percivalum.
that. I thought.
Oh,
What do
that's
you
a
mean?
goddamn
No, I thought that
commercial.
they are like natural. Like they're naturally whatever kind you
I
take
be
are like
damned if
naturally
that's so.
psychedelic.
I be damned if that's so. No, they put some pregabalin, pregabalin. Some that's a commercial. So don't call this is something with a P. Okay, it's some kind.
Mm.
Now I don't know. Well, it might be naturally grown with the pregabalin or something on it. But it's a lot of
Because
people
if
taking.
it's just something they put on the
Hey,
mushrooms, couldn't
purple.
they put it on anything, carrots or anything? You know what I'm saying? Like, couldn't it be on anything?
which one? That's what I'm thinking. Maybe it is grown with the pregabalin, cyclophysium, or whatever,
I think
cyclophysium.
it's certain kind of
Something.
mushrooms only.
It's
It's not
something on it for
all.
that. Yes.
It ain't. You can't go to the store and get Look, can't. They're not on chestnut chestnut mushrooms from the grocery store. So I don't think
with
it's
the
like
water
that.
with the water streaming down. I know. But my thing is so, but it is something on them with them in the mushrooms. I don't know if it's how it's grown. I don't know if it's from a region. I do not know. But my thing is when you take them damn mushrooms, don't you have a psychedelic trip or something? And if you have them trips and shit, and you come back, and do you come back right? Like I'm not sure about that. You
That's
know,
my
because I
concern. But
unfortunately I don't have friends that got mushrooms.
that's well, she wasn't my friend, but my friend knew where to get them. But
Your friend.
that's basically my concern. Like, what if you get on a bad trip and you never come back the right way? But
And
but
I need
but
to start living. Cause I don't have
but
no friends. I call you got some mushroom.
people with anxiety and all that kind of stuff say that there's a lot of benefits to just microdosing mushrooms. So not really, I guess, doing enough to, and I don't know the amount, I don't know the proper amount, but not doing enough to like really be just high and tripped out, but just a little bit apparently takes the edge off of life. Remember we were talking about that day with Mo, and I was telling her how I watched a documentary on all these housewives that are starting to microdose mushrooms, and they were saying that it's helped with a lot of their, like, just like their anxiety, their depression, things like that. It helped so much, but they were saying just do a little bit.
was was that on Housewives of Miami? Because I saw
No,
them
can you get a
Housewives.
clue? I saw it on something like Dateline or some shit. What are you talking about?
No, no, I saw no. Oh, you
Listen,
talking about? Oh, you
reality
talking about
TV is
Real
not
Housewives?
a resource for real life stuff. What are you talking about? Real Housewives of Miami. Good Lord. I told you watch way too much reality TV.
I do. Oh, okay, so But no, they went somewhere and it was like 3 or 4 of them, and they went into some kind of because they have these facilities, which they probably girl just got licensed to do business, but not licensed to do the fuck they do with the business, honey. And they are sitting up there, and they give these people these trips and shit with the shrooms and all that type of stuff, and they be really going through. And and they showed it. It was on the Real Housewives of Miami, and they volunteer. And it's so crazy, right? That these people that will volunteer to um take that shit. Like I'm like,
I hope that
I
was
mean,
fake. I wish I would do something psychedelic and ask people to film me for reality TV, not knowing what's gonna happen.
girl, no, I'm trying to tell you, in the ones that the shows I watch where they snatching wigs off, honey, they just got them in
Oh
the
God.
Ziploc bag. They come to the little house, the little cast house, in the little Ziploc bag, and they be on all on camera. Yeah, I took a shroom. I took a shroom.
Yeah,
I'm
but
like, oh,
that's a different category of people. They different. They're like a subspecies. They're not the rest of us. My friend who knew where to go wasn't one of those people. Okay,
she was going to the frat house
it
where
was a
where.
he. It was a he. But
Okay, he was
but
going to the frat house. And
no,
to
he
get
was
the.
going to the frat house. He knew this. Anyway, I was on a tropical island. It don't even matter. No, they don't matter. Okay,
Over
there.
there. And see, that's a lot. And let me tell y'all something. This is what I do know back from some of the people I know. They will go over there and go on vacations and shit and whatever and get over there and they be doing all kind of shit that they don't even do in America. I sure
Well,
do.
I was with two
Mm-hmm.
people, and those two had done mushrooms. So, and
Oh,
and somehow we had gotten on the conversation of mushrooms. I don't remember exactly how. And they're like, "You've never done a mushroom, V?" And I was like, no, I don't do all the drugs." And they were like, "Oh man, you should do one someday or something, and it's a good trip, but just make sure you're in a good space," or something weird they told me. And and then the other one was like, "Oh well, I know where we can get some if you want to try." And I was like, okay, YOLO, we only live once. And then as it got closer to the event, I started getting real nervous and shit. And then we find out that the girl who was supposed to supply us didn't have none. And I was just like, oh, thank
all that YOLO shit. You living out loud, that shit y'all be doing. I'm talking that you one of those. I'm trying to
God.
tell you.
Comfort in numbers. I felt comfort in numbers. It was three of us. I figured what could go wrong.
Uh-huh. It's called, wait a minute, it's called the Wild and Unnatural Science of PSILOCYBI. And shit, we in this sector. I know y'all take mushrooms and shit. Come out here and explain this mushroom shit.
I don't
You
think these people
motherfuckers do
take
it all.
take. I don't think they take mushrooms. Mushrooms is for a
Huh?
certain kind of. Mushrooms is more for a certain kind of crowd. And I don't think that's what the R. Kelly sector is, and this that's not their jam. They wouldn't be
Wait,
doing that.
hold on. Why you think they wouldn't be doing it?
This sector is more weed,
And boom funk.
Moscato wine, 40-ounce beers. I don't know, Black and Miles. I don't know. They less mushrooms, less pink cocaine. Just, they just more on one side of the equation than the other. Like, I don't think they doing no, like, cool, fun party drugs. I think they just smoking weed and smelling like cigarettes. Shut up, Angie. Leave me alone. Why you trying to make me shame people? Y'all quit smoking them cigarettes. It's bad for your health, okay? It's bad for your for your heart. Okay, I want y'all to get out and do 30 minutes of cardio every week, a couple times a week, so you can live a long time. So leave them cigarettes and the Black and Miles alone.
These people don't do no much.
You can smoke the weed. You can smoke the weed, but don't smoke the cigarettes.
Oh, shit. You done said the people don't do the mushroom. Wait a minute. What kind of people you got to be?
Cause I think you gotta
Okay.
know certain types of people to get like mushrooms, and I don't think that they know them types
You
of
know them
people.
type. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-mm. They tell you where to get a bag
Uh-uh.
of weed. but I don't think they know where to get the mushrooms from. Now, I'm not judging y'all for not knowing. I mean, that's perfectly fine. But
In
Andrew
other
trying to
words,
put all the drugs on y'all. She the one really talking about y'all. I just
I'm
want
telling
y'all
you,
to know,
I
like,
know
we
y'all
definitely
do
do.
shrooms, and you're probably cutting up the shrooms and putting it in the weed.
Oh God. See, I took up for
When
y'all.
you
I said
roll
y'all
it,
don't do shrooms. Angie trying to
and you
put.
do,
Mm-mm.
and you're probably doing meth, and
Okay, I don't even.
and
They not on meth, Angie.
they on meth.
Let me think. If I think it's. Let me see who would strike me as the meth user of the group.
Oh no, this getting worse.
Let me. I'm trying to think. We got some wild people in this sector, but I ain't gonna put meth on them. Let me think about it. Now, I do think we got some older ladies
Which
that had some drug habits back in their younger times. I think we definitely got a couple of them older ladies that they definitely had a spin with the drugs. So I don't know if it was like maybe crack or heroin, but they seem like they probably rehabilitated now. So I'm not trying to put heroin on you ladies because I think that they're clean now. They but there's a couple of them that I would say probably back in the day, yeah,
a little heroin, y'all on a
a
little
little
heroin.
crack or a little
Look,
crack, yeah.
look. Yeah, I can see crack. I can definitely see some crack. But
But back in the
heroin,
day, now
heroin,
I don't think we had no current crackheads. Like we don't think we had no current crack smokers.
the hell of you preach.
I
Mm-mm.
don't think. No, I think. So
Crack.
it's one, two. I'm trying to think of how many. Just
But
you know what?
listen,
It's been kind of quiet, so
we
I can't.
know we know that they were on something because we right now we see the residuals, we see the
Right,
effects
but that's what I'm saying. Back in
of
the day,
what is going on.
when they were a
And
bit younger.
let me try to say, don't let the drugs, alcohol, and heroin get your ass beat.
Oh
Don't
my
do
God.
that.
But I'm saying I think that the hard
Don't
drugs was back in their
do
heyday, like when they were a bit younger. I don't think they actively, smoking crack. And I guess, do you smoke heroin, or I thought you shoot it up, or however you do it. The point, I don't
that.
think they actively doing it. I think they did it when they might have been a little lot younger, and now you know they done put them days
No.
behind. They done gave up that narcotic.
Yeah, they done gave up that narcotic. So you think, right? Because some of them act like they are still on something. I don't
Well,
know
I think
what
that
it, but
that's
it's
what it do
hard
to the
being.
brain. I think that's what it do to the brain after a while. And so
And
even
go ahead,
I was
because
gonna say,
I
so
think
even when you're done with it, it's still messing up your brain because you done already did the damage.
right, right, and we can bring this back to Wendy. So then this is why Wendy
Same applies
has
to Wendy.
exactly. So what is happening is that the fact that you believe that she should be able to live her life and not have any type of, I mean, when when the judge get in, it's pretty much considered government interference. When the judge gets into in, and you get this appointed guardian and all this type of stuff, it just goes up the ladder to where it equates to government interference in your goddamn life, right? I understand that. However, a part of government interference in your life is that when you get diagnosed with um, uh, what is it, aphasia, the dementia, and all this extra
Frontal
shit, or
lobal, yeah, frontal
frontal
frontal lobal of yeah,
aphasia,
frontal
dementia.
aphasia, a full front. I don't know, but I do know that
Yeah,
it's the same thing that uh Demi Moore's ex-husband Bruce Willis has, but like I said,
right.
Bruce Willis is at home in the comfort of his loved ones, and that's the difference for me. I do not. I am against sobering this lady up to have her living in a facility, in a run room facility, and using her money to put her somewhere where she doesn't want to be. Now she's sober. Now she knows that she can't receive phone calls. Now she knows she can't leave out when she wants to. She has to make arrangements to see family. I don't think that that's any way for anybody to live. And being that it's not applied across the board, I don't understand how we can just say it's right for some people and not for the other
Okay,
people. It is.
but
There are crazy
Bruce,
drunk
but
people everywhere. Look at that
her,
that
but
girl that was
her,
over there. Huh?
her condition is due. They're saying it is due to her alcohol and drug abuse.
I,
Bruce Willis, we don't have that. And then hold on,
well,
when
we
she
just don't know. They never told us. But let's
okay,
just
but
but let's just
okay,
say
they never told us, but I'm pretty sure that if Bruce Willis was doing a little toot and a little knocking back,
hmm
like that until we
back
would
in his
know.
heyday too, and then he got clean.
Hey, Daniel, shut up, fool. But my thing is but right now, when she becomes a person that she gets sick enough where, guess what, the government has to fund some kind of way because they behind funding when you think they're not. The funding that you think you just paying your insurance or whatever, even though it may say United Healthcare on the front of it, or Blue Cross and Blue Shield on the front of it, some way the government some kind of way is kicking in dollars to support Blue Cross and Blue Shield and whatever. So it's a cycle, honey. It's a cycle that you're stuck in the middle of. I don't give a damn what it is. It's a whole cycle that you're stuck in the middle of and you can't get out of it. So when they step in and mind you, this didn't happen. Now I'm not even for them separating the different circumstances because you had the financial circumstances that apparently came to light due to little Kevin child. I thought little Kevin was the angel that we all needed.
No, I had
Child,
heard the thing about him spending all that money on Uber Eats. I didn't hear about the yacht. Well, he didn't
Uber
call it a
Eats,
yacht. He said it was a boat. But for $115,000, that was a super
baby,
yacht, a
that's a
mega
yacht.
yacht, the kind that the people who own the Miami Dolphins be on. He needed all of that apparently.
Exactly, because a yacht, it's like in Miami, and for a good one, for the amenities, it's like about 6 or 7 grand. I don't know what he
Maybe
was
a good
trying to
10.
buy.
Maybe a good 10, but for 115, I'm telling you, he had the big dog. There's no way in hell he just had a regular boat.
He had
For 115.
he had one of the military
They didn't even
carriers,
go
honey.
nowhere. It was a 1 day rental. What do you mean 115,000?
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, did he try to buy the boat, or what the fuck is going
You
on?
can sail the Mediterranean seas for 1 day for a good, well, maybe not for the whole because the gas, but I'm just simply saying you really could be somewhere really luxurious for 115,000 in 1 day. I mean,
Right,
that's really
for
outrageous.
a few months. But my thing is no for like a day rental and with the amenities, nice, laid out. People, everywhere on shit. You can get by a good 6 or 7 grand right
And
in my.
you
I
know
mean,
they didn't go nowhere but out in the bay and like they didn't even go nowhere.
right,
That is
right,
crazy. That's
okay.
crazy.
That is
Well,
crazy. Like, that
I
seemed like to
heard that it
me.
was some of his spending that triggered it. And I do understand the
Exactly.
bank's liability standpoint. And I imagine that once he saw his mother showing certain signs, he went in even harder than he would have went in when he knew that
Don't
she
say
was of sober mind. And of a, I don't even know what to
that.
call that mental state other than sober, but hi Dr. Mo. I'm pretty sure that
Oh,
he
ain't no high Dr. Mo now. Go ahead though.
Oh, I tell her what I said. I'm pretty sure that
I know.
he went in a little deeper in his pockets, in her pockets, knowing that she wasn't all there at the time. So I think he definitely took advantage. He was much younger, and when you young and you just think people have money, you think they just have money. You don't think it ever has a bottom. So I get that.
Mm.
But I also, when I heard it, I thought to myself, that's Wendy's only son, and if she want to let him spend up all her money, her only son. Like I don't come from a family where I just don't. Again, I listen. Now, if Kevin Senior was pulling some tricks and taking advantage because he knew Wendy's mental state, I'm strongly against that. But eh, that's her only son. I'd rather her only son be spending up her money than these people force her to live in this facility and have her sober and miserable. I rather that, honestly.
Mm-mm.
Hi, Dr. Mo.
I'm very disappointed in you.
You told me this the first time this conversation came about, but I don't know if you heard what I told. Let me tell you, I don't know if you heard how much did you hear?
I didn't hear anything. I got a urgent message
From
that
who,
said
Angie?
that said you. I'm not gonna say where it came from. I don't have to
What
reveal
a
my.
goddamn narc she is. What the a weirdo, a whole
Ah,
weirdo she is. That's why she
no,
coming
all
around
I
here.
said, I'm gonna tell you what I said. I said just V disagrees. What I say? Just V disagrees with us. I put us
Yeah.
in it.
I agree.
Us.
I agree with most things. Most say I don't hardly agree with nothing you say, but
Yeah.
what I said is this. I said that I will credit the medical intervention that she has had
Mhm.
to get her through this point. Obviously, it's worked. Obviously, she's sober and she's of a more fluid mind. I get that and I accept that. My problem with it is you sober this lady up, you put her in treatment. The idea of medical treatments is so that you get better. It's not to keep, I mean, though some people have, obviously issues that have to be taken care of for a lifetime. But the point is, you're supposed to get better. Now that she is better, now that she is more lucid, I think that it is a poor quality of life to have her have to be in this facility, have to have she's paying for her to be in a facility in a place that she doesn't want. So now she's of sober mind, which is good. But then she also realizes how unhappy she is, how miserable she is, and it's a poor quality of life that she doesn't want, but she's being forced to.
You went out.
Yeah, she went out on my side too.
No, before you get started, Mo,
Was over
she is.
there in that was over there. What country was that lady in? And then she went to Dubai and got locked up. Like she was traveling all around the Middle East.
Oh yeah, that lady the
Yeah,
lady last
and she's
week.
clearly nuts. She's clearly nuts. I don't see nobody going to lock her away. It's not applied around the
I
board.
don't know her.
If she, you know her, if
You
she
do
can
know
go
her. She was the one
international,
Thomas said she was gonna marry and she wasn't gonna leave until they gave her all this money overseas with those eyebrows
she
looking
was
like
funny.
those
Oh,
eyebrows looking like stick men.
Oh my god, she said it is expensive to talk.
Yeah.
oh,
She
Listen,
turned them people every which way but loose over there.
she catfished some young boy and went to his country and showed up. And then his family was like, "Oh hell to the no!" So she camped out in the parking lot and said she wasn't leaving without her husband. He was like
Yeah.
19. She like
oh,
35.
And those
oh,
people work with her. They work with her
Yes.
so good. I mean, they did better than what we would have done here in the United States because they were taking her to the McDonald's and she was eating everything she could
And she
buy.
was telling him, "Shut up! You talk too much." Like,
Yeah, no, don't you talk. Leave you get out here. And oh, they're gonna I'm gonna hire personal security. I'm gonna pay y'all $100,000 a week. And all I mean,
it was a mess.
but her son did say they contacted her son. Her son said she does have serious mental health issues, as we can see. And that I know they brought her back over, but I think that
No,
she's
they
in
didn't bring her back over. I think she's still in Dubai. That
no.
when they finally got her arranged for her to go home, however they arranged it or got her to concede or whatever,
Yeah,
she had a layover in Dubai. But instead of laying over like a normal
she
person,
showed off
she
over
took
there
her
too.
crazy ass outside. And as soon as I saw that, I was thinking to myself, girl, them people in
And
Dubai
that's
will
not the
not play with
place.
you. They
Yeah,
will
that's not the
arrest
place to play
you.
around.
They
Mm-mm,
will not, they don't play. And then all that disrespecting men, like they don't play all of that. Like you could be
mm-hmm.
peaceful or else.
Yeah.
And so they said that when she was outside, I don't know if she was outside the airport. I'm not even sure how far she made it, but they said that when she was smoking like on the street,
No, they
that
don't
that
do
is
that.
that is against Dubai law. So the
Yes.
last I heard, she was detained but not arrested.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know if she's still over there. I haven't heard any more updates. This
I
was
don't
weeks
either.
ago.
She's regretting that for sure. I hope
Her
that
name is
they
Onija
that's who
Robertson.
it is, Robinson. I knew it was Robinson.
Hmm. But yeah, but my point is she's nuttier than a fruitcake. And she was able to take it international and nobody's locking her away. And when she come home, they still not gonna lock her away. So I'm strongly against Wendy having worked her whole life for people to say, okay, Wendy, you nuttier than a free fruitcake too. And so we need to lock you up and you need to pay for it with your own money. And then what? When her money runs out, then what, she gotta go to a government facility? Like some
Mm.
sort of state-run thing that's low budget and not even nice enough for them to justify why they're doing it anymore. Because part of what they're doing is saying it's luxurious, and so it's sufficient, but it's not sufficient. No one wants to live like that. If it's about the money, make it about the money. But until they start locking up every drunk, every alcoholic, every mental patient, I'm not for it. I'm just not. I don't think it's fair to her.
Let me chime in. and I would
Go
say some of what you say, I understand why you have that perspective. And I'm not saying, and I've said multiple times that I do think that any areas of freedom that can be granted to her that are appropriate for her health condition, I think they should be given to her 100%. I don't think you should, you know, treat somebody like they're an infant or remove their freedoms unnecessarily. But at times you do need to do so for their to protect somebody's own safety. Now, what we're talking about here though, even though like you're talking about the lady that went over to Dubai and all of that, right? But we're talking about two different types of conditions. One is a mental health condition. One are multiple health conditions that could definitely impact her, and it could certainly come down to life or death. One, we're not just talking about, so the mental health part of it would be if she has the anxiety part of it, any depression parts of it, the substance abuse parts of it. That would be mental health condition. But then her substance abuse got so severe that it had a permanent impact on her physical health also. So now we have other things that are on her physical health. So she has frontal lobe atrophy, and that means she has actual physical brain deterioration that can be seen. I mean, I'm sure if we were to see the outcomes of that, and with that, depending upon what parts of the brain are damaged or what have you, while she may be able to function in a lot of different ways, there are other parts of the brain that may not function, which would be things like decision making, risk taking behavior, that sort of thing, that will put her in a space that she should not be out roaming around freely without some sort of help or support 24/7. As well as aphasia is what they've talked about, which is essentially, a version of dementia. We would not want our family member, we all know that it gets to a point where that family member is kind of right between the cusp of where some family members are starting to pick up on, something isn't right. They're starting to wander off every now and again, and you don't know where you may find them. Like there are things that can
Excuse me,
transpire.
hold on. Angie, I'm gonna need you to cease and desist, okay, with your bullshit. Please continue, Dr. Mo. Please continue, Dr. Mo.
Not mushrooms.
I just wanted to make sure I get some context because people might not understand.
That's why I don't come over to this ghetto place, Dr. Mo. It's why.
See, and I'm sorry that she's treating you that way because we're trying to have a decent conversation.
Well, I just thought I might want to fill everybody in on what's going on. Now, I didn't make this up.
That's defamation. That's defamation.
You see what I'm saying?
She the one talking about with YOLO and all that kind of shit. When she was up here, we was talking about buying the mushrooms.
I told her about one time that I
Nice and
kind of got peer pressured into agreeing to do some mushrooms. And then when it got close to the time to do it, I got nervous. But then we found out that the supplier didn't have any mushrooms. So then I didn't have to do no mushrooms.
You were off the hook. But there's a lot of research on that now.
I tried to tell her.
The mushrooms.
No, like that's the biggest area. That's the biggest area of drug research that they're trying to open up now, because there's a lot of research that says that for people with PTSD and certain things that it is absolutely effective, and a lot of veterans want access to it. There are a lot of states who have now opened up at least the research end of it. If not, it's going to end up possibly going in the same direction as medical marijuana, in that it'll be medically prescribed, because there are therapeutic dosages that are used.
I see. I told her all about microdosing, and she tried to lump me in with people who do heroin.
Yeah, she tried to really besmirch your name.
That's what she does.
What I'm saying, when I'm saying is before you saying what you just said and whatever, I said, but seem like to me, they keep hollering about all this fentanyl, and I know it's a problem. I said, but something just tells me about them goddamn mushrooms. It's fixing to take over. It seems like everybody got them. Like,
I just hope they don't put fentanyl in them. That's all I hope.
I didn't know. I just said that just out of gist and whatever. And now y'all come filling in something. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's real.
Finish telling her.
While I'm telling her about that, I just want you to be in your phone. I want you to Google a little bit psychedelic therapies and see what comes. You'll see plenty of news articles, research articles, the whole night. It's a really big thing right now in the news, and even in politics. They've been trying to push it through with some congressional bills just to open it up for research, and there's some back and forth on that. So What I was saying to you, just V, is when you're talking about somebody who has permanent damage to their brain. Of course, we cannot see it, and there'll be plenty of times where they might speak in a way that we feel like that person isn't too bad. But then there are other times where, for instance, a lot of things that one of the things that can happen with dementia is that they do what we call sundowning. If you're familiar with dementia, where they get to a point like they might be all in the morning, they're a little off, right? It takes them a while to fully orient, know who's who, what's what, that sort of thing. Then once they get settled into the day, they might remember you all day long, and they know be able to go to the bathroom by themselves, and they might walk around in the backyard by themselves, that sort of thing, with no issue. But at any time during the day, they could start what we call sundowning, which is when their brain is pretty much it's gotten tired for the day and is no longer functioning correctly. And at those sorts of times, they might become immediate, like out of nowhere. They thought they were going to the grocery store when they were feeling good, and now you find them on the side of the road or at the store, totally confused. Who are you? What's going on? That sort of stuff. You never know when those moments are going to happen. And unless you're a person who's been around that person quite a bit, or their health condition, you would look at them and be like, it's nothing wrong. When I was over there, for lunch, they were doing perfectly fine. And then the person who's their caregiver is like, yeah, they had a rough day right after you left. They started sundowning, and therefore it would have not been safe for that same person to have been unsupervised or to be just allowed to walk down to the gym, or whatever the case may be. So many times these assisted living facilities will have certain floors for people who have dementia, that sort of thing, because they're known for wandering off or doing things, going into other people's rooms. Sometimes agitation is a big part of it that can happen. A lot of times their personality will shift. Again, you go to sleep overnight, wake up in the morning, and maybe they're still in a bad place for that day, or maybe they're all the way back to where they need to be, right? So I think it is very good for us to look at, hold on one second.
While you're getting that together, I am not arguing that she does not have some brain damage. We talked earlier about how I think all sorts of like hardcore drugs, and Wendy had other problems other than alcohol. She's admitted to having drug problems and being in a rehab when she still had her show.
Yeah.
So I understand fully that she probably has some brain damage. But my point is there's lots of people with brain damage. Listen, there are lots of people with brain damage that are walking around freely. And how how is this applied? Because it seemed to just be applied to people with money who don't want to go into treatment. Because everybody else is walking around free. Like I said, Elijah made it all the way to the Middle East. No one's going to lock her up when she comes back. You can say that her stuff is just mental and it's not physical damage, but the results are the same. She also has questionable decision making. Like we're not applying it all across the board. The government is not going door to door, checking on people's addictions, checking on people's mental health, and saying, "Hey, you don't seem like you can make decisions for yourself. I gotta lock you up." It's not happening.
I
They didn't
disagree.
go around to Bruce Willis's house and pick him up when they found out he had the same disease. He has the same degenerative disease. Nobody went around his house to get him.
Okay, but you're
Exactly.
talking about two different. Like, let me get here. One, you're talking about one of the things that you said is not accurate. Just because we don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. I don't mean it harm. You go into any nursing home or any assisted living facility, and you will see multiple people who are there, quote, against their will. They don't want to
Yes,
be
hold,
there.
hold, hold
I
on.
had,
No, let me also say this. My sister actually does. I ain't gonna say she does home health. She owns her own, her own. Sorry, not home health. Sorry, her own assisted living facility. She just
mm-hmm,
opened her second place, which is a complete lockdown facility, specifically
mm-hmm,
for the kind of people we're talking about.
yeah,
I have been around those people for a large part of my life because my sister's older than me, and when she first went into nursing, this is what she wanted to do. So I've been
mm-hmm.
around a lot of her patients. The problem is there's a huge difference between someone who does not know where they are and someone who knows where they are. They sober Wendy up. Now she's aware of how she's living, and she's not okay. Like you're assuming that she's sundowns and she has all those issues, but until we see that, I don't know that. I know that they sobered up Wendy. And she seems okay right now. Did they probably find some damage of her brain? Absolutely. But now that she's sober and she's doing better, she sounds lucid. If she
At
gets to the
those
point where
moments,
she's like
though.
my sister's patient, we can revisit it.
Yeah, but here, let me just go a little further. So, one, we do not know what's on that medical documentation, right? I'm just saying that this is behavior that can happen, and that it is not uncommon for individuals with her condition to be okay during certain hours of the day or during certain times or periods where you're speaking with her. She's also not fully okay because she's not, like you said, you can tell that there is a difference in that, Wendy. But I'm saying that we don't know when those moments do occur or if they have occurred. And if they have occurred, then a medical professional is absolutely going to be within their rights to make recommendations that will keep that person from hurting themselves. We also have additional physical issues that Wendy has. We know she has the condition with her legs. She has what's the condition with her thyroids. She has a number of compounding conditions and medications and things that may be at play that could absolutely reach that level that a doctor says, or a medical professional of whatever types say, this is not a person who can be or should be by themselves. And if somebody leaves them that way, now we have an adult protective services issue, which gets me to her son. If the rumor is true, and Wendy has confirmed that her son was a part of, now she'll still love her son, but that is still a form of abuse. If you have someone, for instance, my grandfather passed not too long ago, about a year or so ago. Well, about a year and a half, 2 years now, right? He passed away. The money that he had when he was still with it all, that money is supposed to stay where that is and be used for his care or things that contribute directly to his care. We did not just say, well, he got it. He out of his mind now. So let's just go on in that bank account and start spending and pulling money out left, right, and sideways because he's not going to know the difference, or it's going to be more difficult for that to happen. That would be a form of abuse. And so if her son, and she said that he did do that, was going to the bank and taking out big chunks of money, that is a reason why they would absolutely keep him, or at least create some level of distance, or at least also can sometimes point out, I've had to do it with some family members, just so you know, I'm a mandated reporter. If you continue to do that, or if I find out that you are doing that, I have to report it to the police. I have to do that. And if I don't want that to happen and you're not changing that behavior, then I'm going to have to do that. In which case, what would I rather do? I'd rather him to be away from her money or separated from that than to him to be in jail and her to truly be devastated because he's misusing that money. I'm not saying we don't know enough yet to know exactly I want to see the medical documentation. I've said that before. I want to see.
I don't think you're going to get to see the medical documentation.
I don't think we'll be able to see it until after she's gone. But I think at the same time,
well, that'd be even shittier. You wait till the woman dead and then just blast all her business all over the place. That's terrible.
Yeah, because I don't think anybody's going to be able to get to it before then. I don't think that judge is going to get to the point to say, well, the media wants to know enough, so go ahead and put her private health care information. I don't think that, and I don't think that a lawyer or anybody is going to be able to get somebody to do that. So it wouldn't be available until she would possibly be, deceased, which would be awful. But I want to see that documentation but I will say this, based upon my work experiences, my life experience, my education, that I could see when we talk about beyond a reasonable doubt, I can see a very reasonable set of circumstances that could cause what we're currently seeing. I also cannot help but see so many of the behaviors, the patterns with the things that I'm doing when I'm listening and watching Wendy. I'm looking for certain criteria, and she's meeting all of it for things that I would say, okay, well, in that circumstance, I know that it can get to that point where it does need to have this level of intervention or this level of restriction, especially if you have somebody who has gone through as many facilities as she has and quite frankly been kicked out of them.
Well, okay, just two. We don't know that it's been that many. Now, come on now, let's not get too extreme here. It's been two. There was the first.
No, I'm talking about over her life. Over her lifetime. She's been in and out of substance abuse facilities her whole off and on throughout her life. She was going, even at one point towards the end when she was in her show, they said she was driving back and forth to and from a
Yeah,
facility.
she talked
She's
about
been in
that.
a
But why did
lot
you
of
say
facilities
and
recently.
kicked out? Why did you
Yeah,
say and kicked out?
yeah. So if she's
But
I
been
never
in
heard
all
that.
of these different facilities, these facilities are not just taking her
I
willy
never heard she
nilly.
was kicked out of a place. I do remember when she talked on her show about going back and forth to the sober living facility. That's how I found out that she had problems with the toot toot. I didn't know that about her. Honestly, I never knew she was an alcohol. She had such problems with alcohol until I saw that Where's Wendy documentary.
Oh
Made
no,
me
that
mad.
came out. That was always, those rumors were always going around, even when she was on the show, that people would always, you know how she would always just drop her little cough drop in her tea or whatever. Well, allegedly it wasn't always tea in those cups.
uh-uh.
Some of the guests used to go on over the years and would come, like they'd get mad at her, and so a lot of people would then discredit whatever they were saying, of course, because they'd be mad. Oh, she's always drunk on the show anyway. But there's been multiple people who said that, and now even some of her production have said that they would find her at time she'd come in, she'd already be drunk. They found alcohol in the bag, so on and so
Wow.
forth. And she's been having drug issues since she was on the radio, before we even knew her face.
And and listen, I don't doubt for a minute that there was a whole lot of behavior that was going on leading up to Wendy in this position. I don't doubt that at all. I believe that everything that these people thought they saw was definitely going on and wasn't exaggerated. Because I mean, she got to the point where she couldn't even be on her own show for the most part, and that wasn't because of no lymphedema in her leg. So I
Mm-hmm.
get all of that, but I damage to the brain or not, like I said, there's people with damage to the brain. If she were, even if this was just about if it's about the money, make it about the money, monitor the money. But even if it was just about her being a drug addict and an alcoholic, if she went to rehab and came out and she relapsed, they're not going to lock her away. They're not going to force her to go back to rehab. It's
It's true.
unfortunately part.
That's true. But I think if we look at it, there has to, what all I'm saying is that there has to be something in that medical documentation and a treatment plan and a recommendation from doctors that are saying, because of whatever conditions that she has, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 100, that she is not safe to be living independently. And the other thing is that those other people that we sometimes see, still out and about, you don't know if Adult Protective Services has been knocking at their doors 5 days out of the week trying to get to them. They just haven't. Or because if you do have family or other people who are willing to or able to be around you and provide you the level of care that is humane, they would allow that. But if they're saying, hey, all of the people around her, we cannot ensure her safety because she will pay them to go and get her alcohol, which could be deadly to her. The people that are around her, she would kick them out, or whatever the case may be, which we know those things have happened. Like, if those things happen, then they're like, okay, well, ma'am, and when Angie can probably speak to this as well. I've been in those courtrooms where I have tried to work with that patient. I've tried to work with that student, whoever it is, and the judge has tried to give them all these different chances, and they pretty much step them up into levels of restriction that have to be put into place, and they'll let them know, look, if this happens again, we're going to have to go up another level to keep you safe. Okay, you did it again. Then we had to take it up one more level. They're going to keep stepping it up until you comply if it's something that's going to cause you to be at risk. And then you have that brain issue. Now, I don't want Angie to get started on this stuff because I'm talking real science here. Frontal lobe. She has frontal lobe atrophy, meaning that the front part of her brain is damaged. Parts of it are not even there. What does the frontal lobe manage? Planning, decision making, problem solving, controlling your emotions, which she just said herself on the Breakfast Club interview, which I picked up on. She said, I can change emotions like the drop of a hat. I can start crying like the drop of a hat. And we see her do that. Sometimes it'll be like she almost starts crying and then she pops right back. That is common. Speech production, motor
No,
skills.
I do that. I
No,
do that.
then you compound all of that on top of, and we are looking at it from the outside, from these small glimmers of when she's with it. to the level that she can be. You compound that with the fact that now you got somebody who already has motor skill issues, problem solving, decision making. How do you help keep a person like that from going out there and drinking when they don't have that decision making ability and they're not thinking about the fact that literally one sip and you're done? You know,
Alcoholics are a part of life. I'm not condoning her drinking herself to death, but who decides that Wendy Williams can't be an alcoholic like everybody else as an alcoholic? Like all of us know
Lord,
a
honey.
real alcoholic. Who decides that she can't be an alcoholic? Who decides that she worked her whole life for somebody to then intervene and tell her, no, you can't be an alcoholic. You have
that's
to
not
live in
what.
this
That's
expensive
not what.
facility and you have to pay for it out of your own money. And then when you're flat broke, then we'll find some other kind of cheap, cheesier place, and you can go there, and you still can't be. I don't know. This is not normal. Um, this is just not normal things that the government does.
Yeah, it's not normal circumstances.
It's
Yeah.
not applied broadly. It's applied here and there, and it seems to only be the celebrities. I don't hear nobody else who doesn't have any money crying that their loved one is in a guardianship and they're trying to get out and they can't get free. I never hear no regular people, poor people. I never hear that. This applies specifically to wealthy people, and they are then go tell them, oh, we don't like how you have chosen to live your life. We don't like the habits that you've picked up. We don't like that you want to be an addict and you're not free to be one. When all of these other people are free to be an addict, it does not seem fair. And I feel like if she had tried to kill somebody, if she damn near burned her house down, if she had done this, if she did some real serious damage to herself or to other people, other than just being drunk and completely out of her mind and wanting to snatch off her wig, that would be different. And if she, as long as she knows where she is and she knows she's unhappy, I'm always gonna have a problem with it. If it gets to the point where she don't even know where she is and it don't really matter, well then yeah, it could be revisited. But for right now, she knows where she is and she knows she's miserable. And I don't
But
feel
you
like somebody's life earnings should be used to dictate how unhappy they get to be in life. It doesn't
you
seem
don't get to
fair.
no, but I think what you're doing sometimes though a little bit what I think people are doing in general, like what I'm saying, there's holistic. We have many comorbid conditions. We also only get to see the glimpse of them at that time. They might not be trying to just keep her from the alcohol, right? That's not. I'm not saying that's exclusively the only reason why they have her there. I'm saying that that is one element of it that gets factored into the treatment plan. You don't treatment plan for someone and just go off of the one condition if they have 10. You have to try to see if you can manage all of them. She has several. We see she's riding around in a scooter. At times she cannot walk. There are other factors that so she's also a slip and fall risk, right? Just
So are a
naturally
lot of
because
people. You
I,
don't have to be in a
listen,
conservatorship because you need a wheelchair.
I get it, but I'm saying when that doctor or when that team looks holistically at all of the different factors, they're like, okay, she's a risk for alcohol, but that doesn't rise to the level of being restrictive. She's a risk at falling, but that doesn't rise to the level. Like, and then it all keeps so on and so forth, keeps compounding one on top of each other. It can rise to that level where they're like, this person is not safe to be alone. They start looking all around for who's the people around her that are can be trusted by the courts to do what they need to do to help her and be there for her or whatever the case may be, or even the people that we have who don't have anyone at all. Just because we have not seen someone in a guardianship does not mean that that does not happen. I know a friend of mine right now, her brother has Down syndrome and he is in a guardianship, right? For totally different things. Again, a totally different life circumstances. And he doesn't have any money. He's on Medicaid, right?
But
That
Down syndrome is different, though. We understand that those type of people might not have the mental capacity at any point in life to care for
listen,
themselves.
Jeff.
So
All right, I'm about to call you Just Levi because you keep moving the goalposts. My
no,
point,
I'm not moving the goalposts.
my point. You're saying that it only seems to happen to rich people, and I will say in the
well, no,
media,
I did agree
absolutely.
with
But
that. I did say that, and that's what I meant. What I'm saying to you, though, is of course there are people with developmental issues that never developed fully. So from the beginning, since inception, they've needed extra care. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about people with addictions and people with mental illness and people with brain atrophy. They running all around, and nobody's locking them up and putting them in guardianships. That does not apply to people who have special needs and they've had them all their life. I'm not talking about that. That's completely different to me.
It's not, because they still have function issues with their life that puts their safety at risk wherever they come. That's the equivalent of, God forbid, if one of us later on in life we develop some sort of you know mental health condition or dementia or whatever the case may be, and we're no longer safe. That's not to say, well, you don't need the same thing because you didn't have special needs your whole life. You can't move the goalposts like that. If they are, my point is only this, and I don't know why we can't just acknowledge that there could be a set of circumstances, and we do not have the medical documentation that we need. We do not know if she did almost catch her kitchen on fire once before. We don't know all of the things that led up. All we know is that Wells Fargo is the one that pulled the trigger that actually started this process, but it also had to be compounded. The judge had to be able to look at everything across the board, the same way that they do almost with criminals. They have to do a full, what we would call a home study, where people are involved and inside of that house, looking around and also looking at the environment, looking at who's around her, all of that stuff, and saying, what is the circumstances here? And then they put that before the judge. I've had to do those. I can't even say how many times in my life where I'm going in and they would pay me. I don't know this person at all. I wasn't involved, because they always like to have an unbiased party who can go in. I would go into that household sometimes for weeks at a time, and I'm trying to find out who are all of the people in this person's life. What's their condition? I will pop up and see them at night sometimes. I got to pop up and see them during the day sometimes. I got to pop up and see them at work. I have to do all of these, see them in all these different environments and gather all of this different information from different people to make a determination of, is this person well enough to do X, Y, and Z that they're asking the court to allow them to do. And whether people agree with that or not, or what the reasonings, but the fact of the matter is that I could go and see them at 12 o'clock in the day in their home, go to their work, and the people are saying, yeah, well, they're pulling me aside going, just so you know, the other day, she couldn't remember how to log into her computer. And we helped her do it, but we've been noticing that happening a lot. Now, the family doesn't even know that that's taking place at all. I'm getting that because I'm going into all of these different circumstances at all these different places. And then I go over to talk to the doctor, and the doctor gives me a report to say, here's what we recommend and here's what's going on. And then I go over here and see them at 10 o'clock at night, and they're out of the head, roaming around in the backyard. Like you're looking, I think a lot of people are making their decisions based upon one component. And I'm telling you that this is it's not likely, it's 100% guaranteed, because that's required for a guardianship, that there are multiple factors at play, and that we also cannot downplay the factors, at least that we are looking at.
That's not Keller. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, that's Kevin Davis. Oh, is Kevin Davis the same person?
Angie has dementia.
You understand? No, I don't. I'm saying I'm being funny. I was like, hey, Kevin, because he comes in here supporting Just B. I mean, Keller. Who else will support Just B? That's what I meant.
People like me, Angie. I don't know what your problem is, lady.
Right.
Anywho,
I
understand what you're saying, and like I said, I've been around a lot of people with dementia. I know how bad it can be. But what if? I think you're assuming that there has to be a lot worse behavior, and I'm saying maybe there isn't.
And if there isn't,
because I don't know that there's constant evaluation of her situation. I don't think that they put her in there and that they're constantly reevaluating.
Well, they're going to do another one now.
Well, yeah, and I hope, and I'm anticipating hearing the results. But my thing is, she exhibited the behavior to get herself in this situation. I understand that and I accept that. But now that she's better, I don't feel like it has been reevaluated, and it's only to be assumed that she's having all these days. What if 7 days a week, the Wendy that calls into the radio is the Wendy that they have? And maybe in time, she might not be as lucid. Maybe she might
degenerate. You're right.
Degenerate, right? Continue to degenerate. Maybe, but maybe when if the Wendy that's calling in is the Wendy that's there, right? There's none of this other behavior that you're speaking of. But as time goes by, she gets worse. Then I think things can be reevaluated and reassessed. But right now, I'm saying with the only evidence that I've seen, I haven't seen the charts either. She seems lucid enough that she knows where she is and she's miserable and she's unhappy. And whether she's a drunk or an alcoholic or she got lymphedema, she doesn't have any more issues than a lot of other people have. And I don't understand why anybody has to be so sober and forced into that situation. It just doesn't seem fair. And and again, because it's so, sparsely applied. I'm not talking about people who needed extra care from birth. I'm just saying in situations like this, it just doesn't seem fair to me. And I don't think it ever will. I got to see Wendy doing some real whacked out stuff first. Hi, Karen Johnson.
Hey, Carolyn.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah,
ma'am.
All right.
Karen Johnson. I
Um,
don't think I've ever spoke with you before. So hi.
hi.
That's my girl
Hello.
Karen Johnson. That's my girl
She
Karen
ain't your
Johnson.
girl. You talk
I
about
had.
Yes,
everybody. Karen Johnson. She was talking about you right before you hit the link.
that's a
Oh,
goddamn lie.
I,
She said you do heroin. Matter of fact, she said everybody in the sector do a little heroin,
Oh,
a little
wow.
crack.
oh no. I've never even smoked marijuana. So I'm a real boy.
Okay, I did not say that's my girl. Okay, I
Stand up for
understand,
yourself,
Johnson.
Karen. Stand
At
up for
this,
She's
at
one of,
yourself.
this
she's one of the straight and narrow.
late age in life, I still haven't even smoked marijuana. But I'm not an expert definitely on Wendy's situation, and I pray that she gets the help that she needs.
Mm-hmm.
But living here in Atlanta, Georgia, I know it's a lot of people. Speaking of Jess V, what she's saying, there's a lot of people. I have one of my cousin's daughters that I raised since she was 2, and she's schizoaffective. She's
Mm-hmm.
31, and I see them cycle her in and out the hospital. Definitely she doesn't believe she needs the medicines, and it seems like her
Mm-hmm.
brain is getting worse. But nobody is escalating on her behalf in the medical community to get her the help she needs. So it's almost like a game of Russian roulette that she's constantly playing with her life.
Mm-hmm.
Like she gets out, she goes in, stays a week, they let her right out. Then she busts out the windows out of her apartment, come out,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of things. So I know there's a lot of people here in Atlanta where people aren't getting the help that they need for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it's she's been, diagnosed and she's gets a disability check, she gets Medicaid, but they don't look like they're really trying to help everybody that needs the help.
Mm-hmm.
So I know she's young, she doesn't have all the combination of things that Wendy has, and Wendy is kind of some of hers is self-induced, and the other part with her walking. But I know there's a lot of people here in Atlanta, Georgia, laying out on the street
Mm-hmm.
downtown where I used to work. And it's like no help for them, I guess, because they've closed so many facilities down where people can get mental help. So I guess she doesn't have the right money to get her the assistance that she needs. So she just kind of, it's almost like they're waiting for her to do something to either have herself incarcerated or end her life.
Yep.
So I wish there was some ways for me to find out some ways to get her some help here in Atlanta.
And you know what, Karen, thank you for sharing that. And I pray for your family. But that's the same thing. And I'll try my best to contain myself with this whole topic because I know I brought it up the very first time I talked about it with Angie. I'm in the same situation. I know Funky Dineva has talked about it. If people follow him
Mm-hmm.
on his channel, that he has a brother who also has a significant mental health issue and is constantly this in and out, in and out. And he's like, I'm literally just waiting to get this devastating call, kind of situation. And I actually had the actual friend that I had in my life. I was not a Wendy Williams fan at first. I knew who she was, but I didn't follow her. I didn't watch her show. And the friend that I got found, and we met in 2010, and he loved Wendy. I mean, Wendy was his end all be all, right? He loved him some Wendy. And he put me on her, so I ended up starting watching, and then I started liking it myself. He passed away in New York for under very, very similar circumstances where he
Mhm.
had drank so much at one point. Like he already had previously had anxiety, depression, normal, was able to function. The alcohol got so bad that he then had, of course, substance abuse disorder. And then he ended up also experiencing aphasia,
Mhm.
pancreatic condition, all of these things just started failing. And he would also be this back and forth, in and out of the hospital. The doctors told him flat out, you drink again, you are gone. Like you cannot do it. He continued to do it for several months, close to a year thereafter, in and out of rehab. They can't force him to go to rehab. We're trying to find ways, both close to him and afar, He had family. They, everybody still had to work. A whole lot happened. And literally, he passed away
Mm.
because we could not. And we were trying to fight. And I even contacted his family, one of the family members I was close to after this whole situation. And I said, it's so triggering a bit for me to even listen to the Wendy stuff because it's so much, it aligns so similarly to him. And I said, God knows, I prayed that they would have allowed us to do a guardianship for him. He did not meet the severity of criteria that they needed there in
Yeah.
order to do it. And like you said, he also he didn't have that same level of money. Whereas some things you can jump through, and Angie, you might be able to speak to this. Some things when you have the money and you're not having to use these services, these community services to fund it, the judge will say, sure, if they can fund it themselves, sure, you can go and be in a different type of facility, or yeah, you can go to a fancy rehab instead of the one that's at with the county or what have you. And he didn't have that. He was using Medicaid and all that because he had lost all his jobs, he had everything, and he literally was in the same space. He started being like, he stumbled, he couldn't walk around as much, and it kept getting worse and worse. And we're literally saying like he does need to be protected from alcohol because literally they found him laying out in the street before, having seizures, in hotel rooms that they walk in because they're trying to kick him out and they find that he's not even conscious. Stuff like that would be happening. And when he was sober, when he would go into rehab for 3 or 4 months and be on the phone, it almost felt like there's a glimmer of my friend back.
Yeah.
Within 24 hours of him being back out, I'm like, can y'all please keep him? Can we get him back in there? Because he's not safe. And I can understand. And like his mom, up until the moment that he even passed or the weeks before he passed, was also like, he was fine. He's fine. He's fine. I just saw him. He's good. He should be back out here. He doesn't need to be in there. He wants to come out. Let him come out, so on and so forth. Or she'd be like, oh, he says he just wants a little shot bottle of alcohol. That's all he drank today. Well, that's, there's this kind of constant situation, and he didn't have the funds to put him in a guardianship. I tell you right now, I pray. Of course, I can't change what happened, but if I had the choice all over again, and we could have been able to fund and get him into that same facility that she's living in, we would have rather had him there and at least still be able to hear his voice. And yeah, he was always going to tell you when he was in rehab how miserable it was and how it was worse than being on the street. And it was this, and oh my gosh, I'm so horrible. They're keeping me caged up. They didn't let me do this. He would say that the entire time, but it was whatever he could say to try to get out of that facility so he could go and do those same things again.
Yeah, it gets dangerous. And I know my family member, she now has, me and my husband have plenty of room here at our home for her.
Mm-hmm.
And I did have her from the time she was 2 to the age of 16. And then her mental illness came in around 18.
Mm-hmm.
But now she has kids. So that's what
Oh,
has
wow.
me engaged with her, because I have to literally, I'm like, now you go down to this hospital and they have a documented record of your mental illness, and they let you walk about this hospital with this infant.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so many people falling through the cracks here in Atlanta.
Yep.
So I'm like, so back in August, she had a baby and left. And then shortly afterwards, I don't know if the hormonal changes for giving birth, along with her mental illness, just triggers it even worse. So she comes here, poor baby's tired, and I'm like, okay, she's not leaving with this baby. So she goes out and I can just jump in the car with a stranger. So me and my husband have to get the baby from our arm. And we kind of live, I'll say, in a prejudiced neighborhood area. So she calls the police, we call the police. So that was the first time of all these years of me trying to help her that she's actually hit me. But we could not let her leave with the baby because she was about to get in the car with a stranger. So it's frustrating, when you love someone and you wish you could find them some help, but they don't have the right, the right type of monies to get the help that they need. So I'm like, I see a lot of people that's out here suffering, and I wish they were just as attentive as they are to Wendy. But I guess she has the money to get her in the best facilities. But I wish they did a little bit more, and I can assure you, probably with the president we have, she's not standing a chance anytime in the near future of getting any better here than what she's getting right now.
Yeah.
Karen Johnson, let me just say I'm sorry to hear about your niece, and I do hope that y'all can
Thank you.
find. I mean, I don't even know what the words would, but be just a better situation for her. You
Hmm.
know, I do, and I don't think it's that Wendy has the money to be in the nicest facilities. I think it's because she has money that they are willing to intervene on her life at all. They're
Hmm.
willing to go to court and mandate certain things for her that they don't mandate for the average person, and that's my problem with Wendy being locked up. This
Yeah.
isn't. This is, and like you're saying that your niece is a clear threat to herself.
Hmm.
We don't even really know how. I mean, she might be, she might not be, and I question. I just question. I don't know who is it to say what quality of a life somebody has to have. I don't know
Mhm.
if you were here earlier. I shared that my father was an alcoholic, and I mean he
Hmm.
was a real alcoholic. He didn't just drink a lot. He was an alcoholic. Okay,
Hmm.
and he eventually got to the point where whenever he would come and visit, and I would go pick him up and things like that. Getting out of the car, he would collapse. I've had to call 911. I've had to try to beg for them to just keep him in the hospital for a couple of days so that they could sober him up. And they told me there's nothing wrong with me. I said, "What's wrong with him? He's just an alcoholic." That's literally what the hospital told me. And I said, "Well, he fell and he hit his head. Normal people don't walk around falling and collapsing and hitting their head." So I'm not condoning that it's good for someone to be able to live on their own and do what they want to do for themselves. I just question who's to say what quality of life a person has to live or should live. My neighbor stopped taking his blood pressure medicine and ended up dying from a heart attack. He started getting sick first with the blood pressure. It continues to go downhill from there, and he died. He
Yeah.
he he was of sound mind. He was working full time. He chose to not take his blood pressure medicine. The government didn't come and lock him up and say, "Hey, you're not making proper health." And this is, I'm sorry, this is also a little bit different than the situation you described. I think you obviously see a threat. I'm just saying in general, like with my neighbor, no one came and told him you're not making proper health decisions for yourself. You're lowering your quality of life. We must now lock you away. No, he was able to decide he didn't want to take his blood pressure medicine, and in less than a year, he was dead.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
that's an ethical. That is an ethical dilemma in the field. You know, it's right up there with people who, uh, who was it? Was it Dr. Kevorkian? Was that who that was?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Back then,
Mm-hmm.
you know, that
That
same
was
sort of
him.
ethical dilemma. Where do you keep people alive when they're saying, "Hey, take me"? You know, I don't want to live under these circumstances anymore. Do you keep them on a ventilator? Do you not? These are things that are not exact science, and I'm with you on that debate, right? That part of it, and even some of the stuff with Wendy. My thing is, and I think even what me and Angie both are saying is the same way that you say maybe she is a danger and maybe she's not. For me, I don't hear enough to be able to say, to me, in order to say come on out, I would definitely want to know definitively that that's not what we're putting her out there in. You know, like sending her out there to the wolves, similar to what Karen has been describing. If we're going to send her out there, because I don't mean harm right now, and Angie and I were talking about this. A lot of people want her out so that they can see what she's going to say about Diddy or whoever
No,
else.
I don't care
So that
about
she
that.
can, and
Mm-mm.
also,
I don't.
well, I'm just saying, I'm talking about
Right.
the
I know you
media.
don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about the media stuff that a lot of people, we could be sending her out there into the wolves. And I think she's lived, quite frankly, a lot of her life already in that space. I think that Kevin, her husband, I think a lot of the years he was using the fact that he knew she was not in her best of spaces, whether that was drug induced or otherwise, and he used that to his advantage. And I think for me, unless I can hear more, I want to I don't think that any of us should be in a place to say she should not be there based upon the fact that we don't know. But we do know that I know the level of severity that it has to be in order to even be put in categories to where you can even qualify for that. And it's not no little slight situation. It's not just alcohol. It's not just I know that there has to be much more. And I know it specifically for New York because I was on the calls, on the Zooms, talking with lawyers, talking with different people, talking to judges, having to testify what I'm hearing from states away. I've been through it and I know how rigorous it is. And I'm saying that I feel like there is much more to this than what we know. And therefore, I don't know that we are in a space to be championing for her to be freed when we do not have enough information to do that. And I would just encourage people to walk light on that. I'm with you though on who gets to decide whether you get to choose, how you want to live out the rest of your life. If she wants to drink herself to death, let her drink herself to death, right? Or if she
Oh,
wants to go
Lord.
out there, if she wants to go out of there, well, I mean that's
Go
essentially
ahead,
what.
but go ahead.
Yeah, and
I mean, but
I'm a
at the
big
same time,
proponent
if
of
she wants
health.
to
I
go out
don't want
here and
anyone to
she,
drink themselves to death, but that is a reality. There are
it's a
people out here with
reality.
all sorts of
Yeah.
addictions, and people do not lock them up because they're addicts. They just don't.
Yeah, but
Okay,
we're saying
but
that when now I will say when it comes to an adult protective services sort of thing, there is criteria of what has to be in place for that person to be in danger for us to say your right, your personal rights are restricted to be able to make those kinds of decisions. You're not capable of doing that sort of thing. And she would have had to meet that criteria. You see what I'm saying? So there has to be some stuff there, or at least someone has documented. Now, I agree that in this circumstance and with the amount of controversy here, we need a third party, unbiased person who's not connected to any of these, not connected to the facility, not connected to these hospitals, whatever. We need someone else who can actually do some additional evaluations to confirm that, yes, she's still in that space. But from what we've heard, though, I don't think if your answer is maybe she is and maybe she isn't, I don't think that rises to the occasion enough for me to be willing to say, yeah, let her on out. And then when I see and hear her behavior and I hear what she's doing and I see what she's doing, it gives me even more reason for pause. If she comes out and the judge and the doctors have determined that she is in a state that she's well, or at least she can be well enough to not be at risk in that way, of in any way, that's substantial, and that she's also not going to be abused by the people around her, by all means. But
Is it a
Well,
I just can't say it now.
Mo,
I
do you
can't
know how
say
I can how I can sign up to go do Wendy's evaluation? Do you know how I can get that? How I
I
can?
think
no,
I
man.
actually
How do I
don't
get
think that
appointed?
I don't think you have the criteria. That is
You trying to say I
Yeah,
don't
the
got the
credentials.
credentials? It's crazy.
Yeah, credentials. She Mo always trying to dress it
It's
up
Mo
and be
letting me
nice.
know I'm an
You like
unqualified
the
individual.
credentials. So
Mo,
let
you
me
better
say
look at
this.
that top square screen. I went to college, okay? I'm qualified. I
yeah.
went
And
way
this is
down there.
graduation day. This is graduation
I
day.
got a whole
Woo-hoo,
marketing degree.
graduation
How you gonna tell me I can't diagnose Wendy's mental situation? Anyway, do you
I,
have a link I could sign up? Maybe
I
they'll
think you
appoint
should
me.
call Gina Lisa
Oh yeah,
Montero.
I can call
That
Gina.
mm, oh
Baby,
my.
don't get started. Oh no, Gina. And I said, and I'm so sick of Mo.
I
I'm sick of
smart. I
all
can
y'all
do it.
except Karen Johnson. I'm sick of all y'all
can I
I
except Karen
say?
Johnson.
smart.
Because let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I sat right and Mo always trying to dress it up and make it nice and sound like people in my, my friends and stuff like that. Why you gotta talk like that? Why you gotta be so bright? Why you gotta be well, like why I have to dress it up? Because I don't want to dress it up. I'm gonna tell you what it is, right? I sat right up there and told Mo. I said, Mo, that Gina Lisa sound like one of the Medicaid people that know how to some kind of way. It's a system of black women that knows how to go out there and some kind of way come back with the Medicare and Medicaid contracts. I don't know
You
how
don't
this
even know if
works.
she's black.
She's
She
not.
black.
She's not.
She
No,
ain't
she
black.
don't look like she looks. She looks
She
in
look
the
like
picture.
Just Me.
You see
No,
what I'm
she
She
talking
look
looks
about?
Just
like
Me
she
from
might
Racism.
be like if you look on, you can go on the website and see pictures of her and her daughter. She looks maybe Latino or
That's
maybe
what I thought she was gonna be.
that's
yeah,
black.
something but I don't think so either. It's not I don't know. I don't know, but then of course that last name Montesero comes in, and I'm not sure what I
Could be
try to.
her husband's name.
It could be, but she looks like she's maybe Latino. Maybe it could be maybe like Filipino. Some people have that similar
Mm-hmm.
look. I don't know, but she does
So
not appear to be. She doesn't appear, at least to me, outwardly to be, you know, my kind
so
of black.
right now you're taking her out of the black box. That's what I'm hearing you saying, and you know damn
You
well
take me out
those
of the black
people,
box all
those
the time, and you
people
know damn
don't
well.
well. But listen, I only take you out of the black box because due to immigration and shit like that. Now that ain't got nothing to do with me. I didn't set
See what
those
I'm
rules
saying?
up.
Look at
But
this
when it
lady trying to
comes
report me to
to
ICE. She using all the trigger words for ICE to come in here and start monitoring. And I told
Right.
her I'm gonna be in the attic just like Anne Frank working on my diary.
Right.
but no, but when it comes to
Put on my
those,
afro wig and be about my
let me
business.
say, a group of brown and black women, some kind of
Okay.
way, it's some kind of thing they've discovered on how to get these contracts and stuff like that from Medicare and Medicaid. Now listen. Why I get them thrown my way? Hold on. The only reason why I get them is because somebody has to deal with my services. But let me explain something to you so you can understand how this works, right? So now, Mo, this is why I got to disagree with you with, right? A few things, but not as many as I do with Just We. So
Mm.
what I'm saying is this, right? I don't think that you really have to hear much more, read her the history of her life, how we got here or whatever. I think because I know your credentials exceeds mine by at least 2 to 4 years, where you can hear what is going on with her, and you can definitely map out probably her treatment if you want to be absolutely honest with it. So I mean, and but you're free to talk about your own credentials. I know what I'm hearing, okay, and I know how this works. First of all, okay, with Wendy Williams' income, okay, she most likely isn't just up and up paying how much she says that place costs a night, $16,000 a night. I'm pretty sure she
18,000
has
a month.
a month.
That's what she told, I think, Dawn Lemon.
Okay, well, if she's paying $16,000 a month,
18.
$18,000 a month. Okay, you do the math on that. $18,000 a month, and they said that her income, she has a net worth of, some is reporting 500,000, some is reporting 5 million. Either way, you got to understand that's not her only expense, unless she has sold her homes and
The
whatever
Guardian
else.
sold her apartment
The guardian sold her stuff, whatever. Okay,
for
so I
less
don't know
than
how
she
much.
paid.
Right. So again, that's a deficit, and that's going into that pool of money. We don't know if that is being counted up in her whatever she is says her net worth is. What? But regardless of that, if you're talking about $18,000 a month, and she's also already been there, what, a couple years?
Mm-hmm.
At least three,
Okay.
No,
maybe.
no,
Probably
but
more.
she was in another facility, and then she transferred over to this one after that first incident, and then she got moved from one floor to the other floor of this facility.
It would have been at
Right.
least since that the first documentary, Where is Wendy, aired, because
She was
that
in
was around
some
the time
facilities.
when the niece was saying we don't know where she is. So that's what I imagine she was at the first facility. So that's now been what, 3-4 years
Easy,
at least.
easy. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. So when you but normally most, I don't care if you are rich or whatever, what have you, normally those places are paid by what, insurance, okay? So whether it be Blue Cross or what have you, because they are considered essential medical services at that point. Once you get that bad off, where they are saying that you need this type of level of care, and that they do it based on whatever metrics assessments they use, and they say, okay, well, you need who is that looking at?
Yeah, what
that's
is
that's just me.
Me?
Hold on.
I'm not doing
Yes.
anything.
No, we can hear that crickety sound. Let me mute you real quick. So you they have this type of assessment, and pretty much assessing what type of level of care you need. Some is less restrictive, some is more. Some comes with a
Mhm.
bunch of rules and regulations. Come with little to none. Some, but here's the thing, right? When they start taking you off the street, when you start seeing the knobs turn on the restrictions and the regulations, that's because you are now posing a threat. You're posing a
Yes.
threat to yourself, and you're posing a threat to, more importantly, to others. That is on the metric sheet. Are you
Mhm.
can you are you posing a threat to others? And
Mhm.
others, that includes, I mean, it's hidden, but it includes others is financial. Financial means the insurance companies, the banks,
Mhm.
whatever. Because if you do make decisions in which they become liable for, you are posing a threat.
Mhm.
You are becoming a harm. You are
Mhm.
becoming a financial liability to more than yourself, but
Mhm.
also to others. So when you cannot make decisions for yourself, when you are you 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 you're preventing people from doing the things that they need to do to keep you safe, to keep you alive. I mean, whether regardless whether you want it or not, I mean, that is a part of public service to try to keep your ass alive. That's why they save lives. Why wouldn't they
Mhm.
try to keep you alive? You understand what I'm saying? So it's part of public service. And when you begin to pose a threat to all of those entities, including yourself, then that's when they have to step in. The court step in. Now, I have um, I have dealt with people who've had independent insurance, right? And I've dealt with more people that have had Medicare and Medicaid. But in some way, Medicare gets thrown in some kind of way to where they are pitching in to people who who had high incomes. Some kind of way they get to pitch in with their care when it comes to get brought down to essential medical services.
Mhm.
When I get it, all right, so I get a lot of people who have Medicaid, and that comes with the food stamps, and that comes with this one. They're not in, some of them are in, most of them aren't in facilities or what have you. However, I'm still on there for their food stamps. I'm still on there for their Medicaid. I'm still, so I have to have a sheet, where I'm so, okay, this is, and I just pretty much keep the receipts to show, okay, this is what I spent, whatever. Some of them have restrictive diets, so you can't, I can't sit up there and
Mhm.
buy, holes, and some of it is down to the measurements, which I hate. And I hate that where you have to put, okay, I can only um give you, like you like what, Philadelphia cream cheese, right? So that's
Mhm.
in, comes in a 6 ounce pack or whatever. I have to have that. I can't let you have no more than that for a
Mhm.
certain amount of time. So
Mhm.
so I hate those type of people. When I have to, so because it's a lot of work, and not,
Mhm.
it's not a different, contract. It's a lot of work, right? So so I have to be responsible for those things, right? But when you read their assessments and their workups and all that type of stuff, it doesn't come in as them being harmful, or as they can't make
Mhm.
decisions when it comes to the financial portion of it. We may have a difficulty with the decisions when it comes to the health portion of it, because a lot of times with the health portion of it, they don't want, like you said, they don't want to take the medicines. They
Mhm.
they don't want to recognize that they have substance abuse issues. They don't want to recognize that they have cognitive delays and dysfunctions and shit like that. They don't want to recognize all of that. So therefore, they don't want to do the things like rehabs and all of that that will keep them. If they would never return to 100% to where they don't need any of us in any capacity of their life, but they want to stabilize you to make sure that you are having the quality of life that keeps both you safe and others safe. And that part of being the other safe is that liability portion that you can become for others. You
Mm-hmm.
go out there, you don't take your medicine, you drunk, whatever, you in a car, you hit someone, you kill somebody, all of those finances or whatever, that that's insurance. That insurance is being supported by some type of funding that the government pitches in. So that's what I'm saying. It's a whole big old cycle, honey. And the government is all running around that cycle, putting into that pot, putting into the pot of healthcare, whether it be the healthcare where the insurance, pays for it, and the healthcare of the facility. So they got, they got at least two, pots that they're spending from and spending to, right? So then you have, so that's why you see a level of a level of concern from for some people and not for others. Now, I do believe that is very, very disproportionate because there are many more people who it seems as if that they cannot afford to have a high level of care like Wendy Williams is receiving or whatever. But what it sometimes it boils down to is that we have, like I said, we have a high number of social workers on duty. They just don't have the resources to do their
Mm-hmm.
jobs. They're being limited from doing their jobs, and but we do have social workers who want to get in there and say, hey, this person needs this service, that service, this service, that service. Sometimes it's good luck in finding those services because a lot of those services are bound by the money that they receive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they don't have available beds, or they don't have someone that can provide that 24. They don't have a company that can provide 24/7 services, right? For people that have schizophrenia and other kind of medical conditions or whatever. So it's all about resources, okay? And depending upon like what type of insurance you have, your money, and of course who you are, it has something to do with it too. I'm not going to leave that out. Then that kind of determines what type of resources that you'll be able to receive. But here's the difference: when they write on there that you are unable to make decisions, okay, you are unable to make decisions, that's a whole new different ball game. And
Mm-hmm.
apparently that is what is stamped on Wendy Williams'
Mm-hmm.
work. That's why she is restricted in the way, and because of her, the way that she is accustomed to living, she is in that type of facility.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they try to make it customary to what she is used to. There's a lot of regular people that ain't used to all.
Well, and also let me throw this out here, Angie. Like to see, like I think it does tend to be like you meet your criteria wherever you meet it, right? And so some people end up, especially like Medicaid space. That's we do absolutely have. We have nursing homes. We have assisted living facilities. We have adult group homes, which are specifically for people who have behavior, mental health issues. We have children group homes, different sort. Some people just have houses that they've taken in certain family members or taken in people from the community. So it's like different types of services that people can potentially receive, but usually it's going to be comparable to what their income is and what services they qualify for. And it
Right,
that's the part that where I'm with Karen and I'm with Just V 100% on, because it's a matter of our medical system being broken, our
yeah,
societal services being underfunded and broken, and possibly soon to be even more in even more dire straits. And I hate to say it, if things go in the way that they're going, a lot of those people that we're saying we don't see them, or people walk the street every day, you're gonna really see how many people that you don't see. The things that are bumping
yeah,
the night, the people that you're it's a whole lot of people in these facilities that you do not see, you do not know that they're there, and they are there without the option to just walk out of the door and leave whenever they get ready, because they are in a very similar situation and a very similar life circumstance. And if we stop with the grants and things that keep those sorts of organizations going and those sorts of
Yeah.
facilities going, when they break down, we're going to see for real. And if we think we're desperate right now to get people help, you're going to see it, because now you're going to be firsthand in the grocery store, walking the street, so on and so forth with people, because now they don't have those beds for sure because we don't have the funding there to cover it. So
Right.
I think at times we'll look at it and go, okay, well, it's just the things that we see. I'm telling you right now, there are plenty of people who are in Wendy's similar circumstances. It might not be in that nice of a facility, or it might be in a different type of facility, but there are plenty of people who also, I've been in those courtrooms, testified too many times, have my notes still on the record for cases that I still randomly get called for, that it's a 10 years down the road. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where they're looking at all of this stuff holistically, and they also are saying that the judge has deemed that they meet enough criteria where they no longer can be free on that,
So,
or
Right.
so,
to make their own, free to make their own decisions. That is,
so Mo, you nor Angie, neither of you are willing to say it's possible. Well, it's not possible. It definitely, she displayed behaviors and things like that that got her in this situation, but neither of you are willing to say it's possible that whether it just be temporary, for just for a short time, a year, 2 years, 3 years, that she's okay right now, and maybe it'll get worse down the line, but she could just be okay right now. She could
she
not.
could be. She could be, which
Okay.
is why I'm in support of the updated assessment. But what I am
Okay.
saying is that based upon, I am cautiously, I can't even call it cautiously optimistic. I'm less than optimistic, because she was in the hospital at this hospital, saw the doctors, what have you. This the flying colors assessment that she's saying she's had. I know this. I know that assessment based upon what she described and what took place in the timelines. I'm saying she's been seen by some people that
Hmm.
clearly saw something, because even a day or two after she, been checked out with this flying color assessment, she was still in the hospital. And your guardian doesn't get to decide, oh, no, she's staying here in this hospital. That's a decision by the hospital, the medical doctors, and stuff like that. So I'm saying they saw something enough to keep her inside. So
Or
I
they could have
want her
just,
to
you
have
don't think
another.
they could have been just running additional testing? Because, I mean, because according to her and the niece, she went to the hospital because she wanted to be seen by a medical person that was
Mhm.
outside of her facility.
Yeah.
So, being that she was asking, what did she say she asked to speak? So, she asked to have an assessment done, and it was only like 10 questions. Obviously, that's not in depth. And if these people know that she's being told, or they are saying, hey, this person has brain damage, you don't think it could have just been that they were just running more extensive tests? And I heard I don't know if it was the niece or that lady, the advocate lady, one of them, someone said something about they were just trying to, oh, I think it was the advocate lady, that they were trying to find out if she has to return to this luxury prison.
Hmm.
So I'm thinking there could have just been some, you know, um, some scuttle around that area, trying to use this as a stepping stone to not have to return her there. I don't necessarily know that it was because they saw something in Wendy that required, you know, them to have her in the hospital longer.
Is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? No. I mean, you're talking about less than probably 2 to 3% of people who are in the hospital who would be in that circumstance, and she doesn't necessarily meet the criteria for that. Now, because here's the thing,
The
she's like,
criteria for what? The criteria for additional tests, or the criteria
to be
for
able to
for
stay in the hospital while those tests are conducted. She would be sent home and referred out to facilities, or to doctors or treatment people who can do that assessment. They would not need to keep her inside.
Okay, well, what about the advocate lady saying that they were trying to hear back on whether or not she was going to have to return? So you don't think it could have just been them trying to create some sort of a legal stance to say, hey, we're using this as a way to get her out? You don't think that it could have been something legal?
I think that's what she was attempting to do. Certainly, I believe that possibly had a factor in it. But again, a hospital will tell you real quick, a hospital is not a hotel. They're not going to just hold you there while y'all figure stuff out. That's between you and the courts. Get an injunction.
Well,
You
that's
know,
true
you
too.
do y'all's thing. We don't have nothing to do with that. Hold on, I'll be back.
Do
So,
they? I
Oh,
wonder, do they have people to go in and uh, recheck every so often with her having conservatorship? Check the
no.
person to make sure that they're not abusing their power. Because I mean, my own personal opinion, I definitely hope Wendy gets the level of help that she needs and still have a good quality of life. But right now, I kind of believe if she was totally on her own, she would do like a lot of people who doesn't understand the seriousness of her alcoholism, her illness, that she probably would kill herself in short fashion. But I still
Oh,
think,
I don't doubt that either.
yeah, I believe she will just kill
She
herself.
says she's never drinking again. I don't believe that. I don't believe one sentence, one word of that. Not a single word.
I don't
I,
either.
I don't. So I don't know if you heard, and again, we only know what's being reported. What I know about Wendy is only what's being reported. I don't know. But they said that when she went to Miami recently for her father's birthday,
Hmm.
that she was sent down there with a credit card that declined. And apparently that is against guardianship laws because you cannot uh a person can the person that you have guardianship over cannot be in a position where they are without food or shelter.
Exactly.
So I mean, I don't know how that'll play out in court, but they were saying that that's a whole violation of the whole situation, that should have never happened to Wendy.
Yeah, I believe someone definitely. I've heard enough things about Sabrina and some Marcy that
Morris, yeah.
definitely is questionable. That makes me think someone definitely needs to be keeping an eye on her as well and make sure she's not abusing her power. But yeah,
And my thing is, what? So you $18,000 a month, and I wonder if it's even more than that because if I never really thought about insurance paying a portion. I do think about things like Medicaid and Medicare, but of course I don't think Wendy qualified for any of those things. But maybe it's even more because at first they said it was 50,000 a month on this memory care floor, and now they're saying 18. I don't really know what's true, but let's just say it's 18. It's New York City. It's a very expensive city. She has family that has to fly up to see her, right?
hmm
Why
Mm.
can't she be sent down the floor? If it's about the money, monitor the money. But why can't she be, even if she has to be in these same situations, why can't she go to Florida? Why can't it be some sort of transfer? They transfer probations. Why can't she go to a home in Florida where at least she can see her family more often?
I
But
totally
check
agree
this
with that. I definitely totally agree with that. I mean,
And it
because
would be cheaper.
they seem
but
like they would
listen,
have
but
the same level of facility there in Florida as well, where she can get the same type of care, and then make sure if it's you're concerned that family member is going to bring alcohol or something to her, but with people are being monitorable, at least she still has the love of her family nearby.
Yeah, she could
but
be in the same. I just
but
my
here's
sister.
the
She
problem,
could still
right?
be
Here
somewhere that's locked down, but she could just be
here
somewhere
is the
else.
problem. Here's the problem. Her family members have been trying to become her guardian or her overseer or what have you, and apparently none of them qualified for Wendy's level of care. Remember, she is also an addict. She is
But I'm not
also,
saying they have to be the guardian or the primary caregiver. I'm saying why can't she be in Florida where she could be in the same type of
because
facility?
she has to, because of her restrictions and her regulations, someone has to be monitoring her because apparently she has been sneaking around at some point, drinking and boozing and all that type of stuff.
So there's
So
no
that's
guardians. So there's no guardians and there's no lockdown facilities in Florida. Is that what you're saying? Because
which,
I'm
oh,
not
you
saying
mean to
put
go
her in the
live there?
care.
Oh, you mean to go
Yeah,
live there?
Yeah, not put
Oh,
her in
okay.
the
I thought,
care of
okay, no,
them,
no.
but
I thought you meant visits. I thought you meant just a
yeah,
visit.
they could
No,
still
no, no. I, oh,
they
I'm
could
pretty
come
sure.
visit. It could be easier for her to grab. I mean, so her niece apparently, when Wendy left this, I don't know if you heard this, Angie, about they
Yeah, I'm
accused
getting ready to talk about it.
the niece of kidnapping.
Yeah, that's what I'm
It
getting ready
shouldn't
to
be
talk
that
about. Yeah.
complicated. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
whatever the arrangements have to be made, her niece shouldn't have to fly up to see her, just for a day or for whatever short period of time, just so Wendy can have some sort of yeah, of closeness and affection with her family. It
It
just
Right.
shouldn't
sounds
have to be. None of this life shouldn't have to be this hard. And I don't care what kind of bad legs, ankles, broken toes, alcohol, bad we. None of this stuff. Life shouldn't have to be this hard, and then you have to pay for it. Because it's a whole different thing when somebody come to you and say, "Hey, you need this, and that," and I'm gonna pay for it for you. Versus, "Hey, you need this, and that," and I'm gonna make sure you pay for
You
it
have
out your
to,
own money.
yeah.
What?
I think they
Yeah.
definitely should have a equivalent facility there in Florida where her family is near. And I sometimes it sounds like Sabrina is trying to punish her a little bit and taunt her a little bit because
Yeah.
yeah, I have the control over your life. So you just want to make sure that's not being abused because I don't see why she couldn't be in a facility in Florida receiving the same type of help, the same type of care that she's getting in New York, but be nearby her loved ones.
I believe at this point with Sabrina and all of this, I believe right now Sabrina is now in the enforcement portion of it now. And what I mean by this, okay, based on what happened yesterday when about the kidnapping thing and no with yesterday Sabrina spoke out through her lawyer or through the lawyer for the for whatever, and she had some things to say, whatever. So, in my opinion, I believe that Sabrina is now in the enforcement part of her contract, meaning, okay, Wendy, since you doing all of this, right? And I can easily say, in which it is, but I can easily say because you gave me the evidence to do so that your behavior going around saying all these things because they're not telling the whole story. Wendy and Gina Lisa and the little niece Alex and all that. They're not telling the full story, right? They're not telling that those 10 questions that she was asked is just the alert and orientation questions, A&O questions, right? Who are you, what's your name, what year is it, who's the president, so on and so forth. Paramedics ask you that once they have a call that someone is, having some type of questionable behavior, right? And it could be mental, mental health related, right? When the doctor comes and comes in the ER and actually goes, because I think that's where that test was performed. He
Mm-hmm.
asks you
You were.
questions, right? That is not the actual assessment to for her particular condition and to see that. I mean, that's just something that's entry level, if you would equate it to that, right? To see, get a feel, okay, what they may be dealing with. And then from there, they expound upon those particular questions to get a general assessment of the conditions. But they have to go and put MRI your brain and all that type of stuff to see your your cognitive functioning levels and things of that nature. So is that so? I mean, but they don't tell all of that. So what I'm saying is, it's a great bit of manipulation that is going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that Sabrina, based on what she released yesterday, what was released to the attorney yesterday, is now in the enforcement part of her contract.
Yeah.
Okay, not when I say enforcement, I ain't talking about my other hat. I ain't talking about that hat. I'm on my other hat now. Okay, enforcement part of her contract, where she's going to say, okay, Wendy, you are and think about this. Sabrina is one little entity, and say that, and that's backed up by the judge or what have you. Wendy has now reached out to this is going nationwide, right? She has to step in and put in some type of controls because this could just go run. You understand what I'm saying? Just run like it is. Well, the hashtag free Wendy and all of that. Because when you listen to Charlemagne, when you listen to other people, whatever, who does not have that type of experience, right? When dealing with these type of issues, then it becomes kind of dangerous because we think it, not we, but the people that aren't familiar with this aren't really seeing it for what it is, right? That there are more than just what Wendy is saying. Remember, this is manipulation. This is a former addict. Well, I can say former addict because they're always gonna be addict, but this is a person and she wants to get out of her situation. She wants to live life. She's talking about her fabulous things and talking about the people she's surrounded with. They're old. They don't know nothing. They really got memory losses and stuff like that. And she's comparing her memory to what she's seeing. Someone that's she meet maybe in the day room. Remember she's so it's a lot that she is doing that falls on the side of manipulation. This is what they do, to try to get out of her situation. And because you have people who are uniquely qualified to recognize this, they're saying no, 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 no. Of course, Sabrina has seen this type of behavior several times because she's been in the business for a minute. But you have people like Gina Lisa, who is only out there trying to get the contracts and she has some level of patient care, right? Then okay, and then you have the judge who really don't know nothing but what he's getting recommendations. He's getting the recommendations because that's what a lot of judges receive, even when it has something when it's come to sentencing and then he gets recommendations. That's when you see the PSI comes in, but you have judge when it's dealing with healthcare battles and stuff like that, you get the recommendations from people who have experience with these type of people. Now you have certain people that have experience with the insurance portion of it, the medical care portion of it, with the so you have people that with that type of experience where they can give a full picture and a better assessment of what's going on with Wendy. And though that opinion is what is supposed to influence the judge and hopefully people, in that Wendy has now influenced to be on her side. They're saying free Wendy because it seems like Wendy knows what she's talking about, so she seems alert and she seems that but however, these people are operating without realizing that she has a diagnosis there. She has a diagnosis there.
But
Go
hold
into
on,
what
hold on.
that diagnosis is and understand that her condition isn't going to get better. Her
Mhm.
symptoms is what that can be stabilized, and her symptoms is what the doctors try to come in and do a bit of preventative, which a lot of times preventative extends to keeping her locked down somewhere with restrictions and regulations and things of that nature because not so that she does not become a liability for others and a harm to herself, harm to others, whatever. It is a continuous cycle with
Well, I
this.
just want to say I understand that Sabrina is doing her job, and it must be terrible for her to know that we all know her first and last name and shit like that. I get that, but but I don't have no sympathy for her because whether Wendy and her niece are right or wrong, they're advocating and trying to bring awareness for Wendy's situation. They're not. She not. This is her life, so she should be free to say what she wants. And though I didn't see it, supposedly Sabrina, I guess, was quoted in Vanity Fair magazine as saying that her and Wendy have a very good relationship, and Wendy said, "No, we do not." So it's not like Sabrina has been this completely quiet person who's getting drugged through the mud, and Wendy's just using her fame and her platforms to just slander this woman and drag her through the mud. Wendy is speaking out about her own situation, something that she's trying to change.
And Angie, just as another person who's been in this kind of field, how many times have you worked with clients? Literally, some of them you'll work with them hundreds of times. It feels like in the office, they know what it is. Y'all have a good relationship, but when they get mad, they tell everybody, "I don't like her anymore. I don't want to work with her anymore." I don't like her, or one change, and they're going to say that sort of thing, but you do not, that's not the nature of the relationship you have. The number of
Right.
clients that I can have they're fine with me until I say, yeah, you're not going to be able
So
to
you
do
deny
X.
something.
Yeah, so once you have to deny something, all of a sudden she ain't no good. I don't like her. We don't get along, whatever. Meanwhile, when I come over there and I bring your groceries and take you to your doctor's appointments, and you're calling me 25 times a day asking me to come over and do this and help you with that, and can you call this place and tell them to do this? And can you get, when I was doing, and I'm taking back, I'm having a flashback to when I first started in my career, and I was doing what we call in home. And when I show up in that home, and they call me 25 times a day, I need you to come again. Mad, going to the people and telling them I need more hours from her. They only giving me 10 hours a week with her. I need 25. No, I need her full time. I don't want her working with anybody
Mm-hmm.
else. But then the moment that I say, hey, because I'm not legally allowed to take you to the liquor store when you want to, because I would have clients who would do that. I can take you to get your health appointments and different errands for your kids, different stuff I could do, but I couldn't take you to go to the liquor store or something like that's not covered under how we're funded. And I could get in trouble for that, or I'll lose my job. Once I tell them no to that, I don't want her number. She make me sick. Get out the car, cussing, fussing, going into what talking to that family, telling them how terrible she is. She ain't this, she ain't that. And then 2 seconds out, before I can even cut the corner good, you're calling me back. You coming back over here tomorrow? Okay. I'm not saying, now here's the thing. I'm not saying that Wendy may not have a negative, and Angie laughing, but she knows how it is. This is a real, but I'm not saying that it's not possible that Wendy does not like that woman, or she has a negative relationship with it. But I'm also saying there is a good, reasonable doubt from my personal experience that she could also be having a very, like, both of them could be telling the truth, to be honest with you.
All right, Mo. Did you hear the part where we were saying I agree with most of you guys' issues. Far as with Wendy, I definitely think she's being manipulative because she doesn't understand the level of help that she needs.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a conservatorship, it seems like that person should be also interested in your overall happiness and your overall well-being. So could she not get the same care now that she's not able to move about like New York when she was healthier? So now she's slowing down in life. So maybe she won't be as problematic if they can get her to Florida. Well, at least she can see friends, and it may be a issue that Wendy might not ever really be satisfied without her total freedom. But
Mm-hmm.
since she
Right.
slowed down and can't do much else but look out the window and wave at folks down below, it seemed like she would be
Damn.
less problematic if she can get the same level of care closer to loved ones.
I think
Yeah.
I agree. That's the part of it. I say I feel like I want the courts to reassess. Like, I don't, now the other part is what type of care. There are certain, what's up, DV? I There are certain facilities that can only manage certain things. Like, for instance, even a facility that might be a group home, for instance, or an assisted living facility, they may say these are the sorts of conditions that we have people that we can treat, right? Because we have practitioners, we have the care, whatever, to be able to do that. And then you have this other factor with Wendy of the money and the lifestyle. The courts are going to try to maintain as close as possible the level of lifestyle that she's been accustomed to, which is probably another reason that they're worried about this facility. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, they probably tapped out of, or they're getting close to tapping out of facilities that can actually meet her level and also
Yeah.
meet the type of care that she needs. Think about it. You're gonna have very few people in this world who can even afford $16,000 a month for a facility. But there are definitely facilities that do that. But do all of them care for? Can they all say, yeah, we can take care of the dementia, we can take care of the lymphedema, we can take care of the thyroid, we have the services here that can cover her. So it might be that you got other facility assisted living facilities that rise to that level of care, but they don't have the level of service that she's going to need, or vice versa, stuff like that. You also have to keep in mind, and I think this is part of what is also helping, quite frankly, to work against Wendy. Her
Yeah.
standing in those windows, dropping notes, calling 911, bringing,
Right.
now the name of this facility that we never knew of before has cameras
So
outside of it
real
24/7.
quick though, hold on. I don't think she actually dropped anything. I don't think that though. I'm pretty sure that that the level of safety requirements doesn't allow her to be able to slip stuff through the window. I think she just wrote it on a piece of paper and just held it up to the window,
Well,
like, "Hey,
again,
help me."
yeah, yeah. Well, whatever she, that sort of communication, whatever she's doing, right? But also, usually those facilities, you have what we put a stopper on the window, so she might be able to open it up 4 inches or whatever to get some fresh air in, but she's not able to open it up wide enough for her to go out or anything to be harmful. So either way, some sort of note got out to people. You got a lot of media attention. You got a lot of information about this facility, other people's information being put out. And so now we're in the same situation, with all due respect, that we were in a little bit with the R. Kelly situation, when they were outside rallying and they're like, hey, now you got a security issue for everybody else inside. Get this out of here, because now we're worried about the other patients. So now you could also have a situation where maybe there are 3 other facilities that can manage her care and meet that level, but none of them are going to want to accept her if they're like, hey, this is going to be too much of a risk for the rest of the patients here. We need to keep the rest of the patients here. That's too much. You need to find another facility. We cannot take her. So the answer
Problem
to that is,
solved.
yeah. Hold on, let me finish. So, Karen, the answer to that is, I agree. I think if there are ways for her to be able to be closer to her family, to have additional freedoms, if there's any additional freedoms that she can have and should have, I think she should. If that's moving her to Florida, what have you. But I think they probably are going to run into issues finding facilities, and facilities that will meet the restrictions. So even some of those restrictions, I would imagine, actually may have to do with family members. We all know we have those family members who will come and get that person worked up. The person who will come in there and slip them this and slip them that. So then you could end up with a whole other set of circumstances where they're like, oh, well, she's here in Florida and I still can't come see her. And all of they're saying is, I can't come see her. They're not saying, well, it's because in the prior notes, it's showing that 6 different times when you came, you did something that you weren't supposed to do. So I do agree, though, and that's why I'm very supportive of the reassessment. I'm very supportive of the courts re-looking at what these restrictions are and if they're appropriate. All of that. I think they should, and I think they should make whatever adjustments are appropriate. I just don't think that we as lay people, or we as people from the outside, have enough information to safely be saying, free Wendy, let her walk out in the street. Ain't nothing wrong with Wendy. So
I
hopefully
said
that
we
makes
have enough information to say, leave Wendy where she is, or if she's going to be, if she wants to be in a different place, maybe with people, somebody that she feels like that's on her level, that she can, talk to, have a conversation with, whatever, then try to find another facility that she would like to, that she would be more comfortable in, because apparently she has a problem with that one. I want that her assessment to be done, and I want it to come back to confirm what she has, and I want people to educate themselves on what it is and what happens if she is allowed to be out and about, carry on and do this and that and whatever. What harm that could bring to not only her and to someone else. That is the issue, and that is what those people are trying to. They're trying to stabilize her, to keep her in that right state of mind. Right? They
Mhm.
want. I mean, they want to allow her to go places and have more visits with people, what have you. But however, you got to understand, people, your friends and your family, sometimes they can be the ones that will set back where the progress that they've already made, right? So you don't want that those friends and relatives like I have that will come on up in there, and if I say, hey, bring me this, bring me that, bring me this, they're gonna come on in there with, and I'm so, and let me tell you, I'm so manipulative with it. Okay, I tell them how to bring it. Make sure you put it in your book bag. Make sure.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Ma-
Oh my God.
I tell you how to get it up on the floor. Okay, because you're not gonna keep bringing me no tray of food with just pepper on the side. Where's the salt? Okay, I need that part. So listen, and I'm hungry. All right, and I didn't eat. I didn't like what they have or whatever. So um and to talk about the different levels of care, right? So yeah, I probably didn't say this, but so right after I fell and broke my ass, about what 2 or 3 weeks ago, it's been, so my daughter gets sick or whatever. She goes and go to the hospital that was closest to her at that time, right? Now, while it is not our preferred hospital where I go, I don't care, how far I have to drive. It's not that far. It's depending on, where I'm laying my head that night. But it depends on, I mean, my thing is I'm gonna always go to, just uh, pretty much the same hospital, or it's another one. But they're both on that level. That it's, kind of upscale or whatever. So so my daughter didn't do that. She went to one that whatever. So I go in there, and I'm going to visit her, and first thing I'm going to trying to find is somewhere for me to stretch out. Child didn't even have no pull out. And so she's up there. Then she kept complaining about the food, and I was like, well, like, what did you order to eat? She told me, no, they just bring you your trays automatically. I'm like, huh? No, at the hospitals I go to, you get to
You check
order
it out.
the food on the menu. Okay?
Yeah,
You can order
you
what you
check your
want.
box. Yeah, you
The
check your box.
exactly. Like what is going on? So there is there's a different level of care that I was like, why didn't you just? She's like, I couldn't make it. I was like, girl, this right here ain't working. So I'm sitting up in a chair, about to pass out because my back ain't cooperating, whatever. I mean, it was just a terrible thing. The little old ass room. It was a whole bunch of going on. And even when my friend came to see me, she was her daughter said, well, Mama, Miss Angie's room is definitely different from what Grandma room was in Miami. From Grandma room, room is different. Yeah, it's different. Yeah, I got a computer up in. I got a lot going on up in here. Okay, so but understand this: the insurance pays for that. Ain't nothing I'm paying for.
Mm-hmm.
Not up front. So the insurance pays for those because that is also considered an essential medical service. I needed to be hospitalized, right? So, you know, with what's going on with Wendy, my just knowing the level of manipulation, and that's why it is so good to have a law degree that looks that recognize manipulators, and also a goddamn master's in psychology that also looks at a degree of manipulation, but also please understand that I only focused on forensic psychology part of it, which does what? Assess people's behavior. What is one of those symptoms of one's behavior that you can recognize? Manipulation. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so so that's I'm gonna watch all of that. I'm just gonna That's why I always say I'm never wrong. My final assessment about a situation or a person. So if I ever catch one of them goddamn dementias or Alzheimer's or whatever, and people hide me from my damn head, baby, I listen here. Trump gonna have to do something because you're gonna have to take care of me because I ain't gonna be able to make a bit of an income. But so
But
and
hold
so
on,
while we
and
do,
you don't think it's unfair to call what they're doing manipulation? I mean, they. How do you know that this isn't just the absolute truth as they see it? They want Wendy out of this situation, so
No,
it's they
she's talking
what
almost
about
I'm
Wendy.
saying.
saying.
Wendy is manipulation.
Wendy is
Wendy.
manipulating. Wendy and her crew is manipulating us because here's the thing, right? You're not telling us the whole story. You're not telling us the whole story
But
of what
but you don't know that. I mean, to say
I know. I mean,
I
Mo can
just feel
sell
like
herself
that.
short. I know what I hear. Mo can
I
sell
feel
herself short. I
like
know the hell I hear. I hear that you not you got a whole diagnosis there, ma'am. You ain't tell us why did they diagnose you with that? Now you want to tell us that you should be retested as if nothing is wrong with you. Them people, do you know what it goes? Do you
If
know
she
what it
generally
takes?
feels like there's nothing wrong with her, she's being treated unfairly, then that's not a manipulation. That's how she sees it. If she's the one that has to live there, not you, me, her, or Mona
No, but
Lisa,
the
anybody else.
manipulation part. No, the manipulation part comes from the fact that you are taking it upon yourself to omit the other information. It's
Mhm.
not it's the manipulation ain't just you just being shady with the facts and no. I mean, I'm sorry, not being shady. That's I mean, manipulation isn't just her act to okay, group gang up with this person and just only tell one part of the story and get everybody all you get all our feelings all involved and cry and all that type of stuff. No, it's more that goes into manipulating somebody than just to turn on emotions and turn them off and all that type of stuff. It's a plan, child. And then what I'm seeing is a whole plan. You call 911 to report that you was being held against your will. That is not what's going on. You
She
know why
she
you
feels
there.
she doesn't want to be there. So to her, yes, it's not an exaggeration to her. That's what
That
she
is, let me tell you something. More and I talked about this yesterday. That is the plan. And I listen, sometimes you got to do that now. But that is the plan to get some shit, get stuff, in motion now. Look, I'm being held against my will. I know somebody being held against their will or whatever. That's a lot of calls that come in when it has something to do with sex sex trafficking, and then also when you have a bunch of parents that don't want you with that boy. But anyway,
Well, I'm gonna tell you what sounds like
it's
a
a lot going
manipulation.
on with that.
This is
Hmm.
what sounds like a manipulation to me. So the thing with Wendy's money, okay, fine, they want to protect it, but Wendy wants out of her conservatorship, right?
Mhm.
So, or sorry, her guardianship. I guess it's not the same as a conservatorship. They sound
It's the same
interchangeable
thing.
to
It's just a
me.
different
It's the
name and a
same
different
thing. It's
Okay,
the
place.
yeah,
same.
I
Yes.
thought they were interchangeable. Okay, whatever this, her guardianship, conservatorship, whatever. She, excuse me, she wants out of it, right?
Mhm.
So she's trying to legally get out of it.
Mhm.
Sabrina is able to retain a lawyer, right, and pay for this lawyer out of Wendy's money. But Wendy wants out of the guardianship, and she can't pay for it with any of her money. Money had to be raised on a GoFundMe, and still needs to be more money needs to be raised so Wendy can have the legal counsel that she needs to try to get out of this. But Sabrina can use her money to defend herself and keep Wendy in it. Now that sounds like manipulation to me.
No, but can I speak to that? Okay, so
Go ahead. Go ahead.
this same thing happens quite a lot, honestly, with children. So essentially, the guardian in this case is similar to what a guardian ad litem is for a child. So when you're going through a divorce or custody battle or whatever, and the judge is like, "Look, I don't know who's telling the truth. Y'all are saying one thing, the other people are saying another thing. I'm going to send a guardian ad litem, which is usually now an attorney. So it can be other people as well in some states, but they usually send an attorney of some sort who gets to go to all of these different places and all of these different and gather all this information and make an assessment of here's an impartial assessment of what's going on here, and I'm only looking out for the child. And in this case, the guardian is only supposed to look out for what they think the welfare of Wendy is supposed to be, right? Now, with that, that means that the judge and all the the lawyers that she does have on her case, which she says she does have, she knows who those people are. She does have lawyers on her case. It's not that she doesn't have them. What this GoFundMe is quite frankly, this is an extra thing because what they want is for her to go and pick an attorney and to be able to pay for it out of the guardianship. The judge is saying, I don't see a reason for that because all of the information that's in front of me says everything's on the up and up. Everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. The lawyers that's working for her are doing their job. She doesn't like what the outcomes of those are, but this is the outcome, right? So you now wanted to say, well, we want another attorney. Well, the judge won't approve that. So the only way that you would be able to get access to any money to help protect her or to get this outside of attorney would be a GoFundMe. This is not a situation where she does not have representation at all, or that she's not already paying for an attorney out of her uh guardianship or out of her money. It's that she's saying, oh, no, 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 all of these people, because they're all saying the same thing. They all say that I'm not well. I don't want them. I want somebody else. And the judge is looking at the stuff and going, no, I don't see anything here that rises to that occasion. If he were to find something that says, yeah, I do see some corruption here. Yeah, let's get a new attorney. Or like they have to have justification as to why they would make a decision. They can't just say, yeah, you're in a guardianship and we've deemed that you're not safe for yourself and you're not in a space to be able to make rational decisions because of your frontal lobe damage. We then are going to let you come into the courtroom and start saying, well, I want all these different things. And you just go, well, it's your money. Here you go. That's not how that system works. So it's not that she does not have an attorney. She does have, and she's even acknowledged in her interviews that she absolutely has an attorney that is for her. But then you also have the attorney that now is for the guardian. And why does that come into play? That comes into play because now the guardian has taken on an unnecessary hardship because of all of this. Now the guardian probably has her own issues, and now she has an accusation. She would otherwise not be in that situation if she had not accepted that position. So now there is a liability to pretty much to Wendy that she has an obligation to now cover that. If this had not spun out of control with all these phone calls and all that, she possibly wouldn't have had to have a guardian pay for, a lawyer for the guardian. But now you do, because the guardian is being spread all over the internet as some sort of lunatic who's trying to get over.
I'm real curious about her money, because earlier Angie said that she read that her net worth was like 500,000 or something like that. But somewhere I had it in my mind.
Some saying 5 million. Some saying 5 million. Some saying 500,000. So I'm not sure.
Well, I had it in my mind that when her, I was just going to say, when her show ended, I was under the impression that, or around the time of her divorce, her net worth was like $50 million, and that really wasn't that long ago. So,
well, think about but net worth, though, you do have to think that net worth will also keep in consideration contracts and things that you have. That's the reason why Diddy's and even Elon Musk recently, that their net worth like overnight can drop, right? Because if she had a contract that she was still supposed to do, like she still had $50 million contract to do 4 more seasons of the Wendy Williams show, and she had another contract to sponsor weight loss, and then she had another, like all of that would have been added to her net worth. And of course, once she's incapacitated, those deals go away. So there could be a substantial drop. But to me, $500,000, she should have well more than that in the bank.
Yeah, that is 2 different sides.
Yeah, but her net worth is, I do think it would have dropped pretty dramatically, because she wouldn't have had those sponsorships, those other ways that she got income that they would be estimating that technically it's hers, but now those things go away. So that could be why there would have been a substantial drop.
Teresa, I think Wendy's well enough to not have to live at that facility, but I don't know that I think she's well enough to be running back to TV.
And
so that's where I don't. That's where I don't agree with the Free Wendy people. Like, y'all are waiting for Wendy to just be back on TV and stuff like that, and I don't agree with none of that. Like, I want her to be focused on her health and her well-being. But
can we talk about the facility? Because I went and looked up the facility, and
I was doing that too.
I sent and Angie, you can pull it up if you want to. This is not, I think this is another thing that when we say there's some manipulation, and I know, keep in mind, I am very well aware that facilities put up their best pictures of when they first open. Maybe that's not how they look now or whatever. But even just for that price tag, the fact that the courts would have to be involved to confirm that this facility is nice, and then you look at the website, you look at the reviews for this place. I don't mean to harm anyone who calls that place a prison is out of their. Now, mind you, it is definitely much more restrictive than the very free life that she's accustomed to. But this is not some place. This is not your local nursing home. This is not some unsupervised, lock them in a hole sort of facility. There are accommodations, services, and just the sheer price tag of it all. You know you're dealing with a much nicer place. The claims that she has of some of the restrictions also appear to be restrictions that she's refusing because she wants to do it a certain way. Like, which I
Well,
had that all the time with clients where it'd be like, hey, yeah, I can take you to, you would rather go to Wegmans than to go to Kroger. Sure, I can take you there. However, we will have to go to the one that's on, Virginia Street, as opposed to you want me to drive an hour and a half away to the one that's in, New York Street. And we can't do that because, we can't do that. Or you want to go by yourself, or you want to go with your chauffeur who always took you all of your life. And I can't do that because these are the restrictions of this facility, but you can certainly still go. Like, they're talking about the fact, they're saying, well, she needs a key in order to get off of the floor. You can look clearly on their website and see what that is that, yeah, you have to swipe to get into that area so that they can keep track of who's where. You're in a mental memory unit. So yeah, you have to swipe so that if they go, wait, where's Miss Williams? They can look at the card access and the key and go, she swiped into here. That for that price tag, you better know where my parent is at all times, 24/7. Period. So yeah, you have to scan, you have to swipe, you have to key. You can't just go wander off.
they're not calling it a prison because they've made it very clear it's nice and it's luxurious. So I don't think that they're calling it a prison because of the amenities not being fine enough. That's not the issue, and they've been clear about that. I feel
No, she
like it's a
hasn't.
prison
She
because she
just
has to
said
live this
again.
restrictive life in a place that she doesn't want to be. That's why it's a prison.
She continuously says, I am locked in my room. I cannot leave my room. They won't let me leave my room. So on and so
Right,
forth.
but
Now,
but
here's the
they've
thing. If
also
they're not
referred
doing
to it as
that,
a luxury prison. So it's not like no one has said this place is terrible. The conditions are meager. This is not a place my aunt should have to live. No one has said, they have not taken that stance. They've taken the stance of this is a prison because look at the life she has to live. This life of confinement. And
no,
it's
but
when
that
she
is Angie's thing about manipulation. That's what we're saying. It's manipulative to keep using that terminology, and it's manipulative to keep saying, I cannot leave my room when you can leave your room. It's a difference between I can leave my room with the key. This facility has a key card access that I don't like. I don't like, having to use a key to do. That's different than continually referring to the place as a prison and saying I'm not allowed to leave, putting a sign on the window, please help me. And then also
Yeah.
we've heard these pieces, like that's the part, that's where, when we're talking about clinical manipulation, those are the sorts of things that you need to be, that we're saying, that we consider to be clinical manipulation, signs of, right? Not the only, but
Yeah.
signs of manipulation, because you're intentionally trying to sway. If we go with the ethos, the pathos, and the logos of it, they are
Yeah.
making an ethos sort of argument. They're trying to make it. They're trying to trigger, not ethos. They're trying to make a pathos argument to trigger emotions that make people feel like you feel, right? And I'm not saying that she's not treated that way or that it's not a place that she shouldn't be moved. I say if she is supposed to be moved, if this place is not appropriate, get her out of there, get it assessed, and figure out what the plan of action is. But my point is that she's pulling on heartstrings of everyday people who are not knowledgeable of the medical parts of it, the people who do not have access to certain information, and she's curating this media storm of I'm being imprisoned, I'm locked away, I'm not, whatever. And those are not all of the facts. Tell us the whole story. Don't just tell us the parts that lend to what you want us to hear.
Well, I
Exactly.
didn't hear her
That
say
is
that
the
she's
manipulative
locked in
part of
her
it.
room. I heard her say that she
Has she
can't
not said
leave
it,
her
Angie?
floor. No, she said
Yeah.
she has to, she can't leave her floor without them letting her, or she can't but send for the elevator or leave her floor without them attending. I've not heard her say she's locked in her room because she's told the story about like walking down to order her lunch, and well, that's actually the only thing she
Oh, she
said,
said
walking to
somebody's
get her lunch.
standing outside the door and all. She
Yes.
is doing everything possible to make us move. And it's manipulating us because it's manipulation because it's playing on our emotions.
Mm-hmm.
right? She wants us to do something. That's why the brother and one of the other girls, whatever, they're saying flood those hashtag free Wendy's.
Mm-hmm.
What part of that it has to do with, I want to abide by what they're saying. I don't want to drink. I don't want to, I understand that the restrictions and regulations they have in place for me, is for my own good. I understand that, this is prevention and for what can become. And this is, they're trying to keep me stable. And I understand all of this, whatever.
But it's
I'm
too
just,
much.
yeah, it's just too, and I'm just saying that I'm taking accountability, responsibility, whatever the thing, and I just want to be around people of my own age, whatever. That's it. I don't, However, she has been, when they do let her go places, sometimes she comes back with bad reports. Okay. And she got somebody with her. You know what I'm saying? It's somebody, and when she got all this, she's standing up in the window, trapped in the closet, the Barbie doll, Barbie edition, you know what I'm saying, with that wig on, how she had it, and help me please, and the report I did put on in the chat, they said she did drop a note saying help please. Call
Yes.
That was the initial
911.
initial report, yes. But then I'm telling you that they came back and said that she probably didn't drop it out the window. She just wrote it on a piece of paper.
Well, all these okay, but it's a whole bunch of initial reports from the news. I'm just saying, but what I'm saying is, regardless, the calling of the 911, okay, telling the people they do like you been held hostage. That ain't the truth.
That's
If
not
she
the
if
truth
you
as
know that you
you see it.
no 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 no
I'm
no
saying
no no
this,
no,
Wendy
she
is
knows
being
exactly
told
what
that
she was
she has
doing.
a condition where she has to she's required, right, to stay in this place. Nice or not, she's required to stay in this place that she doesn't think that she should have to be in. So her reality is, yes, she's there against her will. Like, you're waiting for her to say, "Oh, this place is so nice and so comfortable, but I just wish I didn't have to be here." No, she thinks that they're forcing her to be in a place that she doesn't want to be in, that is where she can't leave and go and come as she pleases. And you're waiting for her to talk about the place as if it's some sort of luxury retreat. Her reality is that she doesn't think she should have to live like that. She doesn't think that she's so bad off that she should be legally put there. So I'm not really sure why it's manipulation for her to tell how she feels on her side, what she feels about herself, and how she should be able to live and choose a life for herself.
Here's the
Well,
thing,
because
just be it's different to say, I feel like I am in a prison. And again, we're talking about a person
exactly
who was a wordsmith, right? Their whole entire career has been, and she
right.
still prides herself on that very thing, right? We see pieces of it still come out. It's different to say, I feel like I am in a prison. I feel like I am restricted. This is, these circumstances are not the circumstances that make me happy, whatever the case may be. Now, mind you, I'm using my own language, not Wendy's, right?
Right.
There's a difference between that and constantly using the buzzwords, constantly saying, and
Right.
like you're saying, yeah, I don't think she said. I'm telling you, she said in multiple different interviews, I am locked in my room. I can't open the door without a person being at the door. Different sorts of things that she's saying,
All
and
kinds of
those
stuff.
are her arguments. By all means, we're not taking that away from her. We're saying that the manner in which she's presenting factual information, if that is her experience, is done in a way to greatly inflate the circumstances and intentionally pull on heartstrings because she's looking for a specific outcome. And if you notice that when those people do not respond in the way she wants to, she blows it up. For instance, we talked about it, what was it, a day or two ago, Angie, when the friend said, so, Wendy, can't you just get a sober companion, something like that, to get those
Uh-huh.
things out of your hair, which is pretty much like, can't we get you free and have a sober companion so this can be over? Those are things that she immediately jumps to and goes, no, because I'm just not going to drink. No, I'm not willing to do that. If I want to get out of that space to at least get some breathing room, so I can hire my own attorney. And so this is the same person who delivered her husband's divorce to him in a box, a fancy box that she knew he would come and eventually get. This is not a, you got to think about the baseline who we're dealing with. So you got to decide whether you want to accept that Wendy is still good old Wendy, who is cunning enough to get the outcomes that she got out of that divorce situation, or you got to decide if you're dealing with a Wendy who is incapacitated and should not be held to her word. Which one you want to have? We're saying if you go in the middle always, when you have to go between those two with someone, there is a level of manipulation.
Right, and I mean, she is choosing to tell the story and not tell the entire story. Like, okay, how did this situation come about? Why are they monitoring you like that? Why aren't you allowed to do this? What, tell that part. Right, even if you say, well, they say I didn't, it's because due to your own actions, this is what they have. These are the restrictions that have been placed upon you. It's not, and so it's not that how she feels. I mean, of course, how you feel is relevant, and you might see it a certain way. But manipulation and the actually the line part of it, because the line is a part of manipulation, is the fact that you are not telling the entire story. You are not telling why they are doing this and whatever. Even if you say, well, they said I did this.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you want to make a debate out of it, well, but I didn't do that or whatever. But and she knows when to, she's cunning enough to know when to say, hey, Jessica, you are wicked and raggedy again. Let me meet you.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't know. And the fact that, that, and I know this might sound crazy, but I don't like to see people, with the dementia and Alzheimer's and all of that, because I just, I see what it
Mm-hmm.
does, and it takes them out of here, so fast. But the fact that I am seeing how manipulative and cunning she is, and how she's doing all of this, I actually like to see that for the reason of, I like to see her cognitive functioning hasn't gone, you know
Mm-hmm.
where I know it can go,
Mm-hmm.
so I do appreciate seeing that part. But however, I do know if she gets what she wants, she has fallen off, the wagon several times. All the times, just regular, AA doesn't work, a lot of times people require inpatient, rehabilitation services, and a lot of, um, Lord, what I was going to say, and a lot of times with that rehab, the restrictions are ramped up based on the your level of, what you display, what show them that you're capable of, what you'll do, what, because they are very, 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 very familiar with the behavior of an addict.
Mm-hmm.
Manipulation is high on the behaviors of an addict.
Mm-hmm.
So if she gets out and she begins to, well, I can have a glass of wine, because you know how they start back. I can have a glass of wine.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus drank wine and all this or whatever. He turned the wine into, then brought fish or whatever it is. I know Bible scholars, so we go with it. People get into it. So, so then, that's what they say. Weed from the earth. Ain't nothing wrong with having no weed. Actually, they manufacture the weed now, but and so on and so forth. You know how the people go. They have a bunch of justifications for their behavior. Manipulation, justification, all of it is goal is, again, that word cycle. It's a cycle. It's just chasing each other. Manipulation, justification, lying, and it's a whole big old thing. So so the guardian, again, is an entity of very few people. Wendy have galvanized a whole bunch of people. you have to, and unfortunately, she has to put in place, start putting in place measures to kind of restrict what Wendy's doing now by getting the public involved. By you know, but she was happy to again get her reassessed again for what they say she has, and again because that's going to give credence to what she's saying and why and what hopefully to give an explanation of why they are doing taking all these drastic measures or whatever. And a lot of it, again, which Wendy's not telling, she has all of those restrictions. Well, because they're not restricting everybody up there like that. It's because due to her own behavior. Everybody doesn't get those type of restrictions. There's a whole bunch of addicts in this world
Yep.
that is going in, cashing their own checks, and doing whatever they want to, with their money to a certain degree or whatever's going. You understand? Even wait a minute, hold on. Well, they are. Some of the addicts are, participating in that behavior. But again, y'all understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Everyone does not have those level of restrictions and regulations as Wendy does. And again, I'm saying it's brought on by her behavior. Now, if you want somebody to blame little Kevin child, which I'm still clutching my pearls about.
Well, and can we go a little step? Can we hit two other things? Just
hold on a second.
V is sitting up here acting as if she did not hear Wendy repeatedly say, and then they end up backtracking it once you go to another interview. And that's the other part about it that feels manipulative, that you're intentionally bouncing from one person to the next, giving a little tidbit here, and then you get over here and it's a whole different story, or there's a different element to it. So she's sitting up there saying, I took a competency exam. They proved that I passed with flying colors, that I was competent. Then we find out later on that was not a competency exam at all. Once she actually described what had happened. And I was even saying what she's saying is not a competency exam. A competency exam would be much more extensive and would not be taking place in just your normal hospital. Period. It's not going to happen. Then we find out later on, if you go over in the other one, when Angie pulled up an interview that I didn't even know anything about, she starts actually saying, oh, it was just a very simple, basic question. Who is the president? What's the day of the week? Different sorts of things like that. The other part that we need to recognize for people who are not as familiar with this whole situation is that memory is not the same as cognition. There is, and I would just encourage you all to just go with me down this path. There are even people who show their elderly loved one. One of them is Dr. Salinger. If y'all want to just Google Ed Salinger in YouTube, you can see tons of videos. He was a podiatrist. He sometimes can, and I've talked about him a lot. He cannot orient himself to where he is. He'll lose his memory. He wakes up through the night. He has really bad sundowning. They show those a lot. Yeah, that just be your back. Whatever that is bad. But like on top of that, someone would bring their foot up and be like, oh, Dad, I hurt my foot. And he will still give them the full, like it's almost like he's in the clinic all over again. Because cognitively, or like he'll talk about things in the news, he'll talk about different scenarios, complex topics that he can still dive into because the cognition is still there. What's not there and functioning properly is his memory. So if somebody were to just look at those snippets of when the foot is up, or when they even have like a skeleton of a foot in his bedroom. They have his old trumpet that he used to play and different sorts of stuff. And he'll engage in conversations sometimes that even surprise the family on lives. They'll be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he remembered that. Or I can't believe he was able to do that. He can still do math crazy off the top of his head. Medications, he can, do all that. But he does not remember where he was. They pulled his license. He still thinks he can drive. He hit multiple people. They had multiple calls where he was lost and all that stuff. So like, I also worried that we are confusing her cognition with her memory, because what they're saying, dementia is, it goes there. So there are two different components there as well, which means that she could still talk the talk with us and, do all of those great things and sound very much like Wendy and be able to rationalize and memorize, or rationalize and deduce a lot of different things. But that doesn't mean that she has all of the memory, or it also doesn't mean that she has cognition at the level that she originally had it. So there can still be issues. You don't have to be totally, I think we sometimes put ourselves in a space of they have to be totally like in the worst of dire straits, can't speak, can't talk, can't memorize anything, can't, what that's not necessarily the criteria for when someone is absolutely in danger for themselves.
Right. So exactly. So I mean, um, it's a lot going. Wendy has a lot going on, and
Mm-hmm.
I agree. We don't know a lot, right? But my thing is, from what we know, that a lot is off the chain. I
Mm-hmm.
guarantee you. You looking at file, you be like, "Oh wow, this is going on." Well, because remember, she has a history of addictions and stuff like that. And when she did her own um, little documentary or a movie or whatever about herself or whatever, you know, um, some of the things that she spoke about, right? You was like, okay. I mean, if you know that was like, God darn, it's probably some more that went on, right? Um, and when those people with those addictions start early like that, and it begins to affect different parts of their body, their bodies, and there's a lot that goes on with that. And the healthcare portion of that is very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to try to prevent it from getting worse. Again, I mean, you can look at it as like, well, darn, a person shouldn't be reduced down to $1, but keep in mind, and I guess something else I'm gonna have to talk about in a few. Um, a lot of the monies that they collect for us, what that they collect out of us now, is paying people who aren't working, meaning they either retired or they can't work for another reason. All
Mm-hmm.
right. So they have to manage and budget and look at that as well. That's when the whole prioritizing of Social Security and whatever comes in to it, but that's a whole other topic. But um, so so again, I mean, so it's bad to look at it like that, but they estimate cost of healthcare, cost of this, cost of that, whatever per person when it comes to America. So I mean, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So if they try, so it's a lot that goes into um this whole thing when you start getting into healthcare and stuff. It's a reason why it is very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because it's a lot that goes into it, and it also drags in the legal system into a lot of decision making as well, all the way from the top, which is how much to spend on healthcare, down to the bottom, which is the person, how much we spend on a person for healthcare, and everything in between. So it's a lot that goes on
Mm-hmm.
um, with managing one person who has a lot of issues going on. And again, when you got somebody that's bucking the system and causing all of this hysteria and whatever,
Mm-hmm.
you best believe something is going to be done. And you may not like it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see even more restrictions due to all these little antics. Now,
I
everywhere.
suspect that's what I suspect is going to happen. I actually think, like, she thinks she thinks that because she's trying to get the upper hand. But what's going
Yep.
to happen, like I said before, I've seen those judges take somebody from, all right, now you go free. I don't want to hear no more about this sort of behavior. Just don't drink. or just don't. And I'm
Mm,
using drink. We keep using that with Wendy because we know that's the most salient, behavior that keeps getting brought up now. But it might be
right.
something like just don't smoke weed. All right, you leave here, you on your own. We'll check in 6 months. Just don't smoke weed. Before they cut the corner good, they smoking weed by the pound. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Next thing you know, the
Exactly.
judge bring them in and say, "Oh, okay, so you just gonna buck that? I gave you a chance. You just gonna buck that? Okay, now you're gonna have an ankle monitor." You get the ankle monitor on. Next thing you know, they done cut that off, or they slipping it off and putting it on the dog, and whatever. Something. And I'm just using
Exactly.
outlandish circumstances. But you do that, and then the judge says, "Oh, okay, you doing that? All right. Well, now you got to come in and do weekends. You stop showing up for the weekends on time, or you skip a weekend here or there when you feel like it." The judge come back and say, "Okay, so you didn't want to do the weekends. Now you're going in for 30 days. You going for the 30 days. Now you do finding contraband inside. Oh, so now you see them, it keeps going
It,
up and up
it
and up
bumps
and up.
up, up,
Now,
up.
mind you, we're talking different because now we're talking about this is more of a safety precaution sort of thing. But I hope the other thing people can see is, of course, it's always going to be better when it's with your family. Why? Because there's actual emotion involved in the situation. There's care, there's compassion, and that doesn't always translate very well. It comes off pretty cold from the judge. It comes off cold from a social worker or whatever when they just go, well, just they need this. It's just the bare minimum of what you need. They're not going to necessarily think about the social aspects, or they're not going to think about some of these other things. They're just going to say, here's the bare minimum, or here's, in her case, here's the minimum to keep her luxurious life.
Right.
And it is
Right.
saying, and it feels colder, and it absolutely probably is colder than what it would be with her family, but her family also seems to be, in part at least, contributors to the circumstance. So now you get
Right.
a judge who's like, look, I just got to be here as an impartial party who can make the best decisions on your behalf. I'm not here to try to I can't make you happy, because her happiness will be in letting them go, and she doesn't meet that criteria. She just doesn't. Um, I just don't know how. I don't know how people. I get why people feel the way that they feel, but I also don't understand why some people are also not able to see the fact that she does also keep she's using right now as the media mogul that she is. And I think that's where that cognition is still firing off very well, that she's still very aware of, this is how it moves in the media. This is how
Hmm.
you get a story going. This is how you keep something pushing. And she knows that things go very different when you cannot hear the other side of the story. The Guardian can't talk. Like, the fact that the Guardian had to get permission just to release that little bit of information, and it's still not enough. Let me tell you, I would love it. There were many times where I was like, I can't wait to get on this stand, right? Because I'm holding it in. I'm holding it in. I
I
can't.
can
I
feel it.
Right? I can't. The teachers, when I was a school counselor, it'd be times where the teachers would be like, well, I'm like, I can't tell you anything more besides the fact that we are taking action. Action is being taken. And they're hot at me saying, you're not doing anything about it. I told them all of this, and they're not doing, they don't know what I have in my report. I put everything
Right.
that teacher put and more. And then, but I can't tell anybody else what we're going to try to do or what we need to put into place once we get there. But then once I'm getting in there, I'm like, let me finally be able to tell somebody all of this, the people that I legally can. Here, judge, here's all of the information. But the teacher or the parent or whoever is looking at it, assuming that I'm not doing anything just because I can't tell them what I'm doing. Meanwhile, the student or the child or the adult, in this case, Wendy, she can go door to door and say, oh, they're treating me so bad. Oh, everything's so bad. Oh, I didn't do anything wrong whatsoever. And that's the only side people hear. So that's the side that people go with. But I can tell you, I just from being in that side, there's way more to this story.
Oh yeah.
And I don't, and it's sad that she's been able to manipulate people into forgetting that fact.
Right. Right. I mean, exactly. I mean, she had me at one. I'm like, oh no. When I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold
Yeah,
on. Because I was coming, with I ain't have no hat on. I was like,
yeah.
okay, I ain't have no hat on. Okay. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Mm-mm. Let me
Mm-hmm.
listen. And when I go to
Mm-hmm.
listening, okay. Now, okay, I
Now
got
you
it.
see. Right? Me
Now
too.
I got it. Now I got it. Oh, okay.
Me
Because I was like,
too.
they doing it like that because we saw looking crazy on that documentary. I know what was going on with
Mm-hmm.
that situation, and they was like, she was drinking or whatever. And I didn't know if it was drinking or was some mental health going. I don't know what. I ain't which.
I came into it blaming Kevin. I said that man drove her crazy. I think I'm dead serious. I've changed. And people won't believe that now hearing how I'm talking now, but I have
Right,
changed
because
my
you
opinion.
you
I
didn't
was
have on
She
you
was
didn't
not.
have on
That
a
was
hat.
not. I didn't have this information, but then once I got it, and then I saw her behavior and stuff, I was like, okay, yeah, that's probably not. I thought for certain this man has run this woman crazy. He had, he probably has been giving her drugs or what have he probably is doing all this stuff. He has gotten this woman so stressed out behind all this stuff that she's now not in her, just having pretty much what we would call in the streets a nervous breakdown. Like she's
Yeah.
not well because this man will not stop relentlessly tormenting her. Then I was going, she's clever enough though that she would concoct this scheme to lock her money down so he can't get it just to make sure he goes broke and then she'll come back out of it. And I think part of that could have even been at play at some point. But then once I looked at that first documentary she had when she was the one where they showed her in the first facility and the niece was coming in and all these corrupt people who are around and all that stuff. I started seeing behavior with her then. I'm like, that, yeah, I think there's more at play there. I think the ex-husband still has something to do with where she is, but I'm seeing now that there's actually some significant, issues. And
Wait a
then
minute.
as
When
she
was
could
she in a? When was the document? Sorry to cut you off. When was the documentary when she was in a facility? Are you talking about the one where
I
they was
think it was
finding
on
booze in the bed?
exactly. Yeah. She was in a
She was in a
facility then.
facility.
That was the first that's the facility she got kicked out of. That was
Girl,
like one
no,
of
I thought
those
that was her apartment.
well, she was started off in an apartment, but then she was in the facility. And that's why remember the niece couldn't come upstairs and all these people were in the place and all that stuff. It was a facility at that point. They got her out of she was in her place, and then they got her out of that into the facility on the second half or the whatever that part was. The second
Okay,
part.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
Yeah. That was
I
pretty
got
much
you.
pretty much the story starts off like, oh, she's on her own, she can, whatever, and then the decline, and then she goes into the first facility, gets kicked out of that facility.
Because what wasn't the last scene was with Black China?
One of them that's that same documentary. Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean that was, and I was like, this is, I don't know what the hell was going on. I didn't know what to make of it. I was like,
Exactly.
what is
I
going
went
on?
into it. I went into because I still can't stand that ex-husband of hers. I still think he's
Me
trash.
either.
And
He
I still
trash.
blame him for a lot of stuff, throughout the years or whatever. But I went into it just wanting to be able to double down on my disdain for him. I came into it. Look at how he did her. I'm sure she's going through it. She's just so worried about her money and different stuff. And he put her through all this. He's causing everything. And then once I started seeing the drinking and we know about her background with that, and then I started seeing some of the other behavior, and I'm like, hold on here. I did not like that. I will say I still did not like some of those people who were around, like the manager or like some of those people who have gone. But again, you saw that they were also going for their own benefit. So I'd rather her have somebody who I feel could be more impartial than those people. But I still think they need to reassess it. But tell the whole story, Whitney. Never does Wendy
exactly.
sit. But the other part is what the things that you have to listen to is not what they say, but also sometimes what they don't say.
Don't
What
say
she has
exactly.
never said is, I have never been diagnosed. I have never drank anywhere when they told me that I drank, right? She's never denied that fact
Mm-hmm.
when they moved her to the different. She's never said, they claimed that I drank and I never drank. I was with my son that entire time. I never picked up anything. No, they came back. And then she started saying, "Oh, no, 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 no." And what I would suspect likely happened is she has got, they probably were working with her. She keeps sneaking it this way. She snuck it that way. She got caught. She found another. She got caught. She found another. She got caught. She found another way. And then once she did it that last time and they moved her up and really locked her down, that's when all of a sudden it was, I'm in prison.
Yeah.
Right?
And now, what was being said about the credit card that somebody said it declined?
Yeah,
Because she
because they
probably
were
was
up there
supposed to have a credit card.
Well, and
It was
also,
over
or
the
either
limit.
they gave her like what we were able to do with my friend at one point, and then they lifted it back up. Is that we said, okay, yeah, he at that point, that was before he was in the final stages, But at one point, he
Mm.
was still at the point where you're like, okay, you want to be independent, you still want it. He's like, I just want to be able to go to Chipotle and get me a Chipotle bowl, and whatever. And we were like, okay, yeah, that works. Got with the doctors and the bank. I didn't want to say the name of the bank. I almost said it, but I didn't. So we got
Oh,
with
okay.
the bank. We got with the bank, and the banks were able to get some stuff in place so that he had a restriction of $50 a day. That means if you go out and you want to go, like again, you want to go meet up with a friend and get lunch and get some Chipotle, or you want to go and get yourself a new T-shirt or something today or whatever, you can do that. Well, guess what? He was taking that and maxing that out the whole $50, or maybe he'll go and just get a little $1 cheeseburger, and the $49 is slipping this here, slipping that little bottle there. You know what I'm saying? Misusing it so to the point that they probably have put a limit on what things that
Yeah.
she would otherwise just be able to swipe. You know.
Yeah.
And then if you got someone with dementia in general, like I even talk about that Dr. Salinger, the man is beyond rich. He doesn't want for anything. His son is a lawyer. Like they have now he doesn't want for anything, but they only can put $10 in his wallet, because if not, he will lose it. It'll be law, he might give it to somebody accidentally, he might drop it. They don't want that to be at risk. So they put a lockdown on it so that he's not able to do that, because he's not in his right mind to be able to manage the money. He gets up a lot of mornings. Even I think the one that they posted yesterday or so, he got up, I can't find my money. I can't find my money. And it upsets him. But they cannot just say, okay, well, you want your money? Let's go out and get the $2 million you still got in the bank and just let you see what you do with it. You can't do that.
Okay. Now, Jessica said she wasn't in a facility. She was in a one-bedroom apartment. Because it was tore up. I thought the furnishings was hers. So I don't
But it
know.
was
But
it was at the end, she went to the facility. That's the one she ended up
at
getting
the end.
kicked out of. Exactly. At the end, that
Oh,
was when
okay.
pretty much they were saying like she's not gonna be able to stay there, essentially. Like she's not gonna be able to stay there. But it was like one of those, it was supposed to be like a step-up facility, essentially. Is that
Right.
like she was in the apartment that was obviously not up to her standard, and that was because, think about it, if we go up the ladder, she was in her apartment, right, her condo or whatever she had. They sold that, they had to get her out of there, right? So then they get her in this smaller facility, but it's a facility that has a little bit more restriction on who can get upstairs, stuff like that. Then the alcohol kept getting worse, and people, how is this alcohol getting in here? You remember that they were fussing at her with all the bottles and stuff. They're like, we're not going to be able to keep her here because she keeps getting the alcohol in here, essentially. And then they
Right.
decided again she's going to have to go to this facility, which is a facility she got kicked out of before she got moved to this coterie place, because
Yeah.
she snuck
So
alcohol into there.
that's crazy. And
Yeah.
see, it's those types of behaviors, those types of actions that she's doing that's making it tougher on her. I don't understand what part of it is she. And see, that's the manipulative part, that she's leaving. She's omitting a whole bunch of stuff. Tell
Mhm.
why you. I mean, if you know why, you know what's going on and how you feel, and they do this and you can't do this, well, you know why the hell you are being restricted, like you're being restricted. Your memory loss ain't that bad. That what you can remember the bad about the place, but don't know why it's bad like that. Everybody else not restricted like that. Guarantee you. People not don't have
Mhm.
if you're on the floor where you there's a key to go in, and but that's because they got to watch your actions. They monitoring you. Okay, you can't go. You can't come and go as you please.
Mhm. Yeah.
You just can't do that. You can't even, you're not even authorized to probably go out for an hour.
And in
You
this, and
know,
see, she's in that. So she went from that place. She got kicked out of one place. Went to the coterie. Was on a different floor. Which is, if you look at their website, they have like just general assisted living sort of circumstances. They have a memory people with memory services. They like pretty much have it's different types. I'm sure they probably got different floors for different sorts of treatment. It
right,
seems to me that what it sounds like is they moved her into the general assisted living side of things, where you still get some nurse care, you get some oversight, what have you, but you have a lot more freedom. It's kind of, it can be much more social, and you can go downstairs and not have any oversight over when you leave out of your room or whatever. And it seemed like to me that when she and it's not probably not even maybe you don't need keys in that particular part of the facility, right?
right,
Then you go to your son's graduation and you sneak stuff while they're right there. That gets reported back to the facility. So they say, okay, we can't trust you in this part of the facility because you might have access to some of those things. In some assisted living facilities, you can even have alcohol. You can get alcohol in an assisted living facility as long as it's not a restriction on your health plan. So they probably said, well, because of that, we got to move you up to the more restricted. Now you're on the memory care floor. And she's like, oh my gosh, I didn't. You see what I'm saying? Like, oh, no,
yeah,
no, no. I don't want that. Take me back down there. And they're like, sorry, we can't do that. So she's like, okay, that's what it is. Okay, I'll get up out of here one way or the other.
exactly. I get up out of here one way or
Yep.
the other, and then the plan became, some they began to execute, and she's,
Mm-hmm.
using a lot of people who, to
Mm-hmm.
me, is it are accomplice in the plan
Yeah.
because they ain't telling the whole story either.
Unwitting accomplice.
Exactly. Some, to me know, and some, don't know what the hell is going on. All they knowing is, hey, Wendy is crying and what. I mean, she is doing the acting thing. Oh my gosh, it's
Mm-hmm.
like now, but with the note thing, just be I'm not harping on it, but they're saying all the reports saying. I mean, they even got a time, like 11:50 something. She dropped the note down, and paparazzi got it. And paparazzi, like, and then it was one clip, and I was trying to find I don't know what station, but there was one clip of the person actually holding the note, and it says something about help, Wendy or whatever. And then when they go to look up at the window or whatever, that's when she goes to waving at the person.
Yeah.
It's a whole clip that shows that. And I was like, oh my gosh. I mean, when I tell you, she's very good at what she does.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, remember, she was in a sector that knows the system of rumors and putting stories out in media and all that type of stuff, the paparazzi and all that, how it's done and celebrity and all of that. She was another person that was in a unique position, right? Got a lot of skills, or skill sets,
Mm-hmm.
depending on how you look at it. And so she's been in those different rooms, so she knows how to get it going. She knows who to call and who
Mm-hmm.
is going to be sympathetic with her.
Yeah. And
You
there was a good
understand?
run there where I'm still confused as to even of this moment right now. How is she getting these phone calls and these numbers? She's saying, I don't have my number. And maybe, and again, once you get, maybe it's just the same way you do it, I guess, when you're locked up. You get one person to get the number, then you get the other people on the outside to get the numbers for you and, make the calls or whatever. I don't know, but she
Right.
can take for somebody who she says is locked down with no phone access. When she
She
does get a
making it
half hour,
happen.
I mean, think about it. Sometimes she's doing 5, 6, 7 calls a week, if not more, and that's just to us. And then if you heard what Charlemagne said in the background, he said, "Yeah, don't be calling people before 7 o'clock," which suggests to us she's been calling him, and he said she talks to him frequently.
Yeah, yeah. She getting it done, baby. As we said, her niece is making her help to contact. I believe in that old Gina Lisa. I don't trust that Gina Lisa, whatever the hell her name is. I don't trust her. I don't like her. You know what I'm saying? Now she's, I don't, because I don't like people to be exploited, even when they are doing a bit of exploitation themselves. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that. That's just um not my thing. Now, I don't know if Kevin Senior have said something about all of this that's going on with Wendy. I know that he was crying or whatever. Last time I, heard from him, I heard about him, he was crying about, he don't have no money and whatever. And I guess him and the side chick still together? Him and Coleslaw, I know that's what they call him. Is him and the girl still together with the baby, Sharina? Well, that to me, you got to understand, right? We don't know why addicts become addicts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or why they stay addicts, or what are their triggers? Okay, one could be, and this her trying to get her into. I could have punched Charlamagne in his mouth, talking about, yeah, when we're gonna talk about offline, about like all the stuff that she could be doing or whatever,
Yeah,
right? When it's, yeah,
yeah.
we don't know the stress doing to do the work
Mm-mm.
is one of the triggers or whatever. We don't know that. Like, boy, I'm trying to tell you. And see, that is also the dangers when you have people that are, and I'm not calling,
Enablers,
yeah,
enablers.
right.
I'm gonna
And
pop
you can
off.
be,
I'm popping off. I'll be back.
okay, you can be an enabler just due to your ignorance. Because he don't know. He don't have a clue. You understand what I'm saying? And all they thinking about is when the sound the same. We can make some money. Okay, and what they say, don't when you have a window, a window in Celebrityville, you have a window sometimes. Well, yeah, I'll say sometimes, and we know now that information and news and all that type of stuff is in social media and media and all that stuff is a very very active um, thing that happens in the world every day, right? People jump on that wave when they have that window of opportunity. So you have to take it and make as much as you can from it. That's what you saw Lil Woody do. That's what you see the Shamars do of this world. All these different people, right? That y'all might not even know who I'm talking about. But so we don't know if stress is a trigger for her. Charlamagne definitely don't know. You think they broke? That's what I heard too. Melody so long she's being an active one. Oh my gosh. You know what? They need to hire you. Oh no. Oh, just be they can't hire you, baby, because I'm afraid that it might come through on the immigration thing for Trump. Y'all, so I don't know. Just be change the last digit on your social, you'll be just fine. Hey, change the last digit. Just But yeah, this is crazy. But I want to play. Oh, and just did you see what I asked the coterie? The coterie. All right, Russian. Did you hear what I asked her? Did you see I did the chat thing, the virtual chat on where Wendy is living? And I said, "Where's Wendy?" And the response came back, "I'm sorry, but I don't have that information on individual persons such as Wendy. If you're looking to get in touch with someone at the Coterie Senior Living, please contact us at that number or connect to our live chat for assistance." I asked y'all, where's Wendy? But just be, hey, I wanted to do something that would satisfy you, honey. So I asked the assistant, "Where's Wendy?" Shit, put her to the damn, put her in this damn chat. This thing, hell. But let me get with what happened yesterday. Again, I hope I don't get hit for this, but oh well. It is actually E. Nope, that's gonna hurt y'all eyes. Do I have my hold on, y'all. Let me get. I mean, just be gonna want the lady to get out today and be drunk as a skunk tomorrow. Girl, we can't do that. Yeah, but it's a E News, E Entertainment News or something like that clip, and I think they're using the Breakfast Club. But I'm gonna try it anyway because I want to see if the breakfast. Anyway, I want to see if the Breakfast Club will allow us to play their stuff. I want to test the waters, and like they provide us with the list of what we can play and what we can't play.
We received a letter from Sabrina Morrissey, who is Wendy Williams' conservator,
She wrote a letter?
guardian, from her attorneys. So there's an attorney named Andrew Selly Jr. who sent over a letter, and he outlined everything that they are alleging is inaccurate that has been in the media up until this point. They wrote
He
this
said
letter.
Wendy lying?
He said that there has been a lot of inaccuracies.
There are two sides to every story. Amid the ongoing legal drama surrounding Wendy Williams, we are now hearing from her court-appointed guardian, Sabrina Morrissey. The Breakfast Club co-host Lauren LaRosa read on air a letter from Morrissey's legal team dated March 6th, contradicting some of the claims made by the former talk show host over the last few months, and as recently as March 11th, when Williams called into the show.
The court, actually, who sealed everything and told Sabrina she could not make comments on stuff, is allowing for certain things to be cleared up. And here's what they're clearing up. So when it comes to the guardianship, they say, or they allege, that Sabrina, as Wendy's guardian, did not declare Wendy Williams to be legally incapacitated because no guardian has that power. That happens by a court. And that's not just for Wendy's case. That happens in every case like this. And specifically for Wendy's case, it was put in place by the Supreme Court of New York City. Now, they say when it comes to Wendy's medical condition, the incapacity in that determination, the guardian also does not determine that according to them, this happens by doctors and medical professionals. And they allege that in 2022 and 2023, Wendy was examined at 2 hospitals where they found frontal lobe atrophy. And they say it got worse, according to these legal documents that they have, in 2023, when she was diagnosed with a condition that causes progressive decline over time, which I'm assuming they're talking about the frontal dementia that we've been having conversations about.
The day before, during Wendy's latest Breakfast Club interview, after she was removed from her assisted care facility and hospitalized, she once again repeated claims that her medical diagnosis under her guardianship was not accurate.
I told them I am not incapacitated, as I've been accused. And this floor that I live on is the memory unit. The people who live there don't remember anything. Unlike me, why am I here? What is going on? It's a cry for help. You know what I'm saying?
In the letter from Morrissey's attorneys, they note that all decisions regarding Wendy's care and finances are supervised by the courts.
On Wendy's money, they say Wendy's assets have been under professional management and are under court supervision. And anytime money moves, so anytime there's a disbursement of any sort, this is reviewed and approved by the court.
Gina Monteroso, president of Connect Care Advisory Group, joined Wendy on the Breakfast Club March 11th interview, and the two women described the conditions Wendy was living in.
I wrote a letter to the Adult Protective Services, explaining to them Wendy's situation. She was isolated, and we needed an investigation. Yesterday morning, during our morning calls, I told Wendy we will be calling the police. And we will be speaking to police, and we will be telling them that you are isolated.
Listen,
and we need some help.
So 2 police showed up, where I was, at the coterie. And so I was telling them, the same. And the next thing you know, there are 2 more police. So there are 4 in total. And I was talking with Gina, and saying, go ahead, Gina.
Yep. And the police came into the room. Wendy gave me the phone, and I pleaded with the police as if Wendy was my child. Please, you need to get her off this floor. And listen, she is confined.
But the letter from Wendy's guardian painted a very different picture.
On Wendy's living conditions, they say that Wendy is, currently living under the care that was deemed appropriate by a court based on her diagnosis and based on what medical professionals are saying. They point out that where Wendy resides right now is an assisted living facility with spa treatments, workout room, 24/7 medical oversight, excellent food, a dining room, outside terraces, and that she's able to leave the facility, and she has done so to shop, for meals, for medical appointments.
After Williams' hospitalization, she and Monteroso claimed she had been examined and passed mental competency testing that allegedly proved she is not incapacitated.
She arrived at the hospital, and the attorney convinced the doctors. So according to what was told, the guardian was there and Wendy's attorney. And I was a little back and forth as whether she was going to allow Wendy, the guardian, to get evaluated. Mm-hmm. The doctor saw there was a difference between the guardian's opinion and her lawyer's opinion. And the doctor had to go to his legal department from the hospital to clear to see how he was going to do it. He received the clearance for the evaluation, and then Wendy took 2 evaluations, and pretty much they're evaluating whether she has competency and is able to make decisions, and she passed both tests.
What does the 10-10 mean?
I'm sorry?
What does the 10-10, what does it mean? You tell me what 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10, correct. 10 questions asked, 10 questions correct, answered correctly.
I mean, they asked me simple things like, who's the president? You know what I'm saying? What's my birth date? Anyway, yeah, I scored.
Who'd you tell them the president was, Wendy?
Oh, please. A friend of mine. a friend of mine. Who was on the show and also beyond.
I have a question for you guys too. So there are reports that this exam that you did can't be used in moving forward to prove the like that you're not incapacitated. Can you clear that up or like explain? Like I don't know if I missed that part. Like how this will be used.
That's actually false. That's a medical exam done by an independent doctor by a very well-known hospital. You can use that for the court.
Now both sides are awaiting further testing that was previously requested by The Guardian. In the meantime, Wendy has said she will be doing an interview on The View March 14th. Trial attorney and legal analyst Misty Maris tells Access Hollywood how this interview could impact Williams moving forward and what her next steps are.
If Wendy goes on The View, she needs to really think about what she's going to say and speak to her lawyer about it, because anything she says could come back to bite her when it comes time for trial. But the other major issue, if there is a restriction, a court order that says she cannot speak about the guardianship itself publicly, she would be in violation if she goes on The View. And that could lead to more restrictions. And so she really needs to tread carefully. And it depends on what court orders are in place and what restrictions have already been set by the judge.
Wendy. What happened at the hospital?
We want to talk. Hi.
What happened at the hospital? Are you okay?
We want to talk.
Are you okay?
This is my niece, Alex.
Okay. How do you feel about the Free Wendy movement?
How do you feel about it? Fabulous.
Fabulous.
So our recent events have been unbelievable. Talk about
We came back from dinner and apparently police were called, but I was told that at some point police were called because the coterie here was saying allegedly that I took my aunt from this facility and whisked her away without any sort of confirmation or approval, which avoids everything that we have learned in terms of this whole situation. Wondering exactly how that correlates with the statements that the Guardian has made that Wendy is able to come and go as she pleases,
right,
and that there are no family visits that are blocked.
Clearly, they are lying to me when they say I can go out and do what I want to do. This is my niece, Alex. She just flew in from Miami, okay? I just came from the hospital. So we are going out to celebrate. You know what I'm saying? Celebrate what? I don't know. I'm from the hospital. You know what I'm saying? And of life. Right. And this is what has been done to us.
Okay.
We're good.
We're good.
We're back in one piece.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Oh, they dressed alike.
Watch what happens. Oh, come on. I have lymphedema. You know my feet.
Right.
Get out of here.
Have a good one.
Hey, Gary.
These people are going to plead their case. I don't hear.
Thank you.
So this was today or yesterday, whatever they call the cops on them.
Thanks so much for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with more of today's top stories. I want to show you this live look that we have there in Midtown Manhattan there in New York. We're going to be talking about Wendy Williams. I'm sure you know her, the popular talk show host, is continuing her fight against the conservatorship she's been placed in. The 60-year-old did appear a bit earlier today on Good Day New York after she was removed from her assisted living facility and taken to the hospital the day prior. She is now talking out and speaking out on that segment from the hospital, saying that she received mental competency tests, saying that she is not cognitively impaired. Let's check in with our partners there at Fox 5 in New York to get a bit more insight as to how that happened there a bit earlier.
NYPD escorting Wendy Williams out of the Coterie Memory Care Facility, Hudson Yards, on Monday after the the talk show host was spotted pressed up against the fifth floor window, begging for someone to help her, even reportedly tossing out handwritten notes into the street. Hours later at Lenox Hill Hospital, Williams reportedly scoring a small win that could end her court-ordered guardianship.
Wendy took a psychological test. It's called a capacity test, where they give you 10 questions. A psychiatrist gives you 10 questions to see if you're oriented, if you have mental capacity. Wendy scored a 10 out of 10, the highest score. The psychiatrist said she has full capacity. And that's a big deal because it flies in the face of what the Guardian has said.
That Guardian controls Williams' money, what she does, and even where she lives. Last year, the 60-year-old was diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia. It's a degenerative condition, and it impacts the ability to speak, write, and understand things. Her behavior went from this in a Lifetime docuseries to now apparently alert and coherent. TMZ's Harvey Levin has some ideas.
Alcohol. Wendy, if you look at the Lifetime documentary, there was a vodka bottle in a lot of the shots, and Wendy was drunk, and she has struggled with that. But she's sober now. And if somebody is an alcoholic, but they regain their sobriety, I can't think of a single case where that justifies a guardianship.
Williams reportedly has been calling friends like Levin and recently has been doing audio-only interviews and appearances. She's hoping to have lawyer Joe Tacopina help her get her freedom. TMZ is now also reporting the NYPD is investigating the guardianship that Williams has been calling suffocating.
They called me and they wanted to find out what her capacity was. I don't know if the NYPD is going to do anything. That remains to be seen.
Thanks to our partners there at Fox 5 in New York for giving us the very latest and some history of some of the issues surrounding talk show host Wendy Williams. But again, she may be a step closer to freedom after that psychiatrist examined her on Monday. And Wendy says she passed that test with, quote, flying colors. To talk just a bit more about conservatorships in general, I want to bring into the conversation Jeremy Rosenthal, legal analyst. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. This story has captured the internet's attention because, of course, so many people woke up every day, listened into Wendy Williams for her talk show that she had for several years on television. And it seems like in the last few years, she's been facing some medical issues that have caused her be placed in a conservatorship. First of all, can you talk about what a conservatorship is and what sort of led to that path for Wendy to be taken into that?
Let's talk about that because I think that these are concepts that most people have heard. We hear of conservatorship, we hear of guardianships, and sometimes we don't exactly know what that means. These are legal proceedings that we take when we have usually maybe an elderly person, somebody with memory issues or cognitive issues that can no longer really manage their day-to-day affairs, and they may be vulnerable financially, physically, or something like that. So what parties in most states can do, and probably every state, what they can do is you can apply for some type of conservatorship or guardianship. And what that will do is that allows a judge to sort of based on an investigation, sometimes that could be state funded, it could be a private investigation, essentially determine who needs to be making the financial decisions for somebody. And in the case of Wendy Williams, if it's determined to be severe enough, also the housing issues and day-to-day issues. And a lot of times what happens, unfortunately, we see a lot of families that have fights over who loves grandma the most, or a lot of times, of course, there's money that is sort of the underpinnings here. And in this instance, what happened was in 2022, Wells Fargo, who was the financial institution that Wendy Williams was dealing with, had a lot of concern about some bizarre either spending behavior or some bizarre behavior from Miss Williams herself. And they were concerned that family members might be taking advantage. So they alerted the authorities. And the next thing you know, we find ourselves in one of these legal proceedings where the judge is hearing about mental evaluations, medical evaluations, psychological evaluations. And yes, My understanding is that she's been diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia, which again, I'm a lawyer, not a medical professional, but my understanding is that's not a condition that gets better over time or heals. So if that's what a judge is looking at, you would think a guardianship or conservatorship would be appropriate.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because another person that we have heard of the word conservatorship, I think we all remember the Free Britney movement and what happened there. She was under that conservatorship for several years after she had what she even called a psychotic break. And eventually she was able to be removed from it as well. And just sort of watching the video back of Wendy in her prime on the show, it seems hard to believe. And as she's now speaking out a little bit more, that this is maybe what's right for her. When we're talking about these conservatorships, is there a level that things are different in between? You said sometimes they control the money, sometimes the money and the housing. It's just interesting to see that she's been put away in this facility with what she says feels like a prison.
There's different types of guardianships. One, for instance, would be something that is temporary, right? Maybe in the case of Britney Spears, if it's mental illness, if it's some type of psychosis that can be treated, something that allows for the ward, as they are known, to essentially get better. In many instances, there are guardianships over minors or people who we know will obviously not always be minors and then will become adults and fully capable and fully functional. And then you have instances where you do have permanent injury or a permanent diagnosis. And for anybody that's watching, these are obviously Wendy Williams in her case is a severe outlier. If you know of an elderly person that is particularly isolated, or you're concerned about their well-being, or if they're not able to take care of themselves, or sometimes you might see erratic spending habits, then it may be appropriate to sort of inquire as to their well-being. Because again, the law does provide for remedies for people in this situation to where others can sort of step in and manage. Again, a lot of times it's just sort of these breeding grounds for infighting amongst family members. And obviously nobody ever wants to see that. Wendy Williams, in this instance, her family kind of feels like she's been kept away. The guardian who has been appointed in this case is somebody who has it seems has kind of kept the family a little bit at arm's length. It's natural for the family to kind of want to struggle against that. And it's also natural for Wendy Williams herself, obviously, to disagree with what is happening to her and her treatment. That said, the filings in this case, the medical tests that the judge is looking at are sealed. We don't know what those do. We don't know the results of those tests, and we don't know necessarily what they say. So there's a lot of things that the judge and the inner circle are really balancing here. Of course, when we see this dramatic, situation where, she may be throwing a note from the window and then she gets taken across town in an ambulance and has a test that's released publicly, it does put some pressure on the courts. And obviously, everybody wants to get this right. Nobody wants somebody who has regained capacity or who has been misdiagnosed. Nobody wants that person to be treated this way. So, I mean, we will potentially see some legal action. I don't know if we're going to see any changes here, though.
And that was what I was going to ask you, because again, Wendy said she really wants to rely on this independent, quote unquote, report that she just had after she was taken to the hospital to test her mental cognitive abilities on Monday of this week. Can she sort of submit that separately to the court? Does it require a specific filing? I know you briefly touched on that.
You absolutely can. The question is it going to carry much of any weight? And is it really comparable to some of the other testing that she has been exposed to in the past? Going through guardianship training, when you were learning to evaluate these types of situations, what you're taught to do is to ask layered questions. The test that she was given, my understanding is, what day of the week is it? Who's the president of the United States? Where do you live? What's your name? These types of questions. To really diagnose these types of situations, you need questions such as, what did you do yesterday? talk me through what you ate for breakfast a few days ago. Talk me through, do some math issues. There's a famous test that tests for dementia, which is to have the patient draw a clock. Because people with these type of cognitive disabilities really struggle at those types of very basic things. So you can certainly submit this test to the judge, but again, I don't know that a test by a doctor like that is going to necessarily be able to counterbalance probably some pretty thorough testing, which has been done in the past and may be done in the future. And look, even if these diagnoses of her are accurate, there's always exceptions to the rule. Maybe she is in a better mental state than she was before. And who knows why that could be the case. So the court's certainly going to want to measure twice and cut once, you would think, with regards to this. So I do think the court would consider a new evaluation, but I don't know that it's going to be everything. And we also have to remember, this is the same group of lawyers, the same judges who have been evaluating over and over Miss Williams for 3 years. So nothing is really going to be completely new to them.
And Jeremy, I have to ask you again, the public is very invested in the health and well-being of Wendy Williams. Of course, I mentioned the Free Britney movement that happened as well a few years ago. Does that have any impact? Does that sort of pressure require folks to start taking a much closer look? As you said, the courts, they don't want to get this wrong. They don't want to come out on the other side blamed for anything that maybe they could have done to make sure that Wendy was in the best hands.
Mm-hmm. This is like in a criminal case, we don't want to convict somebody wrongfully. If it takes going to court 50 times to get it right in Wendy Williams' case, it's worth it. So I think any exposure that this situation has to daylight is certainly a healthy thing. Obviously, the courts and the judges and the doctors who have been treating her are the most familiar with her. So you would think that that the people sort of on the inside are going to have a little more information and knowledge than the rest of us would. But again, I don't think that this scrutiny hurts. I don't think it hurts in any way, shape, or form. And again, if it takes 50 times of going to court to get it right on somebody's liberty, it's worth it, or 100 times, or 200 times, or whatever it takes. So this obviously is a very severe case, a very serious case, and nobody anywhere wants somebody to be misdiagnosed and have their life completely taken away from them.
And of course, we know Wendy is also advocating for herself at this point. You talked about how she's done several interviews, talked on the phone to TMZ's Harvey Levin, as well as done a full interview on The Breakfast Club as well. This press tour that she has is going to continue later on this week, having this from the New York Post. She's set to appear on The View after you see they're begging for help in this case. With all of the public, again, and as she's speaking out, will this help her? Will any of this be taken into account watching and listening as Wendy advocates for herself in these very public interviews? Can that be used in court as well?
It can help her if she's able to hold herself out very well. It helps her if she's able to answer some complicated questions. It helps her if she's able to show layers of thinking and details that you would expect somebody who would be able to manage their own affairs. It could backfire very badly if she doesn't perform well, if she missteps, if she says something that is kind of like an off-key piano that everybody listening sort of painfully realizes, oh, maybe they're right about her. And look, one of the most difficult things for somebody in her situation is to get people to believe her. It's always the alcoholic who's going to say, I don't have an alcohol problem. It's always going to be the person who, if we think that they're suffering psychosis or psychotic, well, of course they're going to say that they're fine. So we don't know what level of credibility to give somebody that's self-reporting like that. But she could conceivably do herself a lot of favors if she performs well. She could also hurt herself very badly if she does not.
All right, legal analyst Jeremy Rosenthal here to help us break down the very latest as it pertains to this Wendy Williams case and in her conservatorship. Jeremy, before I let you go, any final thoughts of things that the audience should be looking out for in these next coming days?
This is a very bizarre thing, throwing a note out the window, wanting to be rescued, and then having this all done very publicly. This is a very bizarre thing. And not only that, when we talk about these types of conservatorships, when we talk about guardianships, again, these are really courts that are helping people, helping families really across this country that are trying to care for elderly people, that are trying to protect them from abuse, from isolation. And just, it's important to remember that Wendy Williams is an outlier. It's good that it's shining light on the entirety of the system. That's always a positive. And the fact that her case has gotten so weird and so bizarre in a weird way is sort of a blessing like that. But yeah, we're going to see what happens. I wouldn't expect a lot to change. I really wouldn't, but you never know. Maybe this is a great day for her and a great thing to happen. We'll just have to stay tuned.
All right, Jeremy Rosenthal here to help us break down the very latest. We appreciate you for being with us here on Live Now.
Have a great night.
All right, did want to bring that to you as well. Let's go ahead and also check in with our partners there at Fox 5 in New York. They've been talking a lot as Wendy did appear on Good Day there at Fox 5. Let's listen in to a bit more of what happened when she called into the show.
Let me stop that right there. Okay. I just added this video, right? Yeah, right before we get to Elon and whatever. I just added that video, and that video came out yesterday. I don't know about this video, what this guy is saying. And since we've been talking about Wendy and what she has going on, did they get me? Hold on, let me see if they got me. Ooh, I think they got me, child. Hold on. I think they got me. Shit. Oh, they got me in line. Testing. Testing. I think they had got me. Yeah, they had got me. So apparently you can't play that. But anyway, why ain't showing up that they had got me? I'm looking at my email. Anyway, that's why listening. That's why when you see that counter start going down to 0, you better go check and see if they done got you. But I didn't even know that. I mean, I just added those videos, just do Wendy Williams, updates for the day or whatever. I don't play them videos. I just add them on there or whatever because I know that the title says they're speaking on what I'm talking about. That guy just summed up what Mo and I have been trying to explain from her expertise of the matter and my expertise of the matter, right? And both our experience from the matter. What we've been talking about since the day one we seen Wendy on this journey, right? That started back months ago, at least over a month ago. This white guy who is an attorney but apparently he has a lot of experience with when it comes to dealing with guardianship and all of that, and of course um, the court portion of how it's ran, and again, so he's probably one of those people who has those unique positions where he is a lawyer, he deals with the court, he deals with the guardian, he has some general basic information about uh, mental health, substance abuse, whatever, because he probably see those people that comes through that type of system, right? Because those are the people that rely on guardian, and if you're a kid guardian, ad litem types uh, of systems, right? Programs to assist you with your everyday living, right? Which is, essentially your life, right? So he just pretty much gave a very, very um, brief overview of what we have been trying to say with regards to this Wendy Williams situation. And child, Mobley has been keeping up with Brittany, and a lot of times they are liking this to the whole Britney Spears thing, child. I thought, you know, um, I knew that Brittany was going through that at one point. I thought she was fine until I found out, like last year, that she wasn't. To my knowledge, she's been doing pirouettes and twirling and turning and all kinds of crazy shit in her living room somewhere, in her foyer or whatever. I don't know what the fuck is going on, right? So I didn't even know that. So I peep in, and then you seem to be fine out until somebody, make me aware that you're not. Then that's when I pick up, with you again, right? So even when listening to this guy, you could tell that he has a degree of skepticism. That after this next report, this, you know, this assessment, this testing that she is to have done to, I guess, to either dispute or confirm her diagnosis, you could tell by the way he sounds that he sees very little change. What he's trying to say is that he sees the same thing that we are seeing as well. And because we're looking at it from different lenses, we have different hats on. He has on the same hat. He knows what she's doing, what she's up to, but he knows that it's only going to come down to what that diagnosis is. Okay? What's the treatment plan for that diagnosis? It's about prevention. It's about stabilization. It's about improving her quality of life. It's yes, having a certain leisure is a part of your quality of life. We get that, but also you can counteract one variation of your quality of life by doing something that's detrimental to it. But if you drinking and doing drugs or whatever, even if it's you got diabetes, if you eat too much, if you eat too much sugar, whatever, that can be detrimental to your quality of life because you got these liberties to do these things, make these choices, whatever. But however, you are destroying a part of your life because you have this diagnosis, you have this disease, you have this illness. And sometimes both cannot coexist. You have doctors that work on treatment plans and work on plans that will say, okay, well, you may not can have the whole pack of cookies or whatever, but you can eat these Lorna Doones, which is what they always give people. I don't know why they give them goddamn Lorna Doones, but they always give them damn Lorna Doones. You had these Lorna Doones because it's a compromise. Because they recognize the other factors when it comes to the quality of life. Well, the things, quality of things that make you happy, things that satisfy you. That shit. So this is why, she's in a unique position. But I love the fact that that guy, summed it all up. But y'all seem to listen when a white man tell you. But he doesn't seem that it's going to as much is going to change because he also is recognizing her behavior. He also knows when you act out, there's a penalty that could possibly be paid for that behavior. So what's up, Darren? If I hadn't spoke, but yeah. So she has a lot going on. I don't think this was the best way to accomplish what she just should have. Let's try to. Well, this is what she could have done. She could have just um, made sure she just followed the rules and regulations, and then ask for updates and evaluations and stuff like that, and maybe they'll take off some of the restrictions and you understand? Because apparently she didn't start with these restrictions in the first place. You got to think. You got to look at the whole the reason why she's where she is in the situation, and and also they also evaluate this as well too. That if even though she sounds like she's in her right frame of mind or whatever, would a reasonable person do all of this, make these type of decisions, whatever? So there's a lot that goes in to this, and it's some of the stuff that you just don't see, some stuff that is just not being covered or talked about, some of the stuff that you just know what you just know it, and it's not anything that's written down or whatever. You just know it's just part of your normal everyday function. And when you see this, it's just a checklist you got in your head. Also that plays into the evaluation as well. If you, and not really if you have a outstanding doctor or outstanding evaluators. It's just should basic ones. They're gonna ask the question, would a reasonable person do all this? Then goes the next question, what's behind it? Remember that tree you build when you were going to try to figure out something? So yeah. Damn, it sucks. I wonder would they let me play the other news clips. I don't think we can play the Breakfast Club. I think we can play this news clip. Hold on.
Absolutely. This just yesterday, kids had
Okay, so I definitely want to play this one because it tells about. It's supposed to be about the actual reason why I came, and one of the reasons talk about Wendy was the fact that The cops was called. I don't know if y'all heard that
Reported that the
mentioned.
judge of Wendy's.
Back it on to our Hollywood headlines this morning. Brandon Quirk, a producer at TMZ, is joining us live this morning. How are you?
You're doing good. How you doing?
Good, doing well. So this morning, I want to talk about a story that everybody right now is talking about, Wendy Williams and the latest with her. I just heard a couple of snippets from the interview that you guys did at TMZ with her while she was in the hospital. It's pretty emotional.
Absolutely. I mean, this just yesterday, TMZ had reported that the judge of Wendy's guardianship case had actually come out and threatened Wendy in an email to her lawyer, saying that she actually wants Wendy to be transferred to a facility with even more restrictions. And we also received a letter from the lawyer of her guardian, Sabrina Morrissey, contrasting all of the claims that Wendy made, saying that she's not living in a prison like luxury prison, as she called it, saying that she's free to come and go from that coterie, which is the facility that she's staying at in New York City, directly contrasting all the claims that Wendy has made, especially in her documentary. Well, then going forward, just yesterday, when Wendy got back to her facility, her niece, Alex, actually showed up and took her to dinner. And then we found out shortly after she left.
Wait a minute. Sit there and got me. They would not allow me to be great. Oh. It's the news, people. This is a news thing that I'm sharing. Hey, dang. But anyway, try it again. Because this is the update from today.
Welcome back and on to our Hollywood headlines this morning. Brandon Quirk, a producer at TMZ, is joining us live this morning. How are you?
You're doing good. How you doing?
Good, doing well. So this morning, I want to talk about a story that everybody right now is talking about, Wendy Williams and the lead.
I cannot believe this shit keeps getting me. Like, are you serious? And you ain't giving me a notification. Like, are you serious? And you ain't giving me a notification. Maybe ain't not. Maybe ain't not. Hold on, let me see. Let me test it myself.
While she was in the hospital, it's pretty emotional.
Absolutely. I mean, this just yesterday, TMZ had reported that the judge of Wendy's guardianship case had actually come out and threatened Wendy in an email to her lawyer, saying that she actually wants Wendy to be transferred to a facility with even more restrictions. And we also received a letter from the lawyer of her guardian, Sabrina Morrissey, contrasting all of the claims that Wendy made, saying that she's not living in a prison like luxury prison, as she called it, saying that she's free to come and go from that coterie, which is the facility that she's staying at in New York City, directly contrasting all the claims that Wendy has made, especially in her documentary. Well, then going forward, just yesterday, when Wendy got back to her facility, her niece, Alex, actually showed up and took her to dinner. And then we found out shortly after she left for dinner that Coterie had actually called the NYPD and then filed a police report saying that Alex had unlawfully taken Wendy from her living facility without permission from the facility specifically, which directly contrasts what that letter said, saying that she's free to come and go, saying that she's free to see her family and just leave this facility, for example. I mean, just in our documentary, we talked to Wendy extensively about her stay there, saying that she's only allowed to go out a couple times just in a month to get fresh air. So she's very unhappy about this. We had a very long conversation with her. She got very emotional about it. And the fact that the judge is now threatening her, saying that she may have to go to a facility with even more restrictions, is just so concerning and interesting, with the fact that we've got two contrasting claims here.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate. She's almost being scolded for telling her truth. And one more quick mention, though. I do remember a couple of days ago you reported that she had a psychiatrist examine her and her mental capacity is fully intact. So it's just interesting while she's still even having to stay there.
No, you're right. She passed that with flying colors. It was a 10-question test at Mount Sinai Hospital. And like I said, passed it with flying colors, perfect score. It's actually really interesting. It's simple questions. For someone who has dementia, they would not be able to score a score like this, answering all these questions perfectly. So the fact that they're saying she has frontotemporal dementia and she answers all these questions perfectly, passing this test, again, directly contrasts what everybody's been saying the past few years.
All right, we'll continue to follow this. As many are saying, free Wendy. Thanks again. We'll see you next week.
Thank you.
Okay. So, again, the guy who spoke on the video I played earlier, pretty much explains it. But yes, Just Be, she is free to go, but she has to have that. She has to get permission to do those things due to her own actions. She's the one that caused her to be in that particular predicament. She is the cause of it. There's no one else that caused her to be in that situation but her. Now, I know that Miss Teresa came in and said, somebody, if they want to drink themselves to death or whatever, they should be allowed to drink themselves to death, do whatever. I don't agree with that. A lot of times there's nothing you can do about it, but I just don't agree with that, right? And again, when it comes to people who are exhibiting behaviors that are dangerous to them and to others, and potentially a risk for abuse by others, that is not the typical American behavior. Meaning, we don't just sit by and watch people do those things, right? So that's why they are so many preventative and rehabilitative and rehabilitation and all those things, all those measures that's put in place. There's so many. I mean, it's so much that falls up under that is just, it's a lot. Let's put it like that. It's a lot. It's very complex. But that white guy that spoke, he apparently, as a lawyer, deals with this as I don't know if that's his main focus in law or whatever, is dealing with these type of matters. he's probably seen it all. Right. She can't. Oh, exactly. Because some of these facilities are set up where they have, and it's pretty much for management, better management of a large group of people. Right. It's very cost effective to do it that way. When you have a wing that they just in the hospital, pretty much hospitals are set up that way. Most of them, right? Where you have the prenatal ward, and then you have the old people ward, and you have this whatever. You have the infectious disease people. You have all those different places, and if you have a ward where people who have memory issues or whatever, meaning they're being tracked, but they're coming and going. Why they're being tracked? Because due to their coming and going, because people with dementia and on memory issues, what have you, they oftentimes get what lost, and then somebody have to use an ambulance on their ass, right? She is free to come and go. Well, that's a little misleading when you think about it. That's a little misleading in that statement. But we don't know if she can't release everything or say whatever they, because you just can't go on the record and say, oh, blah 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 blah. You can't do that. Because of obvious reasons, right? You got, you're talking about someone's care, and but so it could be a little misleading or whatever. I think that pretty much the they could have probably did better to just keep that statement, not have released it, and just let it be handled in court. You understand? Because when you come out to respond to something and you can't tell it all, or you don't tell it all, then that could be seen as a little misleading. And then but all you can't tell and whatever, we will fill it in, okay, and come up with what we think. So, but just judging by the fact that, and if you just know, you know, just judging by the fact that she has to have monitoring, and people just can't come and visit and all that type of stuff without this, that, and the third, whatever. We know what that's about. We know what that is about when it comes to what's going on with her. But also, did y'all hear that when in that letter when they said she may need more restrictions now due to her behavior? Did y'all hear that? I just caught that. I'm like, oh Lord, that's what we was talking about. They said that it may get worse. I'm just thinking the lady came out just to, because she's getting, dragged. And she's just trying to have some kind of position, being a smaller entity to what a powerhouse that Wendy has, as far as people. Lord have mercy, Charlie says it's gonna get worse. Yeah, they accused the nurse. Well, listen, if Wendy can say that she's been held hostage and been kidnapped. 911 on the record. They saying, well, we can call and make this because that's what you and let's be clear. We don't know if it was coded that way as a kidnapping because or we don't know if it was called in that way. Because they can call it in that way if she was removed without their authorization. That's a kidnapping. So we don't know. You understand what I'm saying? There are some gray areas or whatever. But we we know the game. We know that. But if Wendy Wendy, I mean, baby, is a state that oh Lord. Right, right. I mean, I say just don't say nothing. Sabrina shouldn't have said shit. But Sabrina, the Cuttery, they tired of Wendy. They took her ass. All this foolishness. You got paparazzi all outside the door and shit. And probably the residents, they goddamn with their golden girl hair, with them big old curls still not fully combed out their head. They sitting up there, they trying to eat their little cheese sandwiches or whatever, play bango and shit like that. And you got the paparazzi and all them things used to all this shit. Hell, people tired of Wendy. All that bad parking all up in New York and shit. Nobody got time for this shit. Hell, they sick of her black ass. They want her out of there. Maybe I had never heard about no Carter and all that type of. I didn't know what the hell she was saying. Hell, the people want Wendy out of there. Shit, they ain't got time for this bull skate. All this and goings on and stuff. Them white people, they ain't got time for all that shit. They got the, how they walk real slow and stuff, trying to get in the, shit from they morning little walk or whatever they got to do and all this, paparazzi. I used to this, Put a, no. See, we can't let you be an accomplice to nothing, honey. Cause you will have people, oh my God. Yeah. They want her ass up out of there. They gonna get her from up out of there. They cuttery, whatever. They got my dumb ass on there asking the AI system, where's Wendy? Shit. Oh Lord. They are over it. Oh, they over it. Man, they are sick and tired of being sick and tired. Lord, let me see if I can play my other news. Jesus. You wanna cut your girl out. Let me see. So child, let me go and move on to where I was moving on to, child. Y'all know Trump, them tariffs, and the damn U.S. government. Mm, mm, mm. Let's see how much I can show it is. Oh man, when I tell you, I had seen, excuse me, I shared that $500,000 house eviction on a wall, and I'm telling you, part one and part two is very interesting. First of all, where can you find a place to rent a $500,000 house for 2,400, and they went up to $3,000 a month? Huh? That prompted me to find out. Okay, what states have the highest and lowest rent, right? And I posted on there because if the rent is that amount, and the mortgage is lower, like what the fuck? Three $3,000 in Florida, child shabuki. Okay, it's gonna be a $500,000, but it ain't gonna be no mansion. You can believe that, and all of that. You getting people emancipated? Oh my god! And you probably come to the court with the drugs and the liquor and the mushroom in your pocketbook. So y'all know that Trump, they having this is crazy. This shit is going on with Canada. It is absolutely absurd, right? And when these people, now people that have way more knowledge than we do when it comes to the economy, especially their economy, especially working in politics and all that, right? They have all this, and to hear some of them, just I don't know what's going on. I don't know what Trump wants. I don't know, honey. He's telling you, but he's just trying to cover it up. And my thing is, why are you trying to cover it up with fentanyl and crime and all this type of shit? Because even um in the very beginning, like I said, I don't never list all these clips, but in the very beginning on one of them, the one reporter said, one from somebody from Canada says that Trump first told him that it was about the fentanyl on the border. Now he's saying it's about the crime on the Canadian border. He said, I don't know which one it is. That's because it's neither. And if the data don't support it, it's not that. He's trying to balance this stupid budget. Okay, and they want it balanced by next year. That's what Elon said when they had little X up in there telling the president to be quiet and all this shit, and picking his nose and stuff. I want to babysit him. Oh, Lord. X, the one they seem not to find a babysitter for. He got all that money, became buying a babysitter. It's probably because nobody wants to babysit little X, but people like me. But anyway, I'm gonna call Elon, because I know he can afford my babysitting rate. Psh, baby, my babysitting rate to Elon with little X. It ain't because little X is, seems to be, might be a bit much for most daycares and shit and schools. It's because of who Elon is. I'm charging him 10,000 a day because, baby, I need me a little pocketbook or whatever. Hey, shit, I need me a little meal here and there. A little steak meal 2 or 3 times a day. But yeah, that's what I'm charging Elon for, because he seem not to have a babysitter for little X. I don't know what's going on. Let me see if I can play this without any interruption. Oh yeah, and by the way, before I get to playing this, um, you got to know something about what's going on. Because if you don't think this shit is coming to a doorstep near you, what they're doing, you got to be out your mind. You got to be out your damn mind. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Karen. Yes, ma'am, Karen Johnson. It surely is. He surely is. You can't make this up. And if you believe that you are exempt from it, when you heard Elon talk about privatization of Social Security, do y'all know how that works? Do you know how that works? Let me tell you what that means. When you privatize Social Security, that pretty much means that you are no longer, the government, I'm sorry, is no longer collecting the payroll taxes to pay for those government mandatory spending items like Social Security, Medicare at the regular tax, and Medicare surplus tax. Now, Medicare surplus tax is when you make over a certain amount and then they tax you with a surplus tax, right? So anytime you see a surplus tax hit on your check or hit you, you know that's because you made over a certain amount. So they had to hit you with a surplus tax, right? So when they privatize Social Security, that means that they're saying that you are free to take the money that we were taking out and invest it on your own. Well, here's the thing. They take out taxes, right? Take out payroll taxes, take out federal taxes to pay for the working folks now to pay for people who have retired and who cannot work, right? That's why Elon, this is my opinion, that's why Elon said that it's a Ponzi scheme, right? Um, because of how it is constructed. Now, I don't know if they could have constructed it better. I don't know that, but I just know that this is what it is. And I know that we are caught in the middle of it. So when you see FICA, right? When you see FICA, you know that that's Social Security, that is Medicare, and that's that Medicare surplus, right? And you do know that those programs, those taxes on those programs are shared or matched by the employers, right? They pay half of the Social Security tax you see being deducted, and you pay half. When they privatize those things, right? Social Security, that goes away. What happens in the interim to people that are receiving Social Security, they more than likely will get a reduction in those benefits, if not a check at all. That has yet to be decided. And that you cannot, I mean, there's somebody that would have to this is just how I would think it would have to be done. There is someone that would have to take the numbers where they are today, whatever numbers that they are going to count, and say and make a forecast, an estimation of when those funds would run out if they stop. If they stop collecting those payroll taxes and letting us decide to invest it ourselves, right? But here's the thing, right? Who's going to benefit? Benefits are going to be one of the benefactors will be that your employer, because they no longer have to pay those that match. And I don't know if they still have to pay something, but they definitely don't have to pay that match, right? Um, the stock market should the stock market should be the stock market and you buy bonds, bills, or notes, whatever. They should see a little bit of something, whatever. But when you keep in mind, remember, how much do they actually take out, right? Because um, Medicare and Social Security and what have you, that is pretty much that's a flat tax, right? It's a proportional tax. It's a flat tax. And wherein your income tax is a progressive tax, meaning that it increases the tax rate as your income increases. So you have states where the states they are in control of that their own individual the states that pay taxes, whatever. So there's no talk about that, but I'm just pretty much just talking about when they're talking about privatizing, right? So here is a philosophy. And first of all, and when you look at your check, there's not a whole hell of a lot that is coming out where you can say, "Ooh, I can go make a big old investment today." With that being said, how our philosophy and psychology set up, that's not what we're going to do. We're going to look at that little bit of money that we're saving when they cut FICA as, "Ooh, I'm able to buy a little more bacon." That's just how our psychology. And so by having it done the way it's going on now with saving for that Social Security or what have you, right, in the future, giving us the option to do that, as well as giving us the option to invest either through 401k or freely on your own. If you got good sense, you're doing both, then let us do that, right? But America is a selfish thinking type of country when you look at it, right? Because hey, if the business don't have to take their portion of what they pay in FICA, and if they get to save that, I mean, sure, they ain't gonna say nothing bad about privatizing, you know, privatization. They're not gonna say nothing to be against that, because as of right now, they enjoy some of those benefits that offset a lot of that by when they do those participate in those programs. Program they ask y'all them dumbass questions. Have you been turned down for what them those questions called? The welfare question, the rights to the WOTC. Them all aggravating ass questions they ask you and shit. To for them to get some kind of break or a subsidy or something. They're getting something out of it. Asking y'all them damn questions. Um but they're definitely not gonna be against it because they're already probably publicly traded. Or if not, if it's or if not, they got enough money to sustain their lifestyle. So because they do business, okay. So they're not gonna speak out against um, being privatized. Social Security and being privatized. I'm not going to speak out against that. So, and right now, how it's going, right? We have an unstable government. If you have an unstable government, you're going to have an unstable America. Unstable America means unstable world. So, if it don't affect you now, it's going to affect you later. And it could be a much later. It can be affect you two kind of laters. Later and much later. Because again, they are collecting those taxes, payroll taxes, from workers now to pay for people who are retired, who cannot work now. So, by the time your ass retire, if you didn't take what they, that itty bitty little change that they take out in payroll taxes and invest it like they wanted you to do, and I just can't see where that little bit of money is going to be. Because think about it. Now, this is your investment. This is not like 401k where they pay up to a certain percentage of it, every dollar, whatever. This is yours. There ain't no match. I mean, now if they come up with something where, and I say, how would they benefit that? Now, if the government comes up with something where they got a match going or something like that or whatever, I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking if they want to be helpful, if they want to have an incentive to do so, you come up with something where you are a 401k, you the fucking 401k. Well, you provide a goddamn match, but no, because guess what? That's getting them right back into government spending, so they're probably not going to do that. And what they're trying to pay down or get away from, they're just inviting themselves right back into it. So no, they're not going to listen to me. So yeah. Now I just gave you the broke down black folk version of it, what they are trying to say. So you should be, thank goodness, thank the Lord for the graduates, because we're trying to tell you. But here's the thing, right? My friends and I and some of my family, we play the game, so we pay attention to what's going on because we play the game too. I know how. Let me tell you something. If I see a line and it's 10 people, white people in that line, I'm gonna be the 11th person who happened to be black. Something going on. We play the game. We into all this type of shit. We play the game. What the hell is going on with this money? But let's listen.
Canada is holding strong and will continue to do so together. Well, make no mistake, though, this is going to be a day-to-day fight. This is now the second round of unjustified tariffs leveled against Canada and Canadian goods. The excuse for the first round was exaggerated claims about our border. We addressed all the concerns raised by the U.S., and in return, they agreed to temporarily abide by the free trade agreement President Trump signed himself with Canada. The latest excuse is national security. despite the fact that Canadian steel and aluminum add to America's security, not take away from it. All the while,
and what she's saying is, we got trade of aluminum and stuff going back and forth, whatever. So of course we are providing security. So we're not a country that is not doing anything with regards to security. So they don't understand that why he would use that. He said now, Trump is saying it's about security. Because fentanyl, see, remember, they pushed back on him when he said it was about the fentanyl. You got all this fentanyl coming across. They were like, no, it's like, what the dude described it as something that can fit in the trunk of a car. Right? I mean, this, it's very, very a small amount. So he had to come up with another lie. All because they want to balance that stupid budget. I'm telling you right now. Elon Musk is coming after mandatory spending. They're coming after it. But here's the thing, right? They only coming after the portion where the FICA and all that type of stuff, because they know that the government has to do what? Spend more, and then when you spend more, guess what? We got to borrow more, right? We borrow what from foreign country. And we lend them in the form of those bonds, the bills, and the notes, right? Which is all administered through what? The Treasury. Pay attention.
While there is a threat to further and broader tariffs on April 2nd still looming. The excuse for those tariffs shifts every day. The only constant in this unjustified and unjustifiable trade war seems to be President Trump's talks of annexing our country through economic coercion. Yesterday, he called our border a fictional line and repeated his disrespectful 51st state rhetoric. Well, Canadians have made it very clear that we will not back down and we will not give in to this coercion.
Now you hear this crazy shit. He's talking about annexing the people's land like Putin did Crimea. That's crazy. Or was it? I think it was. Hold on. I think it was. Crimea. Hold on. Yeah, Russia. So this is what happens when you run around with dictators and shit like that. You admire what they're doing. You admire because he loves all of this, being in charge and all that and whatever, and this extra shit. And here's the thing, right? I know the Democrats, they're trying to make some noise or whatever, but they just don't have the numbers. And I don't know how many John McCains that we have in the Republican Party. I just don't know. He got the damn Supreme Court and the black one up there. He ain't doing shit. He's a Republican, but Clinton put him in. There's just a lot going on. But he keeps talking about trying to take these people a country. Like, you can't do that. This is okay. This is crazy as hell.
À mes concitoyens canadiens, je tiens à vous rappeler que nous n'avons rien fait pour justifier.
To my Canadian citizens, I'd like to remind you that we have done nothing to justify Trump's attacks on our country or on our economy and our identity. But we will do everything in answer. We will never negotiate against ourselves. We will continue to work together and continue to support you as a government. In the meantime, we continue to buy Canadian and to support our people. And now I'm thinking of our people in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, on the North Shore, in Sorel.
And also the Sioux, in Regina, in Kitimat. People working in the steel and aluminum sectors. Pour nos travailleurs et travailleuses dans l'industrie.
For our workers in the aluminum and steel industries, we are here for you. We took strong measures in 2018 when President Trump imposed tariffs, and we will continue to do so. Tariffs on steel and aluminum were unjustified in 2018, and they remain unjustified today.
The American people. To our American friends, I want you to remember this. Canada is your best friend, best neighbor, and best ally. Many of us have family on both sides of the border. Canada is also America's best and biggest customer. We buy more American goods than the UK, France, China, and Japan altogether. Together, we have spent generations building a relationship between our countries that is the envy of the world. Canada is not the one driving up the cost of your groceries or of your gasoline or any of your construction. Canada is not the one putting your jobs at risk. Canada is not the one that is ultimately starting this war. President Trump's tariffs against you are causing that. And there are no winners in a trade war. American friends, help us help you. Please help us end these tariffs as quickly as possible. And please talk to your elected representatives at the federal, at the state and municipal level. Please talk to your governors, to your senators, to your House representatives, and to your mayors. Send a message to the White House. Working together, Canada and the US have built a strong enough economy, and working together, we can bring down inflation and bring stability to the markets. To my European colleagues, we will work together to put pressure to end these tariffs against you too. À mes collègues en Europe et dans le monde entier, je dis depuis longtemps que le Canada est le canari dans le mine.
I've been telling my European colleagues that Canada is the canary in the coal mine. If the US can do this to us, their closest friend and ally, then nobody is safe. Today, these unjustified tariffs were imposed upon you as well. So let's work together to eliminate them. Let's work together to encourage Americans to pressure their elected officials. Let us work together as we did in 2018.
Foreign ministers meeting in Charlevoix, Quebec. I'll be meeting with Secretary Rubio. I will also be meeting with my European and British counterparts. In every single meeting, I will raise the issue of tariffs to coordinate a response with the Europeans and to put pressure on the Americans. This is much more than about our economy. It is about the future of our country. Canadian sovereignty and identity are non-negotiable. Canadians have had enough, and we are a strong country who will defend our sovereignty, will defend our jobs, and will defend our way of living. And we will do so all together every single day and one day at a time. Thank you.
So happening today, the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick.
Baby, we can't help ourselves, ma'am. We can't help ourselves. He ain't listening to us. He ain't listening to us. We've been trying to tell him. When the people, the march, and then everything, baby. If Elon says it, it's going to happen. He ain't listening, ma'am. You can appeal to us all you want to. We are the one, cause we appealing to you. We want you to do something. And shout out, back me up, back, blah, 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 blah. Everybody shout at me, shack gonna bend to go back to you too, ma'am. Cause you know in the middle she went to dress speaking whatever that was she spoke. I don't know what that is, but lady, we need help too. I'm thinking about calling over there and say, baby, can you help us out? Hey, baby. Mm-mm. She asking for our assistance, honey. We can't do, baby, he got us. I'm gonna get to this one. This one's funny. Well, let me go to this one.
So happening today, the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, will be sitting down with the Premier of Ontario and the Canadian Finance Minister. The focus very clearly the trade war. The tariffs already implemented. The tariffs that President Trump has teased are still to come on April 2nd. What would typically be a non-headline grabbing get-together between two allies is now a high-stakes face-to-face. This Trump's with this meeting and this gathering today. And about the tariff whiplash that the world has witnessed in just the last few weeks, Donald Trump now has this to say.
I have the right to adjust. It's called flexibility. It's not called inconsistency. It's called flexibility. But there will be very little flexibility once we start. April 2nd is going to be a very big day for the United States of America. The United States of America is going to take back a lot of what was stolen from it by other countries.
Joining me right now is the former Deputy Prime Minister of Canada, the former Minister of Finance, Chrystia Freeland. It's really good to have you here.
It's great to be with you.
Thank you so much for coming in. The president says it's flexibility. It's not inconsistency, this whiplash. What do you call it?
I call it inconsistent whiplash. And what I will say, Kate, is we've just been hearing about the inflation numbers and talking about there being a risk that with the trade war, inflation will go up. It's not a risk. It is a certainty. The Wall Street Journal is entirely right in saying a trade war between Canada and the United States is the dumbest thing ever. It is self-mutilating for the United States. You know, if the U.S. moves ahead with this trade war with Canada, groceries are going to be more expensive. Energy is going to be more expensive. The stock market is going to continue to tank, and America will be pushed into a recession for no reason at all. You have a great relationship with us. You know, the relationship between Canada and the United States is balanced and mutually beneficial. It is governed by a trade deal that I negotiated, that President Trump himself said was the best trade deal ever. So this is so entirely pointless. And it's going to hurt Americans. It's going to hurt the people who voted for Donald Trump, because I don't think they voted to pay more for their groceries. I don't think they voted to pay more for their gas. I don't think they voted to lose their jobs. And that's what this is going to do.
They actually voted for him to do the exact opposite of that. I want to ask you about USMCA actually in a second, but we did just get the President Trump's latest take on the trade war, talking about the EU and talking about the 50% tariff that they're going to be implementing on American whiskey. The president now writes, if this tariff is not removed immediately, the U.S. will shortly place a 200% tariff on all wines, champagnes, and alcoholic products coming out of France and other EU-represented countries. This will be great for the wine and champagne business in the United States. I just want to get your reaction to that, because it kind of encapsulates a little bit of what Donald Trump has said, made very clear, which this is.
So, again, so as y'all can continue to watch this, and just keep in mind what this is actually about, and the aloofness that's going on with these top officials and economists and all this type of stuff really isn't saying, or scared to say, or they're not sure, or whatever. Keep listening what they're saying, and it's all about bouncing that down. But I'm gonna say it over and over again, and it's all about America becoming 100% independent, or as independent as it can be. I said that over a month ago, both of those things, right? Due to what he was doing. Now, the fact that I don't know what's going on. Why they ain't figured it out. And they need to call it what it is. So people will stop thinking, because when he comes up with this bullshit about fentanyl and security and NATO is the problem and the tariffs and we ain't doing this, what and all this, and he is just wreaking havoc among Americans and pitting people against, just a whole bunch of shit going on, just because of what his ambitions are. Here's the thing, right? You voted for a businessman and all this extra bullshit, right? Well, a lot of times in business, it's a lot of cutthroat that goes on, a lot of sacrifice that goes on, and it's usually not them. They don't sacrifice themselves and their own. You sacrifice your ass. It's a lot of selfishness that goes on. If they don't get you now, they're gonna get you later, and then much later. Watch what I tell you, all you motherfuckers. I'm sorry, I can't go. All you mofos that voted for this idiot or didn't vote, period, or got a problem with a woman running, whatever. I don't care if y'all would have voted for the lady and said, yeah, we making a woman be something. I don't give a damn what you could have done or would have said. We would have cussed you out about it later, as long as you would have got her over. And now this, because oftentimes you do have to, hey, go with the least evil, right? You gotta do that sometimes. If that's what you want to equate it to. I would Kamala is nowhere near evil, right? But I'm metaphorically speaking. That's what I'm talking about, right? When I'm talking about him, this is literal. Okay, when I call his ass evil, no, that's literal. It's some dumb shit. And again, right now, think about this now, and when, because he apparently thinks that war isn't a thing for America. Like we somewhere sitting pretty well. War isn't an idea in the minds of others, right? Now, let me tell you how this might work. I just thought about this. You be pissing off our allies, but it's nothing for your ally to become your enemy, especially when you fucking with them. Sorry, Karen Johnson, but I'm serious. Sorry about the cursing, but I'm serious. You understand what I'm saying? And what do wars usually break out over? Well, there's a bunch of wars that start over taxes, tariffs. Is it sinking in? Those that decided to skip American history, economics, and whatever, you stayed there long enough, you would have learned, you would have heard something about it. I don't know if you would have retained it. Yeah, don't break out breaking the wall over what she said, he said. Nope. That ain't why they breaking the wall, child. Because when we make decisions that affect another country, such as Canada and whomever. They might determine, they might, want to see about that. America has enemies that goes beyond being an enemy, right? It goes right into hate, right? Them people over there in the Middle East, over there where it's hot at. Mm-mm, mm-mm. And if he thinks that he can build the what that thing called they have over there in Israel, the Iron Dome. I think he can build something similar to that really fast, and it'd be effective. And we have something like that, but it's not like that. That's why we rely on other military technology to keep us safe. But you have people that sit up there in the Middle East with their hot ass, and they wait until they think America is weak or have been weakened, right? We have examples of that all the time, right? Sometimes people don't count domestic or regard domestic terrorism in the right way, but that's what it is, right? Exploitation of when you're weak or when you're weakened. The Iron Dome that protects Israel. So you wait and sit up there. Well, I'll take that back. Hold on, take that back. He will sit up there and think that America won't be tried because he's the president. And I think in his dumb mind, he's thinking that the people that have the military to attack us and be missile for missile, gun for gun, and knife for knife would be Russia, who else? North Korea, maybe China, maybe people like that. When you have them little hot people over there in the middle of no goddamn well, riding all on, done converted a car into a whole truck, riding around with the gun sticking out and shit. They try us all the time. Like, come on. But he think that, hey, that those aren't the only threats. Because when the last time have they fucked with us? Who be fucking with us? Them little hot people from the middle of nowhere. And don't let them catch us over there on their turf. Because remember, we got embassies and shit all over there. Remember that? Libya. Remember Benghazi? I was hollering and screaming with, I said, Bob, y'all say Benghazi one more time with my girl Hillary. Because I was boop, 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 boop. I was in there with my girl Hillary. Okay? I was black Hillary, baby, for about 18 months. No, black Hillary. No, I was black Hillary longer than that. I just couldn't listen when it was when when Hillary and Barack and them was I was supporting Hillary. I just couldn't tell my family. Couldn't say nothing. I was like, okay. Okay. And then Barack won. I was like, well, time for me to switch on over. You know. I mean, baby, I was y'all know I don't read shit. I got textbooks, baby. Ain't look like I even open them. But I bought Hillary Clinton book. Understand that. The Hillary Clinton book, Greg Louganis. That's how many books I buy that I ain't forced to buy. I can name them. Yeah, so we are we've already always been in a unique position in the world. And it's always been, you know, in my opinion, a position where you just don't want to piss off the wrong people, you know, because we always got to be on the lookout. But and it seemed like I shouldn't have to go through all this because you was here with 9/11. We ain't see it coming. Sometimes it's disasters such as that is so it's not an all out war and whatever, such as that destabilizes a bit of the world. Seems like I shouldn't have to go off through all of this. I don't know. The last time we fought with no Russia and on them damn people, I wasn't here. I don't think I was. All them other, you know, these big military people. No, it's them little crazy ones, and that's why. And if you know, you know. If you worked in there with the people, they have a big. Should I say that? I think I can. A big area dedicated to threats like that, individual, you know, domestic terrorism, um, international terrorists, shit like that. But it's by lone wolves, a little group, because they happen more frequently, and a lot of times it can cause a enormous size of destruction. That it doesn't always just impact lives, impact when I mean life, I mean life. Impact life, it impacts property, it impacts financial. So it does a lot of damage. So that's what I'm saying. And we making all these enemies when we need, and just say 9/11, and God forbid it ever happens again, but just say it does. Do y'all think that we go to war by ourselves? It's just United States, and we just United States going by itself. No, no, you know. And then you think when we get over there in the waters, you think that we are in foreign country waters providing security by ourselves? No, those countries are providing security, or the partner, the ally closest to the country is providing security. Please don't play with me, don't fuck with me on this. Ever. Now you ain't got to take it from me. Look it up. I'm telling you. So we don't have no allies. We don't have no, we just by ourselves. So this is what, so the idea of American independence, it is okay in some regards, but not many as Agent Orange thinks or what American independence could mean. You might think, okay, well, we're gonna buy him, we're gonna we're gonna bring out the jobs here, just American, we're gonna buy American, we're gonna buy nothing from other places, whatever. You don't understand, stupid sir, that our foreign policy is caught up in that shit. Our reliance on things that those countries have that we may not have, or we may not can have it until we develop a company and so on and so forth, whatever, where they already in development, where they already have the production, they already have that. That means it's gonna pause for us. That's what I'm saying. If they get mad and just shut it down. The people already talking about taking the liquor and stuff off the shelves and stuff like that. Something as small as that in your head, right? You might think that's a symbolic gesture. They ain't doing it for symbolism. Mm-mm. That plays into the economics for both of us. And you think that the taxes and tariffs and all that's collected on liquor, you think the taxes that's collected on liquor and food and whatever, what do you think that go to? Some service, some program, some spending, something that benefits your bitch ass. Like, oh my, oh, let me play this.
Is reciprocal. You hit us, we hit you. And that's really what's coming April 2nd.
But it's not actually reciprocal because you hit us first. And, from the Canadian perspective, it is just utterly unacceptable. If you hit us, we will hit back. And something Americans need to understand about Canada is, I don't think Americans think about Canada all that much. That is fine with us. We don't mind. We are not narcissists. But when you do think about Canada, I think you kind of think we're really big and Canada is small. To a point, because the reality is Canada has leverage in this economic relationship. We are the largest export market for the United States by far. Canada is a more important export market for the US than China, Japan, the UK, and France combined. And you guys are the country that invented the phrase, the customer is always right. Well, we're your biggest customer. And at first we were hurt by all of this, but now I would say Canadians are angry.
How far? So Mark Carney is about to be sworn in as prime minister. You know him well. Do you think he can handle Donald Trump?
One going to be a fantastic minister. He's my party. He has my full support. He is going to be terrific. And he has started off on a very, very good, clear note. He has said, you need to respect us. And I would say that is the view of all Canadians. You have to remember, Kate, that our sovereignty is now being challenged. And that is not acceptable for Canadians. Our sovereignty is not negotiable.
How would you describe how far Canada is ready and willing to take this if Donald Trump does not back down? He's shown no signs of it.
Canada will not escalate, but we will not back down. And that is the view of the entire country. We know that capitulation is not a negotiating strategy. We know that if someone bullies you, you have to stand strong. So I can assure you and all Americans, actually, we like you. We have had a win-win relationship for our entire history, and it would be great to get back to that. But if you hit us, we will hit back, and we will not treat our sovereignty as a joke, ever.
As you mentioned, you negotiated USMCA, United States, Mexico, Canada Agreement, with the first Trump administration. It earned you a lot of attention from Donald Trump himself. That was part of, I know when you were campaigning, that was part of your platform. Is an updated version of USMCA, do you think, a pathway out of this? And also, after negotiating that, can you believe that we are here today?
So I absolutely think trade agreements can always be updated and improved. The USMCA was an updated and improved NAFTA.
Right.
And actually, the USMCA, the agreement that currently governs our trade, has this unique quality that both Nancy Pelosi and Donald Trump supported it. That's a pretty big deal. It governs a trading relationship that is balanced and mutually beneficial. For sure, you can always update agreements and make them even better. But I think the fundamental thing that Americans need to understand, and I'm talking about like not the government, but the people watching, is your relationship with Canada, your economic relationship, it's good for you. The trade between our countries is balanced and mutually beneficial. The stuff you buy from us, you don't buy it like out of the goodness of your heart. You buy our energy because you need it. I think you're from Indiana, right, Kate? Okay, so potash that American farmers use, and that is fertilizer.
Right.
You buy from us. You need that too. Uranium for your nuclear reactors, you buy that from us. So you need the stuff that you buy from us. It's good for you that you get it. There is no country that is a better friend and a more reliable ally than Canada. And at the same time, we're your biggest market. So I have to say, like for us, we agree with the Wall Street Journal. This is a dumb trade war. It is utterly absurd. And we don't really understand why you would pick a fight with your best friend who has only ever been a really good partner to you. But if you keep on doing it, we'll just keep on hitting back.
I think we can say 3, 2, count 3, 2, 1, and see what President Trump is going to, how he will continue, how he's going to respond, and we'll see what happens. But I really appreciate you coming in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
My pleasure.
so much. CNN's Alex Marquardt is in Canada for following the Secretary of State during his travels. He joins us now live. What are you hearing from there, Alex?
Well, Kate, there is a lot of confusion. There is a lot of frustration. I think this talk about a U.S.-led ceasefire for Ukraine is going to soften the landing for Secretary Rubio here, because that, of course, has widespread support from the Canadians and from the Europeans. But at the same time, you have the U.S. now putting tariffs and threatening more tariffs on a huge scale on both the Canadians and the Europeans, and that is really going to antagonize the meetings here. So we'll be looking to see what extent the allies go after Rubio and attack him for that, and certainly ask what on earth the U.S. is doing right now. And then on top of all that, Kate, Canada is hosting the G7, and of course, the Trump administration, President Trump himself, has repeatedly talked about making Canada the 51st state in a way that has really, really angered top Canadian officials. The first meeting that Secretary Rubio had here this morning was with Canada's foreign minister, who is, of course, hosting this. And in just the past few days, she has talked about Trump's comments about Canada, both tariffs and the 51st state comments, as being a fundamental threat to her country. This is what she told our colleague Christiana Amanpour a few days ago. Take a listen.
We want to make sure that we defend who we are as a country. And we've been shown too much disrespect by the Trump administration at this point, calling us a 51st state, calling our prime minister governor. This is not only a personal issue between Prime Minister Trudeau and President Trump. It's way more than that. It is much more than just the political rhetoric. It is a fundamental threat.
And Kate, we asked Secretary Rubio on his way here what he expected, what he wanted to talk about, and he told reporters that this is not going to be a meeting about how we, the U.S., are going to take over Canada. The fact that a U.S. Secretary of State even has to say that, Kate, is just remarkable. These G7 summits, this is where the rubber meets the road. This kind of summit, the G7, NATO, other groups, they have been at the backbone of U.S. foreign policy for decades. The allies here want to talk about strengthening the alliance, and at the same time, the U.S. is talking about putting tariffs on key members of this alliance. And in fact, we've heard President Trump talk about welcoming Russia back into the G7, which it was kicked out of more than a decade ago. So, Kate, this could be a very rocky G7 foreign ministers meeting for Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Sad morning. Very sad morning.
Before I get into this, I did see most of this. Right. That man going off. That's why I added it. Oh my gosh. You talking about adding, did he say adding Russia to the G7? See, he trying to cram Russia down those people's throats, right? And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the game is. I ain't thought about that one. I just heard that. Shit. I don't know what the purpose of that would be.
Sad morning. Very sad morning. When this committee, the oldest and most continuous in the Congress, neglects its responsibility and essentially holds this hearing today to block any further discussion. The men and women on this committee are good people. They're honest and caring people. And that's why I do not understand why you would relegate this committee to no longer being of significance and resort to saying you will do whatever Elon Musk and Donald Trump tell you to do. Where's the independence of the committee? Where's the legislature? We're an equal branch of government. And you start off with a blather, and yet when we look at the empty seats here, where's Elon Musk? I'm sure he's a genius and is a very credible person because of the wealth he's accumulated. But that does not put him above the law or the responsibility to come before this committee in this Congress. If he's so great, if these plans and all the fraud and abuse that he found are so evident, why isn't he here explaining it? You know why. Because he's out to privatize Social Security. He's been on television the last couple of days talking exactly about Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and what he intends to do. Privatize it. The American people, some of them may have been born at night, but not last night.
The world's richest man, fresh off selling Teslas on the South Lawn of the White House, is also trying to juggle a business empire, which is getting hammered on the stock market. Now he's setting his sights on what he has called, quote, Ponzi scheme, Social Security.
The raising report in entitlement spending, which is most of the federal spending is entitlements. That's like the big one to eliminate. Because that's the sort of $500 billion, maybe $700 billion a year.
Here to talk.
You hear that crazy shit? Oh, okay. Let me just
Talk about it. Kara Swisher, CNN contributor, host of Pivot and On with Kara Swisher. Kara, thanks so much for joining me. I know you've been hanging out at South by Southwest.
I have.
You've been busy. So, but it means you're out there hearing what people are saying. And
Indeed.
We mentioned getting hammered by his businesses, but also like people are doing acts of vandalism against cyber trucks. You once called them a heat shield. What's going on with the heat shield for Trump?
Well, it's not good from a business point of view. The stock's been going down precipitously, largely because of reports out of Europe, and here in the United States, the sales have fallen off. It's not a surprise, one, because he's a polarizing figure, and the people who buy his cars are largely people who might vote Democratic, and he's got to attract the same amount of I guess, red state people or MAGA people to buy the cars. Secondly, the cars haven't been innovated that much recently, and there's a lot of competitors, as you know. And so that's probably impacting at the same time. And then inevitably, cars that dominate tend to not dominate. And so he hasn't been paying attention a lot at Tesla because he's focused on other things. So that's among the many things that are happening for him. But a polarizing figure is probably at the center of it.
Can I ask about that clip we heard? Because it's one thing to talk about Social Security on Joe Rogan, right? And do the like, what maybe
Not great.
perhaps.
Yeah.
It's another thing to do it on the network, right? That everybody watches, especially people in that age group, right? Who might be thinking about Social Security. What do you make of like how far he's getting out front on this topic?
Well, maybe he's testing it out. Maybe he's seeing what's what. Maybe he talked to Trump about doing that. Obviously, he can do math. Entitlements are the biggest part. And, you know, he hasn't really saved almost any money compared to how big the federal government is. And so he wants to have some wins on the board, and he's got to go, you know, why do you rob a bank? You go where the money is. When you're trying to cut money from the government, you have to go to entitlements. And of course, that's what's beyond the third rail. It's way beyond the third rail, but he can't help himself. He has to say what the problem is, and that is where you would cut if you actually were going to save money for the taxpayer.
Already, we have seen more than 100,000 workers fired or laid off from federal agencies. Most recently, as we reported, it was the Department of Education announcing it's cutting about half of its workforce this week alone. Today kicks this presidential priority into a whole new gear, I guess you could say, just as Donald Trump has also done with his ongoing trade war that started with really Canada and Mexico and has now gone global, causing chaos in the markets and sparking fears of a recession. Today, what would typically be a non-headline grabbing get-together between two allies is now a high-stakes face-to-face. Donald Trump's Commerce Secretary set to meet with the Premier of Ontario and the Canadian Finance Minister as the countries continue to spar over the president's tariffs. CNN's Elena Treen starts us off this morning at the White House. Elena, let's first start with these layoffs and the deadline today. What is going to happen?
Right. Well, as you mentioned, Kate, this is the deadline day for federal agencies across the government to submit what they're calling reorganization plans, essentially plans laying out how they are going to massively reduce the size of their agencies, reduce their agencies' headcount. And this is all part of really what we've seen so far from the Trump administration, but specifically from the Department of Government Efficiency, really moving in unprecedented ways to radically reshape the size of the federal government. Now, agencies heads were told last month, really ordered last month, to provide these plans by today's deadline. It's still unclear exactly when we should expect many of these layoffs to happen. But of course, they come after we've seen already very sizable cuts across the federal government. You mentioned already more than 100,000 federal workers have either been laid off. We also know many of them have accepted DOJ's Fork in the Road initiative, also referred to as their deferred resignation program, and other probationary employees have been laid off as well. So this is kind of just the next turn of the wheel in those efforts. When I talked to Trump administration officials about it, they essentially said that those efforts that they put in place so far to try and reduce the size of the federal government didn't work as well as they thought. They have not eliminated enough positions and jobs. And this is why you're seeing kind of this next move to move forward with these mass layoffs, essentially. Now, I just want to give you a little.
I wonder this, right? Because you heard the First Lady said that it hasn't really been much savings he's made, right? And doing what he's doing. But I wonder if they, along with reducing the size of government by literally firing government employees, by the way, contributing to the unemployment. But nevertheless, if they're thinking that if they bring the number of workers down, and those workers are the ones who, and I got to look at each department that they're going into, who either run the departments for like the people who are over mandatory spending, right, which are the entitlements, right, on some of the people that's over there, the IRS, are they anticipating the the dismantlement of those programs, which reducing those programs, they're going to need less people to operate those programs. I wonder because I don't have an understanding of just why they are going after the federal employees this hard. I don't get it. Um, I don't understand what the purpose of going to mess with these people, and then some of which they had to rehire because it again didn't anticipate their worth and what they do because they just stopped, paying attention. We got to go see what departments they laying off in.
Little sense of where we've seen so far the majority of cuts and other layoffs to be. We know at the top of the list is the the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Next is the Education Department, which we just saw them move.
Bim, y'all, she's giving us the answer. Somebody's thinking what I'm thinking. Oh shit, they're giving us the answer, y'all. They're giving us the fucking answer. And right there, look at that. HUD, education, USAID, veterans, Social Security. Look at the departments, y'all. Now, granted, right? Now, understand this: 83%. That's HUD, but we don't know how big HUD department is. So, just say if HUD had 10 people in it, 83% of that workforce is what, eight people, right? Well, if Social Security had 100 people in it, and 12% of those people would be like 12 people, right? So think about that.
To cut around 50% of staff this week. The USAID, Veterans Affairs Department, and Social Security. So stay tuned for more on this, but also just keep in mind as well that when we talk to federal employees, a lot of them are kind of blind to some of the cuts that are coming, a lot of them fearful of really what to expect. But today we should see more details of what those plans look like.
All right, we shall see. Elena Trine, great to see you. Thank you so much.
Annie Grayer joins us from Washington. Annie, as the president slashes away at the government, which is what he promised, what roadblocks is that creating for ex-employees who are seeking unemployment benefits now?
Well, Sarah, there are so many roadblocks, and the first and probably biggest one is proving that they qualify for unemployment benefits. Because if you're somebody who has been fired for cause, you're unlikely to qualify for unemployment benefits. And many of the people who were let go last month were given termination notices that said that they were terminated for poor performance. The problem there, though, is that many of those people hadn't even been on the job long enough to receive a performance review. And one of the people that our colleague Tammy Luby and I talked to for this story said they'd actually received a positive performance review. So now these workers whose lives are already chaotic enough because they've been thrown into limbo and lost their jobs are now going through a very complicated process with their state unemployment agency and their former federal employer to try and prove that they, in fact, qualify for unemployment benefits. And the biggest thing here is there are a lot of key documents that are part of this process. And as you can imagine, the federal agencies that are being gutted and already underwater, and some of the people that these federal workers might need to contact might also be laid off themselves. These workers are not able to get the documents that they need, especially not in a timely manner. So a lot of people are sitting without a paycheck their lives completely turned upside down. You know, these people were not given an offboarding process where they were able to, you know, talk about their benefits or unemployment process. They're now having to do that on the fly, and it's been very, very chaotic.
I'm curious about unemployment agencies and what this is doing for them, creating, I'm assuming, a backlog potentially?
Huge backlog. I mean, look at Washington, D.C., for example, where a lot of federal workers live. There were over 550 claims for unemployment in 1 week in February, whereas a couple days before Donald Trump took office, that number was at 17. So you can just see how big of an influx that is. In Maryland, where there's also a lot of unemployment claims, that state has had to bring over workers from other parts of their state agency, hire more people because they have so much incoming. And the workers that we talked to said that they've been told to expect long wait times here. And just to remember that federal workers don't just live in the Washington, D.C. area. 80% live across the country. So states across the country are dealing with this. For example, Washington State has over 950 claims that they're trying to work through.
A major escalation in President Trump's trade war. The president now firing back at the retaliation Europe took yesterday. Here is what he just posted. Quote, the European Union has just put a nasty 50% tariff on whiskey. If this tariff is not removed immediately, the U.S. will shortly place a 200% tariff on all wines, champagnes, and alcoholic products coming out of France and other EU represented countries. CNN's Elena Treen with us right now. We've got this message here. This is the president sort of jumping back at France, who, by the way, was hit with tariffs when he put huge tariffs on the EU this week. What are you hearing?
Yeah, look, Sarah, this is actually, I mean, one, not totally unexpected, given if you've listened to what the president has said repeatedly. He really, and when I talk to Trump administration and White House officials, they essentially say that they believe that the president is right to put these tariffs on these different countries. And if they're going to retaliate with tariffs of their own, that he's going to punch back several times harder. And that is what we are seeing today with this announcement in this Truth Social post. I just want to read a little bit for you. He said he would impose a 200% tariff on alcoholic beverages from the EU. He said if this tariff is not removed immediately, that's the 50% tariff, that the European government had put on United States goods following the tariffs that Trump had initially placed on all steel and aluminum coming to the United States. He said if this tariff is not removed immediately, the U.S. will shortly place a 200% tariff on all wines, champagnes, and alcoholic products coming out of France and other EU represented countries. He went on to argue that this would be great for the wine and champagne business in the United States. But look, I think this shows, this approach that the president and his administration is taking, shows just how quickly some of this tariff policy can get out of hand. We are really seeing this not only stop and go approach, but also this tit for tat retaliation back and forth with a lot of these different allies of the United States that are beginning to really not only obviously affect the markets, which we have seen on a downward spiral for the last couple of days now, but also the relationships that the United States have with these different trading partners. Now, I do also want to point out, though, how Donald Trump sees this as a negotiating tactic. He made that very clear yesterday in the Oval Office. And part of that negotiation we are going to see continue today when Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and the United States Trade Representative Jamieson Green is going to meet with some of Canada's top officials, Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, look, Elena, when you consider this, I've never thought I'd ever have to say this, but there might be a run on champagne because France is the only one that officially has the champagne as a name. Everything else is sparkling wine. We will see what happens here, but this is what a trade war is. If you start and someone else responds, you're then in the middle of a big fight. Elena Treen, thank you so much for your reporting there from the White House for us. I want to get straight to the breaking news, which is Donald Trump is threatening even bigger tariffs on Europe because of the EU responding and France responding to the initial tariffs, saying that they're going to put a 50% tariff on U.S. alcohol. Trump now saying he's going to put a 200% tariff on any of the alcoholic beverages coming from France. I want to let you both listen to what we heard from Tommy Tuberville before Donald Trump made this new fight even stronger. Here's what he said about how Americans should be responding to the tariffs.
No pain, no gain. That's what we used to tell our football players. There's going to be some pain with tariffs. But tariffs got us back as the strongest economy in the world when President Trump was in the first time. He knows what he's doing. Democrats, get out of the way, shut up. You have no answers.
Zolan, what do you think about what you're hearing from Tommy Tuberville telling Democrats, look, you get out of the way, you don't have any answers, and everyone else who is looking at these tariffs, when you look at the polling, says we don't like them.
You know, one of the more significant changes when it comes to the rhetoric of Republicans and allies of President Trump and Trump himself has been the remarks about consumer prices and almost the message to voters about what to expect in terms of the pain, the economic pain that they may feel. There with Tuberville's remarks, I also hear no pain, no gain. And there's something interesting there. It's almost like you're hearing Republicans continue to tell voters that there may actually trying to almost hedge expectations on the economic frustrations that will come. We know that with this administration, that the president has centered in many ways his foreign policy when it comes to the Western Hemisphere as well as Europe around tariff threats. We know that that's going to continue. The thing to watch now moving forward is how do voters respond, especially as the weeks go on and you may see most economists would say consumer prices would go up. As that frustration builds, will voters start to turn that frustration against the administration and against the position of using these tariffs this frequently? I think the thing that we have to watch in the weeks forward as you continue to see these tariff threats are not just the response by different nations, but also how voters respond, including in town halls, which we've seen in recent weeks.
Right. The US president as well, focusing on tit-for-tat trade war a short time ago, firing back at the European Union, which yesterday unveiled its response to his tariffs on steel and aluminium. In a social media post, Mr. Trump threatening a massive 200% tariff on wine, champagne, and alcohol from the EU unless it rescinds the 50% tariff it imposed on US spirits yesterday. CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich is live in New York with the latest. Honestly, what a stunning clapback from the president. I'm just taking a look at some of these spirit firms, alcohol firms, and they're all much lower. I just don't know how much of this we can possibly stomach and, you know, how much of this the markets can actually price in. Vanessa, take us through what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's pretty impossible on both sides of the equation here. I mean, the markets right now and investors are really trying to understand sort of two tales of the economy right now. On one hand, you have the president who has ignited a global trade war, as you mentioned, threatening to put a 200% tariff on French wines, champagnes, things that US consumers arguably drink a lot of, because the European Union retaliated with their own tariffs on things like whiskey here in the US because of the steel and aluminum tariffs that President Trump put in place. Now you see markets there digesting that picture down slightly, but at the same time, we are getting good consumer news here in the US. Just yesterday, consumer prices fell, and today we got producer prices. That's what producers pay, businesses pay for wholesale items. That fell substantially. And so we're seeing two pictures play out: lower prices for Americans, but the threat of an escalating trade war that could increase prices for Americans. And you've been seeing markets for really the past 2 weeks now trying to grapple with these two different scenarios that are playing out at the same time. Eventually, they are going to collide, but you can see their markets down just slightly, trying to really digest all of this news that's coming out this morning.
Yeah, there's a lot. As you say, markets, companies, CEOs are trying to digest what this ultimately means. And I think there's so much uncertainty. We just don't know which industry is going to be hit next. But Walmart is feeling the heat from the president's tariffs. What can you tell us about how it's impacting? And this is a really important example of how it can hit one of the largest multinationals in the United States.
Yeah, exactly. And Walmart is often considered the bellwether for the U.S. economy here in the U.S. because so many people shop at Walmart for affordable prices. But we're learning that Chinese officials are telling CNN that Walmart executives were in the country trying to get the producers there to lower their prices to offset tariffs because at the end of the day, it's consumers that are going to have to pay those higher prices. So Walmart executives were in the country talking to producers, trying to get them to lower prices on production. And this is something that does happen regularly. Big companies are always trying to negotiate prices with their producers of products. But the different scenario that we're in right now is that there is a very high tariff on exports coming from China to the US, 30% and upwards. So Walmart, for their part, says that they were doing this to try to save their consumers money. Here's what they said in a statement. They said, our conversation with suppliers are all aimed at making our purpose a reality for millions of customers, and we will continue to work closely with them to find the best way forward during these uncertain times. Now, Walmart is not the only company. Yeah, no, I was just saying Walmart's not the only company grappling with this. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to say they're all going to be reviewing their supply chains, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the point, to try and figure out how they can localize.
Yeah, and we know that in the first trade war, let's say in 2018, a lot of companies did make the move to move a lot of their supply chain out of China when there were tariffs and reciprocal tariffs going back and forth. But ultimately, the US relies so much on production out of China. It is very difficult to move entire supply chains. We know that businesses in the past couple months have been looking into this. But for Walmart, really the biggest retailer here in the US, to be struggling with these tariffs, that certainly says a lot.
And unfortunately, Canada has not been treating us very fairly at all over the past. He does best. The president wants the American people to have so much more money in their pockets, they don't know what to do with it. That's the goal of this. America's colleges and universities to comply with this administration's policy. Jasmine.
On Canada, after all of these threats to increase tariffs or turn off electricity, I wonder, does this administration still consider Canada to be a close ally of the United States?
Well, I think Canada is a neighbor. They are a partner. They have always been an ally. Perhaps they are becoming a competitor now. But as the president also laid out in his Truth Social post today, he believes that Canadians would benefit greatly from becoming the 51st state of the United States of America. And I actually looked into some of the research about the cost of living in Canada. And the cost of living is much higher than it is here in the United States of America. The average cost of a home in Canada is much higher. In Quebec, the highest tax rate for an income of $150,000 or more is 53.3%, more than half of Canadians' incomes they are being taxed on. So the president has made it clear that he believes Canadians would be better served economically, militarily, if they were to become the 51st state of the United States of America. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. A week ago, Attorney General Wendy said a truckload of Epstein files had been delivered to her office from the SDNY. When can we expect those files to be released to the public?
I would defer you to the Department of Justice. I don't have a timeline here.
Do you have any update on the JFK files?
I don't at this moment. Again, I would defer you to our DNI director, Tulsi Gabbard, and also the Department of Justice. I know that they are working on that diligently as the president requested them to do. Christian.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions since we've been talking about tariffs. So there been any updates on standing up the External Revenue Service to collect revenue from them?
Well, we need reciprocal tariffs to go into effect first. And as you know, the president will be rolling those out on April 2nd. And then the next start of that process is collecting that revenue to ultimately create the External Revenue Service, which Secretary Lutnick is working very hard on and is quite enthusiastic about, if you have noticed from his media interviews.
Can the president do that through executive action, or will it require legislation?
Well, the president already signed an executive order to direct the Secretary of Commerce to establish the External Revenue Service, or at least to identify ways in which it can be done. I would defer you to the Department of Commerce for more on specifics on that. Sure, in the back.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I have a few questions on South Korea and North Korea. First question, as you know, South Korean President Yoon has been released from illegal detention. What is the reaction of the United States as an ally? Is there a possibility of a summit with President Trump when President Yoon returns? Second question on North Korea. North Korea launched the several ballistic missiles into the west coast yesterday. What is the White House's reaction on this?
Sure. Yes, I'll start with your question on North Korea. We condemn these actions and we call on North Korea to stop their unlawful and destabilizing actions. As for South Korea, the U.S. and Republic of Korea's alliance is ironclad, and the Trump administration remains in close contact with our South Korean counterparts as we work together to promote a free and open Indo-Pacific. Sure.
Question you didn't answer that release of South Korean president from jail.
I don't have anything on that, but I can certainly check in with the National Security Council and get back to you. Sure. Good to see you.
Press Secretary, many are concerned about the validity of President Biden's official actions and also his pardons of the possible criminal actions of individuals such as his family members and Liz Cheney, as information is emerging that many of his official actions were auto-signed, possibly even the pardons, and without his knowledge or consent. Does the White House have any information available currently that Biden was actually the one that approved and signed those pardons? And second question, will the DOJ investigate whether President Biden's cognitive decline allowed unelected staff to push through radical policy and pardons without his knowing approval?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I can check in with our folks here who may know the answer to that question and get back to you. Dasha, go ahead.
You did a great job articulating.
Did I just walk in on them talking about Biden had the cognitive decline? Huh? Baby, Now hold on. Now we know something going on. That could be due to age. But if somebody had the biggest cognitive decline early, was that goddamn Donald Trump. Mind you. Now, I was, when Donald did The Apprentice, I liked The Apprentice and whatever. What it seemed as if soon as he became Patty Messy Boots, because he couldn't stand a little criticism from people who thought it was a joke for him to run for president, it seemed like he started, tripping with his friends. And damn, we had the biggest shit. We already had the biggest example that Donald would turn on his friends. Because he gave, Democrats a little money here and there, had a little, he did a little support for Democrats here and there, whatever, because he was a social climber as well. He liked, the fanfare. He liked standing next to the biggest and the best and whatever. That's how he used to run it. But we had the biggest example of what this man was all about. And one thing because, of course he has privilege and status and shit like that. And I told you that's a different kind of status, right? When you have privilege. But one thing I don't like about certain people who have status, right? Depending on who they are. If they see a bigger and better person to stand next to, some of them will turn their back on their friends and shit. I've seen it happen. Because their status isn't, the person that they're, standing next to isn't big or, big as the person that they, think they should be standing next to or what have you, right? Seen that happen a lot. You get questioned about the people you hang around. Because again, I told you how it works. People you hang around can be a drag on somebody else's status, right? People you jump up and down on, meaning the people you date, marry, all that type of shit could affect somebody else's status. I've already explained it to great lengths on it. But you will get questioned sometimes about the people you hang around. Or you'll start seeing them not wanting to hang around you because of the people you hang around. So we've seen this behavior from Trump. I'm just gonna play just a little bit of this. I didn't know exactly what she was talking about today.
That President Trump has for what his tariff tariffs he believes these tariffs will do in terms of bringing jobs back to the United States. I asked you last week about how much Americans might need to buckle up for some short-term pain, a conversation that with the president and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent have had with the people. I'm wondering, how high is the pain threshold for President Trump and for this White House as you watch some of the turbulence in the stock markets, as you field concerns from businesses and potentially see some of those approval ratings drop in the short term? How much is he willing to stomach that, and will he stay committed to his vision for tariffs even as all of this comes up?
Well, the president has been working hard every single day to alleviate the pain that was inflicted by the previous administration through massive deregulation, through drill baby drill, as we like to call it, unleashing the might of our energy industry, which we know will ultimately drive down costs for consumers here at home. And again, as I mentioned, the president is intent on signing tax cuts for the American people to put more money back into their pockets, which will ultimately unlock consumer confidence. And again, I'll reiterate the president's words in layman's terms as he does best. The president wants the American people to have so much more money in their pockets, they don't know what to do with it. That's the goal of this administration through tariffs, through tax cuts, through deregulation, and through unleashing the potential of our energy industry. I have two more quick notes before I wrap up. April 28th, I can confirm that the Philadelphia Eagles will be here at the White House to celebrate their Super Bowl victory. I know there was a lot of fake news about an invitation that wasn't sent or was sent. We want to correct the record. We sent an invitation. They enthusiastically accepted, and you will see them here on April 28th. And lastly, on a sad note, I would like to express our condolences to Fox News and to the entire Fox family who did lose a cameraman, Craig Savage, who passed away at 61 years old recently. A very tragic death, an individual who was a great man and covered this building for many, many years. So the entire press office, the communications office here wants to express our condolences with his family and also with Fox News. Democrats from getting their long-awaited government shutdown. Voting against this CR will hurt the American people and kill the incredible momentum that President Trump has built over the past 51 days.
Okay, well, I don't know why it was, but I have the government shutdown or something else. Hold on, I'm trying to see who died. Hold on a minute. Craig Savage. Who is he? Oh, I remember him. Oh no. How did he die? Oh, battle with cancer. Let me see if we got a picture y'all might remember. Hold on. Damn. Y'all remember this man? Hold on. Let me show you him real quick. Oh, well, it's probably bad news. Hold on. what happened to my Cash App, but yeah, I'll send you. All right. All right. Hold on. Give me a minute, y'all. Hey, hey, can you send Kenny your Cash App? You got Kenny number? No, other Ken. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll send it to you, and then send him your Cash App, cause Amp is gonna send you some money to send to him, child. I don't got time for all this. Amp. You don't know Amp, child. It's somebody we know. This nigga shit. Nigga shit. This nigga shit. You saw this. You saw this. So. Well, let me send you his number so you can send it to him. But, oh shit, the mute. Oh shit. I thought I clicked. Don't worry about it. Oh shit. Nigga shit. Right. I been all kinds of shit. How they be doing that phone number thing from? Hold on, y'all. And to do this here, and to do this here. Okay. Nigga shit, child. Alright. Okay, so this is okay. This is the guy. Him. I know y'all done seen this man. You know. Long time cameraman. Alright, let's talk about this government shutdown.
The U.S. government could be heading for a partial shutdown tomorrow. It's up to the Senate to pass a Republican stopgap bill that would keep the lights on through September. But Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says Republicans, quote, don't have the votes to pass the bill. Let's bring in CBS News congressional correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns. So, Caitlin, if the Republicans don't have the vote to pass the bill as it was approved by the House of Representatives, do the Democrats have another proposal, another stopgap that could keep the government funded at least for a few months?
Hey, Vlad. Well, welcome to Congress, where they do everything at the last minute. We are once again on the brink of a partial government shutdown. This time, as you mentioned, all eyes are on Democrats and what they'll do. So you mentioned that House Republicans passed their version of the bill. Most all of Senate Republicans, except for one, Rand Paul, are on board with that plan. But given the breakdown in the Senate, they still need Democrats to vote for this thing in order to pass. They need 60 votes to pass this thing. They're going to need about 8 Democrats here. And so what Democrats have proposed is a shorter term bill, if you can believe that, for about a month, just to get over and not have a government shutdown and bring everybody back to the negotiating table to work out a deal that both Democrats and Republicans can support. Now, we haven't heard from Republicans saying that they are open to that. In fact, they just want to pass what the House passed. And Vlad, complicating all of this is that the House is out right now. They left town yesterday, and they are not supposed to be back in session. Their thought was, let's pass this bill, kick it over to the Senate will take over.
The U.S. government could be heading for a partial shutdown tomorrow. It's up to the Senate to pass a Republican stopgap bill that would keep the lights on through September. But Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says Republicans, quote, don't have the votes to pass the bill. Let's bring in CBS News congressional correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns. So, Caitlin, if the Republicans don't have the vote to pass the bill as it was approved by the House of Representatives, do the Democrats have another proposal, another stopgap that could keep the government funded at least for a few months?
Hey, Vlad. Well, welcome to Congress, where they do everything at the last minute. We are once again on the brink of a partial government shutdown. This time, as you mentioned, all eyes are on Democrats and what they'll do. So you mentioned that House Republicans passed their version of the bill. All of Senate Republicans, except for one, Rand Paul, are on board with that plan. But given the breakdown in the Senate, they still need Democrats to vote for this thing in order to pass. They need 60 votes to pass this thing. They're going to need about 8 Democrats here. And so what Democrats have proposed is a shorter term bill, if you can believe that, for about a month, just to get over and not have a government shutdown and bring everybody back to the negotiating table to work out a deal that both Democrats and Republicans can support. Now, we haven't heard from Republicans saying that they are open to that. In fact, they just want to pass what the House passed. And Vlad, complicating all of this is that the House is out right now. They left town yesterday, and they are not supposed to be back in session. Their thought was, let's pass this bill, kick it over to the Senate will take over. So there is a lot of uncertainty here. And the big question that I have going into today is, do Democrats just figure, let's have a few of our side walk the plank on this so that there's not a government shutdown, and then try to work the messaging on the other side? Or do they take this all the way to the brink? Something that is really fueling some Democrats right now is that their base of support is very angry that they don't have much leverage for legislating at all in this Trump era. So do they try to use this as a point to get some of what they want?
Interesting. And given that the House of Representatives is once again on vacation or taking days off when most Americans can barely get a week of vacation, seems normal to me. Let me ask you about this. If this bill passes as is, would the president sign it?
If it passes as is, yes, he would sign it. And this is what's significant, Vlad, is that the president has played a really key role here in getting this passed. He was whipping up support among House Republicans. He had House Republicans who are not inclined to support these short-term measures over to the White House to say, hey, guys, just get this over with and you can have your bigger budget battles on the next round. And that seemed to work. Republicans only lost 1 vote in the House, which, if you can believe it, that is significant given the makeup of this conference. And so the president was very influential here in getting this done. And there's a reason for that, Vlad. he doesn't want to shut down on his watch right now. Look at the economy right now. Look at the stock market. A shutdown of the government would only inject even more uncertainty for people across the country, really. In the last longer shutdown that we had several years ago, when the government was shut down for about 5 weeks, that cost the economy about $3 billion. So this is an economic story as much as it is a congressional one.
Certainly, as you know, Caitlin, Senate Democrats also do not want to be responsible for government shutdown because it hurts everybody. It's not just a political game. But on the flip side, there's reporting that some Democrats feel that this might be the only way to put a break on some of the things that they're passionate about with regards to what the Department of Government Efficiency is up to in the laying off and the shutting down of various entities across the country in the federal government.
That's right. I mean, initially, when they were trying to negotiate a package here, they wanted to put some restraints on how much the president and Elon Musk could do. I mean, that's not something that Republicans would consider at this point for obvious political reasons, but that's their argument here. But here's another dynamic, Vlad, that, makes things complicated for Democrats. You have a handful of Senate Democrats who represent a lot of federal workers in D.C. or outside D.C., Virginia, Maryland, et cetera. This is the kind of squeeze that they're in right now. Do they want to furlough, be part of a situation that furloughs federal workers when they're also arguing for those jobs? So a lot of complicated politics here, and I don't anticipate we'll see any resolution until, tomorrow.
Keyword being politics. Caitlin Huey-Burns covering it all for us from the Rotunda. Appreciate it, Caitlin, as always.
Thank you.
Breaking news on Capitol Hill this morning, where Senate Democrats are playing hardball with just 1 day left until a government shutdown. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer announcing his party will reject the House-passed funding bill, with some members citing issues with cuts to domestic programs and others really wanting guardrails on Elon Musk's slash and burn approach to reducing the federal government. So does this mean a government shutdown is now inevitable? Let's get the very latest from NBC's Julie Sirkin on Capitol Hill. Also joining us, Susan Page, Washington Bureau Chief for USA Today. Julie, if the votes aren't there in the Senate right now, is there a plan B?
Well, Democrats at the very last minute, as you heard from Leader Schumer yesterday, saying that his Democrats will not provide the votes to pass the House-passed continuing resolution that would fund the government through September. Instead, he says they want to vote on a 28-day continuing resolution so they can have a seat at the table, have more control over a more fulsome government funding plan for this year. Two problems with that. The first is that we are a day away from the government shutting down. And until this point, Leader Schumer, I asked him multiple times, other reporters have as well, he's just been looking to see what the House did. He wasn't pushing for this short-term plan. He wasn't advocating for the Senate Democrats' own plan. He was simply saying, we'll see what the House does. And he miscalculated, frankly, that Speaker Johnson was able ultimately to get all Republicans, almost all, to vote for his version of this bill in the House. Now the House is out of town. They are not near Washington, and they have no plans on coming back. So when Democrats say now at this point that they would only vote for that short-term resolution, well, effectively, as Republicans are saying, they're choosing between shutting the government down or keeping it open, because there is just not enough time to get all of these pieces in place, all of the ducks in a row to make it happen. Leader Thune, the top Republican in the Senate, said yesterday or suggested the Democrats could get an amendment vote on that shorter term continuing resolution. That would be nothing more than a show vote, though. And Democrats know that. And so does their base that have been pressuring them on social media, at town halls, really wanting them to step up and fight at this moment. You see those no votes on your screen. And I want to stick there because they're notable. These are people who represent states in some cases that have a lot of federal workers. In other cases, these are more moderate members that traditionally never wanted to shut the government down. Now they're playing hardball. In a couple of hours, they'll be huddling again behind closed doors to see exactly how they're going to play this out in the future. But there are no good options for them at this point.
And that 7 no vote picture that we just put up, the 7 different senators, just got boosted to 8 now with, as you were speaking, Senator Elizabeth Warren just sending a post on social media saying, I'm voting no on the Republican shutdown bill, no on handing Donald Trump and Elon Musk a blank check to spend your taxpayer money. So at least 8 Democrats voting no. Julie Sirkin, thank you. Please stand by. Susan, Republicans are trying to frame this government shutdown potentially as a political problem for Democrats, even though Republicans control Congress and the White House. Look at this headline from Politico. White House taunts Democrats on shutdown, with one White House official telling Politico they're 100% going to swallow it, referring to Democrats. They're totally screwed. Susan, do you think they're right, or does that sound like overconfidence to you?
Well, I don't think this latest play by Senate Democrats is a sign of their strength. It's a sign of their weakness. And the Republicans have managed to do something I thought would not be possible. They control the White House, the House, and the Senate. But Democrats are now in a position where they very well could bear a lot of the public blame if the government shuts down Friday night, because the path toward financing the government until the end of the fiscal year, it's right in front of them. So while they say they're going to play hardball, let's wait and see for Friday midnight what they actually do.
GOP leaders say Medicaid's safe. The Congressional Budget Office says Medicaid would need to be cut to meet the goals in the GOP budget. And I want you to listen to how some residents in Speaker Johnson's Louisiana district feel about all of this.
What would happen if some of those government programs went away?
It'd be devastation for a lot of people, for a lot of families. Yeah, if there was a way that we weren't able to do this, it would be devastating to the community.
Are you aware that they are considering cutting back Medicaid in Congress right now?
I am very much aware, and my children are on Medicaid. So yes, I do. I do fear that very much.
So Medicaid is really important.
Oh, majorly. I don't know what we would do without it.
So, Susan, when it comes to the substance of this legislation, are Republicans underestimating the concern on the ground?
Well, it may be, because if the Republicans are going to pass a big tax cut up to $4.5 to $5 trillion, they're going to have to find money to cut someplace. And that big pot of money is with the entitlement program, Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Of those, Medicaid is the most vulnerable. And, you know, there was a big expansion of Medicaid thanks to the Affordable Care Act passed in the Obama administration. I think that is really at risk when the Republicans move forward with their budget plan the rest of this year.
Susan, you know, there's a chance for Democrats who see this funding bill as really their only leverage here, because they are in the minority, that if they hold the line, that this could backfire on them, right? If they're the ones refusing to extend the funding for federal agencies in this moment, it could, or maybe, my question, does it undercut their criticism of Elon Musk and Doge as out of control in efforts to slash the government? Could it even make it easier for Doge to do so?
You know, Democrats are in a hard place because their base, which is declining fast, really wants them to fight back harder. But if Democrats go along and take this hardline position and results in a government shutdown, that's bad news for federal workers who already feel in bad shape from the Doge cuts. And it means the government shuts down. Democrats generally want the government up and operating and working. So there is, I think, no good answer here for them. But there are clearly risks if they go ahead and refuse to accept maybe some kind of face-saving gesture, some kind of vote on an amendment that enables them to let this budget bill go through.
Susan Page, I appreciate your insights as always. Thanks so much for joining us.
One second, y'all. One second. Yeah,
He said that sent it to you.
yeah, I got it. So, but this is what can you just send him the $100? I got it though. This is ridiculous. This is why I'm like doing all this. I don't like doing all this bullshit. I don't like all this.
Okay. So where do you have it in? What do
I
you
have
send
it.
it to your cash?
Yeah, this nigga shit. This that's why I don't like doing all this. Give it to you. You got to give it to somebody. Well, I don't like send it directly to the people. I don't like shit like this now. This nigga shit.
Yeah, there's like so many like
Transaction. You got to send him, send there, send him where. Send it to the people. I don't like doing this here. Been no goddamn gateway for no money transaction. I don't know what the fuck going on. I don't do all this. Just send him the $100. I give it to you. It's ridiculous. All right, thank you, bro. Yeah, but yeah, he said I ain't got no damn cash app no more, so just send it through the cash app. But that's what he got. See, that's what I'm saying. He got one thing, I ain't got that. You got both. I ain't got time for this shit. That's one thing I ain't got time for. This bullshit, this nigga shit. All right. Let me go. Bye. Hey. All right, she gonna send it to you through the cash app. All right, you're welcome. All right, let me go. Yeah, I don't like doing all this here shit. Hell, this god damn. Let me tell you something. I don't like being inconvenienced. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. I hate it. I hate it. Yeah. God damn. Send it here, send it there, send it every goddamn well.
A new investor survey shows 85% believe that Musk's politics have a negative impact on the company. Grant Cardone is with us this morning. Grant, you just bought your daughter a Tesla. Is that your way of showing support for Musk and Doge?
100%. Elon Musk is doing things that most Americans are never in a position to do and wouldn't have the courage to do, if they had it. So I wanted to support him. I actually bought one for my wife and one for my daughter who just turned 15. She graduated from high school at 15 years old from being homeschooled, and I promised her a new car. We didn't know which one if she completed early, and she did.
Well, that's a vote of confidence, I must say. Trump's considering a tariff on timber and lumber imports. Now, look, building costs are already going up a little with tariff and aluminum tariffs and steel. This is not good for your real estate development business, is it, Grant?
This will not hurt development at all. The problem in this country is we don't build enough. Like President Trump wants to drill, baby, drill. We need to build, baby, build. And when supply goes up, when we start building more, the cost of goods and services. So America can understand this. We have been charging for soft timber, soft wood from Canada for years, okay, since before 2018. Same thing with aluminum and steel. This is not a new thing. What Americans don't know is that we've been paying 240% on products like cheese and milk back into Canada, okay, that we get charged, which is very unfair for us. So we can get hardwood from Brazil. We produce more hardwood and softwood, by the way, Stuart, than Canada does. Canada needs America. America does not need Canada. Bottom line, there's more people that live in the state of California than the entire country of Canada.
Well, if the tariff struggle, shall I call it that, if the tariff struggle continues and it stretches out for a period of months, do you think the president can hold on to political support?
Yes, 100%, because we're going to have a boom in this economy like we've never seen before. You guys that are watching the stock market every day understand that Tesla's value as a company has not changed. The piece of paper that you hold has changed. So if you can liquidate easily and you get scared, you liquidate your stock. But the company Tesla itself has not changed. The value of the U.S. economy has not changed. We actually have more confidence in the economy today than we did 4 months ago. We have a direction, we have guidance, we have leadership, we have lower taxes coming, inflation's coming down. We have a pro-business president And I believe in the second quarter of this year, we're going to see a boom in this country like we've never seen before, Stuart. So load up.
Okay. All right.
Get invested and hold on, baby.
Grant, in November, you posted on X that you're considering a run for the governor of California, I believe. Where are you on that now? You're throwing your hat in the ring?
Well, you never know what a guy like me will do. I am a patriotic American, and I'm extremely concerned about the state of California. As California goes, so does the rest of the country. It is a massive economy. All Americans should be concerned about it.
Well, are you ready to make an announcement? Are you going to make some news for us? Are you going to make an announcement?
I'm going to be speaking. I will tell you this. I'm speaking at the RNC Saturday as a keynote speaker there to tell the people in California. California can be flipped, folks. Okay. You can flip it this cycle. You have 18 months. It can be flipped, but you need the right leadership and the right voice, and you need somebody that's run businesses, not just somebody that's been on TV.
It sounds like you, Grant. I'm going to wait for that announcement on Saturday. Grant Cardone, thanks very much for joining us this morning. Always appreciate it. We'll see you soon. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Russian President Vladimir.
I think he just lied. The dude that just spoke, I don't understand, because now here's the thing, right? I just did a Google search, and I know people was talking about has the value of Tesla, the business, or Tesla, the car. Has that changed? He said it hasn't. He said just the paper has, right? So I didn't know people was talking about Tesla, the business, Tesla, the car, right? When I Googled both of them, they said it has declined. Both of them. Yeah. So they all lying, they lying. So I don't know. Oh my. And the only way you could really know for sure is if you really want to know for sure, is if you participate in the market, right? And if you understand it like economists do, right? I wouldn't trust the word of someone that seems like that they would go as far as to buy 2 Teslas just to, it was probably some email or something, because when you see Teslas lined up outside of the White House and shit like that, that's usually an indication of a staged event. Okay? That's usually an indication of a staged event. Somebody sent an email, somebody got on some kind of call and said, hey, we're going to do this and that and whatever in an effort to help out Elon because he's doing so much for the country. Yeah. Well, let's go on to Putin and then we can get on up out of here.
Russian President Vladimir Putin just spoke in Moscow after meeting with his close ally, Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko. Putin says Russia is in favor of a 30-day ceasefire with Ukraine, but wants a long-term deal and his own security guarantees. Putin also reiterated that Russian troops have driven the Ukrainian army out of the biggest town in Kursk, though Ukraine has yet to confirm that. Foreign correspondent Marcus Moore joins me with that. Marcus, what's the latest on these remarks from Putin, and what more are you learning about his meeting with Lukashenko?
Well, this is the first time we've heard from Vladimir Putin on this 30-day ceasefire that the Ukrainians and the U.S. have agreed to. You just mentioned the Russian leader during a joint news conference with Alexander Lukashenko, saying that he would support a ceasefire, but he said that there are nuances and that a 30-day ceasefire with Ukraine would come with questions about how that time period is used. He said that would Ukraine be using that time to regroup and to prepare for future military action. He referenced the latest situation on the ground in Kursk, where we know that the Russians have been able to push Ukraine back. Vladimir Putin saying that Ukrainian troops there are groups of them who have been surrounded. So then he said that if there is a ceasefire, what happens with those troops? Do they let them leave? He said after they've committed crimes. He said that there's a lot that has to be talked about. But overall, he tried to convey the message that he's open to a ceasefire. And Diane, just very quickly in terms of what this meeting was about, this news conference with Alexander Lukashenko and Vladimir Putin, really what they're trying to do is twofold. Visually, show that Belarus and Russia are partners. Not only are they neighbors, but they're allies and friends. And they talked about the sanctions that have been put in place on both countries that they said have been an effort to isolate Belarus and Russia, but they claim that it has had the opposite effect and that they are in this together, Diane.
Now, Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, is in Moscow for talks with Putin. So where do those negotiations stand right now?
So this news conference wrapped up today, and in terms of what we know, we understand that Steve Witkoff is expected to meet with Vladimir Putin today in Russia. And this is really an effort on the part of the U.S. to try to convince Vladimir Putin to sign on to the ceasefire. But really, when you look at the situation on the ground, Russia will be looking at this potential ceasefire agreement to be something that they can get something from, get an advantage out of. But right now, they have Ukraine on the back foot in the Kursk region and would be less likely to sign any type of ceasefire agreement that's not beneficial to Russia in some way.
Meanwhile, Marcus, Russia is claiming that it's recaptured this town in the Kursk region. How significant is that? And could that impact these ceasefire talks?
Well, it's significant in that it represents really the latest development on the battlefield. If you recall, the Kursk region is a part of Russia where the Ukrainians launched that surprise offensive back in August. This was a move on the part of Ukraine to try to have some bit of leverage in any potential negotiations. So the fact that Russia has been able to gain ground there and seems to have been able to take control, that is significant in terms of the overall fight, Diane, there in Ukraine.
All right, Foreign Correspondent Marcus Moore, thank you.
This morning, new developments in the push for a ceasefire in the war in Ukraine. Just hours from now, U.S. officials are going to be meeting for talks in Moscow after Ukraine agreed to a 30-day pause in the war. But a senior aide to Putin dismissed the proposal yesterday, saying it's nothing more than a, quote, temporary respite for Ukrainian forces. Now, meantime, Putin's top aide says the Russian leader has not ruled out a meeting with President Trump's special envoy for later today. NBC's Richard Engel spoke to a Ukrainian soldier about the prospect of a ceasefire.
Are Ukrainian troops ready for a ceasefire?
Yes, we are ready, says Andriy, a former cook whose wife and daughter are refugees abroad.
Everyone is waiting to see if Putin will also agree. What do you expect?
Russia's commitments are not worth the paper they are printed on, he said.
Richard Engel's interview with a soldier in Ukraine. Joining us this morning, Richard Haass, President Emeritus of the Council on Foreign Relations. Richard, great seeing you. Do you see any possibility that Russia could accept this?
At the moment, no. Russia's plans are much more ambitious. They want to impose all sorts of conditions on Ukraine. The real question, quite honestly, Jose, is how does the United States react to the Russian position? To what extent do we carry Putin's water for him? To what extent do we push back? And the best way to push back is make clear that U.S. support for Ukraine will be ongoing. And that means military support and intelligence support. And by doing that, we would disabuse Putin of his assumption that time is on his side.
So the United States seems to have done just that, right? Secretary of State Rubio saying that with Waltz saying that they are going to reestablish military supplies and sharing of intelligence, which is so critical for the Ukrainians. I'm just wondering, Richard, so in a process as it is right now, with 3 years into an invasion, what is it that the rest of the world, or if you look at just the United States as being maybe the strongest in a potential position to have an impact, what is it that the United States should be doing that they haven't done in the last 30 days and in the last 4 years and 30 days?
I think the best thing we could be doing, again, is to signal to Russia that we are going to stand by a fair ceasefire. And all these Russian positions are going to be unacceptable, the kind of thing Russia should be allowed to put forward when it comes to a formal peace, the final status talks. But for the time being, they have no place, and we're not gonna impose or support such conditions being imposed on Ukraine. And it's good, as you say, that we've reestablished intelligence and military support. But what worries me is we might also be tempted to shut it down again. So again, I think the most important thing is what Steve Witkoff says or comes back with, and how President Trump reacts to it. Do we basically say that Russian conditions are unacceptable and we are going to support Ukraine? Or are we prepared to say, yeah, we don't, we're prepared to, we'll essentially support anything Putin wants in order to get peace? And that, to me, is the big operational diplomatic question here.
Yeah, and I want to go to Ukraine now. That's where Richard Engel is. And Richard, we were just watching your interview with a soldier essentially in the front line saying that Putin's word and whatever he has is not worth the paper it's printed on. How are people reacting there in Ukraine, Richard, to the possibility of some respite?
So it goes back to the conversation you were just having with Richard Haas. There's a fundamental decision here about fairness, and Ukrainians understand diplomacy. Ukrainians understand that President Trump is trying to push this peace initiative, and they felt the wrath of President Trump. They saw when President Zelensky was invited to Washington, was in the Oval Office, and was attacked, humiliated by President Trump and Vice President Vance. And then this country had military support suspended, had intelligence sharing suspended. So they felt the stick. And what they're worried now is that Vladimir Putin is only going to get the carrots. They think that President Trump has some sort of special fondness for Vladimir Putin. They think that Vladimir Putin is able to play President Trump, and they worry that President Trump has this all mixed up, that he is asking that the victim of an assault make all the concessions and that the aggressor be rewarded for potentially stopping to carry out its attacks against this country. Many Ukrainians are very worried about their future, and you could see that in the conversations that I've been having with government officials. They don't want to talk about Trump. I asked them about Trump. They change the subject. They just say, we want to abide by the peace agreement. We are following the Americans' plan. The soldiers saying the same thing today. We will follow whatever the government says. We don't want to be perceived as an obstacle to peace. So the government, the military, they're nervous. But when you talk to Ukrainian people, civilians who are at more liberty to speak because they don't necessarily feel that their words are going to bring an immediate temper tantrum from President Trump, they tell you how frustrated they are, how sickened they are that they who didn't invade Russia are being the ones so far that are facing the toughest sanctions from President Trump.
And Richard Haas, Secretary of State Rubio, is discussing ceasefire with foreign ministers at the G7 meeting right now. We remember that right after that blow up at the White House, at the Oval Office between Zelensky and the president, Europe, nothing really came out of that. Is Europe still in this, in your opinion, Richard, an important player in this?
Sure, Europe's not in a position to take our place. They don't have the inventories of arms. They don't have the intelligence they could share. They don't have the defense industries. They could make a difference, but they can't one for one replace the United States. But they will do something to help Ukraine. They understand that Ukraine's security is directly related to their own. And also, I think the bigger question for Europe, or the longer term question, at least, Jose, will be what lessons Europe takes from all this. And essentially what we're seeing is a post-NATO Europe. We're beginning to see the conversations that will lead to a Europe that no longer depends on the United States because it's lost confidence in the United States. They no longer trust the United States.
Wow, that's a lot of information, honey. Ooh. That's a lot of information we went through today. Mm. Understand that, hey, you know, whether or not sanctions work, it all depends on who you ask. You know, because when it comes to sanctioning a country, right, you are affecting the way the economy works, right? They do that because it affects the trade, it affects the investment opportunities, it affects credit. Um, it just pretty much affects how they move around, how they do business. It can affect. I know it affects like travel. So current exchange, there's a lot of shit it affects. If I'm not mistaken, I thought I heard one time where it said Putin, chewed them down sanctions out one time and spit them out. So I don't know, y'all. He's so ignorant. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. We need to pray for peace, even regardless if it's peace when it's doing battle, or peace when it's bullshit like this, right? This cannot persist, right? Because this is not a way to be stable, especially when you have the stock market who reacts to every goddamn thing. Like I told you, they react to the news of it, the thought of it. I told you, you don't have to come come to fruition. They act on you saying it, the thought or whatever. They don't do all of that. They don't wait for the boom. So I don't know, folks. These are some trying times. We might need to find one of them real black AME churches to go to. Not one of the ones that's yelling and running, everybody running all everywhere, whatever. I'm talking about like the one that like Martin Luther King preached that or spoke to, whatever. Where people just holler, yes, almost as if they're singing a song. Yes. Yeah, like that. Yeah. We might need to go there, honey. Because right now, we can't really be going into those I ain't know the thing was called prosperity ministry jobs. Well, minding my own damn business. And because the delivery of us being prosperous right now is because here's the thing, right? That man that came on and said, buckle up, it's gonna be unstable for a while, whatever. You already have people that's living paycheck to paycheck. Most of us don't have a way to live in the negative for no goddamn 6 months to a year. So again, when they think, right, business minded, they think about people like them. And when you have a business, and here's another thing, right, that you need to think about. Some people have businesses where the people that are running those businesses, meaning the workers, are pretty much at least 500,000 nails on up as well. Right? They have firms and shit like that where those people are independently rich to wealthy, right? Then you have companies like your Walmart, your Targets, or whatever, where majority of their workers aren't millionaires. So those are two type of business minded people where when one type of business have a business meeting. They're looking at people who can afford to say, well, we in for a rocket ride for, a few months. Let's see, those people have their houses paid off, have their cars paid off, have their college funds set up. Shit, to be honest, the college funds weren't even a part of the retirement fund. They got all that shit set aside, right? Everybody don't have it. And then there's us in the middle. I mean, yeah, we might last a hot 6 months, but I can tell you what 6 months almost, look like for me. Shit, I don't want to do that no more. It was unavoidable, right? Mm-mm. And then you have the people that are considered below the poverty line, right? Are considered, and I don't know the numbers for all of that, but what is the numbers? Hold on, let me look. Wow. Okay, so the middle class income, oh Lord, that's low. It's from 56,600 to 169,800. Now, most people know that even at 100 grand, yeah, baby, you need more than that. Okay, to be honest, if it ain't nobody but and you okay living where they shooting at, or maybe not where they shooting at, but if you got 100 grand, I don't know what you can get, whatever. But what I'm saying is this: the middle class. You see that spread? Them some lying ass numbers. Ain't nothing middle class. And it's starting at 56. You got to be kidding me, right? That's crazy. And to consider somebody making over 169,000 a year up there with the mean, are you insane? Who the fuck did these numbers? I got mad about another reason now. Oh Lord. Oh, child, please. Because maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Because if you telling me that 170,000 is like the same as a million, I can tell you different. The fuck? I can tell you really different. Get the fuck out of here. I done gotten mad. Let me get up off the phone. Then I said something I don't want to say. The fuck? I bet you the hell you mean? Hell kind of numbers you talking about? They need to have another goddamn category. Shit. The fuck you talking about? How the hell? 170, you can't do it at a million. No. I'm what I mean. Let me change that around. Yeah, I was right at 170. You can't do it like a million. The fuck is you talking about? How you gonna huh? Tell me I'm lying. the fuck you mean? Let me get up off him. Cause baby, I'm gonna went off. Anyway, that concludes the first day of what the fuck you talking about walk. Yep. Nobody even paid attention to the title. Lord have mercy. I'm catchy with it. Anyway, y'all. Hey, make sure you do something good for yourself and someone else if you can, child. I'm mad that may today is a good day and tomorrow a better day if you can, child. And I'm out of here, and so are you.